Ready?
I'm ready.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch for the second time today, for the second Tuesday show, with everyone's favorites, fashionista,
What's up,
Adam
everybody?
Friended.
Look at that. Got out of my monkey suit.
I told everyone we were slow because you had to change all your clothes.
Look, I just took the shirt off. So, Sitch, I think you did an excellent job there. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
You did
Yeah,
it just like I explained, just how I told you to do it yesterday. So
That's right. Before the stream, Adam was like, Sitch, I want you to say this. And he gave me a script. And he's like, these are the things I want you to say.
you did beautifully.
Thank you. Adam would have said them himself, but he can't read quickly. So he can't trust himself to do it.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
But let me read the $20 and up super chats from the Sam conversation, and we'll jump into this video. JMac, our surrogate father, thank you so much, JMac. He has posted something in Japanese. I don't know what it means. Let's see what it means. I assume it has something to do with chopsticks. I have appeared to have started a war on Twitter.
Yeah, World War III.
Between JMac, Lucy, Sammy, and some other individuals about chopsticks versus forks and knives, and I'm afraid this conflict is going to boil over and become far more serious than I ever anticipated. And it's very ironic. I just talked to Sam about the danger of radicalizing your audience to violence, and here I am radicalizing our audience to go to violence, to go to war over chopsticks versus forks and knives.
Very sad.
No, very sad. What he sent me in Japanese says, chopstick gang, stand up, or probably rise up. So thank you. Thank you, J-Mac.
We're ready to rise up. Look, if I
team fork and knife, all right.
If there's any good reason to go to physical violence, I think it is over chopsticks. I really do.
Adam was like, you know what? Fascism, totally fine. Racism, totally fine. Chopsticks. You get rid of my chopsticks, we have a problem.
Exactly.
Exactly. There you go.
Give me my bamboo sticks.
Yeah, Lucy and Jay and Sammy were all posting pictures of themselves using chopsticks, rubbing it in my face on Twitter. Oh my God.
Chopsticks are fun, so you don't know what you're missing out on.
No respect. Jan Havy for $20 says, hey guys, will you maybe cover the total joke of an interview Candace Owens did with Andrew Tate? No investigative journalism, just a puff piece. Authentic Observer did a great video on it, and get Willie Mack show on sometime. I'll check it out. I was actually curious. I've never got around to it. I was actually curious to check out both Candace Owens' conversation with Andrew Tate, and I believe, and I never watched it, I believe Tucker Carlson did a fairly softball interview with Andrew Tate as well. And that's pretty pathetically lame if they both did that. So
why are they doing this? The Republican Party is completely destroying their credibility, especially in the child trafficking realm. Jeez.
Because he makes people on the left mad. So I guess it's like, oh, I guess he's one of our guys.
So you want to flush your credibility down the toilet just for some dickhead online that makes the left mad? Doesn't seem like a real good strategy. I mean, that's kind of how
politics works nowadays. Okay.
It doesn't seem like a good strategy to me.
All right, maybe.
Jordan Peterson threw him under the bus, and I was like,
based.
I
yes.
know.
Jordan Peterson was like, no, get this guy's a fucking asshole.
He's like,
we were going to curse, and I immediately drop an FA right in the beginning of the stream. But yeah, no, Jordan Peterson definitely threw him under the bus, which massive props to JP for that. Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much. Even though you're part of the Chopstick gang, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes.
Twitter sucks. Our surrogate uncle, or surrogate god uncle, I should say. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Twitter sucks for another $20. Says, welcome to all the Sam Sedar fans tuning in. Look, that's very kind of you. That's very nice of you.
Yeah.
Good Faith Gary. Look at that. Good Faith Gary for $20. Says, it's nice to finally meet you, Sam. Thank you for even showing up to this conversation. Get it? It's nice to finally meet you. Good Faith Gary. Also, Adam, take off that shirt. You look silly.
It says you look ridiculous.
It says silly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Are we in are we in deviating timelines? Are you entering the Bearstein universe? What's happening?
It definitely says ridiculous on my end, but whatever.
What? Wait, send me a screenshot of this. This is like insane.
Oh, you've read a different one. He said
Oh,
it
oh,
multiple
oh, oh.
times. I'm
Oh,
looking at
this
the
I was
wrong
gonna say
one.
there's multiple people that said Adam looked ridiculous. I thought Adam looked great. Okay, be nice. Twitter sucks for another $20. Thank you. Says if race plays a part in denying racism, can Sam explain why white Southerners killed other whites? Cassius Clay was a Tennessee abolitionist politician. He won over 160 duels and fended off multiple assassinations. Wow, I knew nothing about this guy. Cassius Marcellus Clay.
Was Muhammad Ali named after Cassius Clay? Because that's Muhammad Ali's real
That's why I was
name.
confused. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That guy sounds pretty based.
But if he was a
Jeez.
based abolitionist, it makes sense that his parents would name him Cassius Clay.
Well, it's kind of obnoxious that like they named him after this awesome guy, and then he's
He
like
changed his name to Muhammad.
Muhammad. I don't know.
Little
It's kind of weird.
obnoxious, but
A
let
little bit,
people
but all
do what
right.
they're
That's
gonna
true.
do.
Captain Mystery for $20 says thank you. Says new bread tuber, new donation. Sam, I must ask if white supremacy is involuntary, isn't it also impossible to be held accountable for it because it's technically not your fault? Like when a person with Tourette's swears. Well, that's an interesting question. I'll
That
have to
is an
say that for
interesting
next time.
perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Um.
the whole
Mhm.
if you go to unconscious bias, I don't see how you can escape it being immutable. Which I mean, I didn't want to argue that for 25 minutes, but that's what I kept
Right.
thinking. I'm like,
Well,
that
he said it. He said it. It's immutable. He did say it's immutable. He says it's not immutable based purely on your skin color. He was basically saying that it's immutable for a white person who grew up in our
yeah, to
society
be
to
enculturated.
yeah, to be racist, right? Right.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's a part of CRT. It's interesting because he believes that, but he doesn't think that that's part of CRT. So,
That
and
is
I was like,
CRT.
yeah, it's a
My
big part of
mind was
CRT.
exploding the whole time. So,
So,
but he
but that's
seemed
interesting. That's
amicable to come
interesting.
back for another talk. So maybe we'll talk
We'll
CRT
do a
next time he
CRT.
comes.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
The yeah, I think he likes these debates. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
good.
I feel like we missed a bunch of good faith Gary. I have one, two, three good faith Garys.
Um,
It's nice to finally meet you, Sam. Thank you for
they're not on
even
my
showing
screen.
up to this combo.
I
Also,
read that
Adam,
one.
take off that shirt. You look ridiculous.
I read that. Yeah.
The ridiculous one?
Oh, I didn't read that. I don't see that. This is
It's
very
nice to
bizarre.
finally meet you, Sam. Thank you for even showing up for this combo. Also, Adam, take off that shirt. You look ridiculous. Here, I'll send you this. I had to pull it up on
Oh, you're
the.
right. Wait. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if he sent that. So I don't know if Good Faith Gary sent the same super chat 3 times and gave us $60, or if it's just a bug, or if he edited the message and it just so made it look like he sent it. Well, regardless, if it was $20 to $60, thank you so much, Good Faith Gary. If you accidentally sent us $60, you didn't mean to, I believe you can request a refund or something from the super chats. So,
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thanks.
um, let's see.
We're going upwards,
Twitter
right?
sucks.
Yeah.
Twitter
Twitter
sucks
sucks.
for another $20. Thanks so much. It says Sam, you say you have a problem with children not being taught that immutable characteristics are responsible for unconscious inherent bias. That is racism. You are hiding their power
Exactly.
level by knowing exactly what CRT does.
Why? That's a question that I would like to dig in deeper on because I don't know that he
Right.
does. Yeah. But evidently
Well,
he's down with links, so Sitch can send him a bunch of links and go, "Hey, what's this
yeah.
mean?"
Well, that is what's weird because like if you accept the idea that, I mean, if you're putting forward the idea that basically people who are white are automatically born with all these unconscious biases in our society, I mean, as you said, Twitter sucks. I mean, you're basically saying that people have immutable characteristics that make them racist, essentially. I mean, you're just using slightly different language to do it. So,
Yeah, and if even if you're saying it's done culturally and not
right,
biologically, as the I feel like the culture has changed. The whole point is to change the culture because it was being done culturally.
right,
When he's talking about changing when the guy from the video that we kept referencing is talking about how we need to teach that stuff and that was America not living up to its principles, he's talking about that racism was being taught culturally, but we've changed that.
hmm
Yeah.
Twitter sucks. Thank you so much, our surrogate uncle, for another, our surrogate god uncle, for another $20. Says, wait, Sam spent 40 minutes saying that racists killed black politicians and is now saying that he doesn't think violent resistance would be possible against the rise of fascism. Racists believed their violence was justified. That's a good point. That's a good
Yep.
point. Eric the Great for 20 Canadian. Thank you, Eric. Says, Sitch is wrong here. A reasonable person in 1930 reading Hitler's book would definitely not want to kill Hitler. Racism was the general consensus at the time. Also, Sitch, give more concrete examples. Example, Kenosha. Yeah, I could have brought up Kenosha. I guess what I meant with the Hitler thing was a reasonable person from like our time with our morals reading Hitler would interpret that way. So,
Yeah.
but
I'm
that's a fair
down.
point. That's a fair point, Eric.
So I think Sitch and I are both down to do the
To take out
Hitler
Hitler.
assassination. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down.
We filmed it and release it on YouTube.
And call it and get Quentin Tarantino direct it. Duke Norton for $20 says the problem with deciding that ideas are wrong and should be suppressed is the person who decides they're wrong can also be wrong. Free speech should be free. Also today, in a booming voice, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Not very booming, but
not very booming now. Mark Ellison, thank you so much for the $50. Says the problem is that bad actor has a fuzzy definition on the left. Most hardcore leftists who are playing the party game will denounce anyone who disagrees with them and calls them a, quote, white supremacist. Refer to Sitch's dog whistle video. Yes, I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah. So we're going to watch some video? Is that the game plan?
Drew P-Balls. Wow, look at that. Drew P-Balls. Thank you so much for the $50, Drew. Twitter Sucks. Again, thank you so much, Twitter Sucks, for another $20. Says, only cavemen eat with their hands. This includes using utensils. Normalize eating with your feet. Wow. There we go. Interesting. Feet eating. Okay.
Doesn't sound like sanitary, but.
Or it sounds like a fetish thing, so I'm not so sure about that.
Doomer Media.
Doomer, look at that. Doomer Media, everyone's good friend. Doomer Media for $2 says, LOL Sitch, you can't even win a debate with Sam Sedar. Look at that.
I think he did pretty good, to be honest with you.
I would be curious as to what Doomer would have a conversation with Sam about.
Oh, he'd just suck up to him the whole time, tell him how much he loves his show.
You would suck up to him or just scream? It'd be like bipolar. It'd be a lot of bipolarism. But thank you, Doomer, for the $2. Good Faith Gary for $20. Thank you. Says YouTube said the super chat didn't go through twice, so I changed ridiculous to silly. It appears I did send it 3 times for $60. Let me go ahead and correct that by sending you another 20. Well, thank you, Good Faith Gary. I always appreciate correcting, accidentally sending money by correcting more money.
So. We told you to refund it, not to send another one, but we do thank you. Yeah, obviously. All right. I watched this yesterday. I found this very interesting. Sitch has not watched it.
Nope.
On the show, we have I consider David Pakman kind of a partisan hack. How about you, Sitch? What's your current opinion of David Pakman?
I would use a little bit nicer language. I would say that he's very much in the left-wing bubble, and I think that clouds his view of things.
Right.
Substantially.
So he has a conversation with Vivek, and we've talked a bit about Vivek. You guys have messaged me wanting us to talk more about Vivek, so I think a lot of you guys are super into Vivek. So I figured we would watch this back and forth. This is the first look. My first experience with Vivek was painful. He was doing a debate, I think, with David Sachs from All In Podcast, and he was talking about how all the people who had money in Silicon Valley Bank should lose their money, and it seemed ridiculous to me and horrible and unnecessary. So I didn't like Vivek from that perspective. I don't like him for his economic policies. He also came out with a policy that people under 25...
Raise the voting age!
Right,
Adam triggered.
Yeah, people under 25 should not be allowed to vote. And as soon as he said that, this guy's dead to me. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But
I think it's a great idea.
So this is the first conversation that I've seen with him that I actually like the guy. I actually think he did a really good job in this. So now I'm totally conflicted because while I hate his economic policy, this cultural policy that he's kind of pitching in recent days, pretty based.
Okay. So do you think you actually like him, or is it just because you don't like David Pakman, so seeing them against each other has made you like him more?
Well, and his
Or a
response.
combination?
Look, and his response to
Yeah.
David Pakman, who obviously asked a bunch of gotcha questions.
Mm-hmm.
His responses to those questions are impeccable. He does an
Okay.
amazing job. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very good speaker.
So,
And I said this on Sunday. I thought it was hilarious and fantastic that Vivek put out this tweet that was about how like America is based around these American ideals and the American spirit. It's
yep.
not based around blood or ethnicity.
Yep.
And like that tweet, oh my God, I never expected this. That tweet was just like chum for like the racists. Like all these people that are like come out of the water, like of the woodwork, like, no, Vivek, America's built around the blood of a very specific group of white Europeans. And it should remain that way. And I'm like, oh my God, all the white nationalists are coming out for Vivek.
People,
It was pretty. If you're interested, if you go on his timeline, you look at the replies and the quote tweets on it. Man, it's interesting. It's interesting.
this is what is infuriating, Sitch,
Yeah.
because I looked at some of those tweets and it's pretty freaking obvious what's going on, right?
Yes.
But
Obviously.
you will have people telling you, don't believe your lying eyes. What they're saying is not racist at all, and that you are the bad person for calling it racist, Sitch.
Well, if Vivek says that America should be based around some kind of American ideal, right, and it's
Right.
not based on blood, and people's response to that are to say, well, no, the founding fathers thought it should be based around blood. It's like, well, hold on. Are you just saying that you thought that that's what Vivek wasn't making a historical claim about what, at least I don't believe this is not how I interpreted this. Okay. If you want to say that you think Vivek made some factual error that the historical fathers did believe this was based around blood, then, I mean, that is true. They obviously did think that way. But obviously, Vivek is relating this to now in modern times. And if you're going to hyperfixate on basing our country around the original stock, the original blood line or lineage of white Europeans from very specific European countries, like England and Germany specifically, from the 1700s, you can't. I mean, you could pretend like you're just trying to correct a factual error, but if you're just quote correcting the factual error and you're not also saying, oh, even if that's true, I think nowadays it should be based around an ideal, then you're just, I'm sorry, you're just carrying water. You're either an idiot or you're carrying water intentionally for white nationalism. So
Sitch, you don't understand, okay? You're totally reading into this.
no, I mean all those people
But
that were,
Sitch.
but all those people that were making those sort of like questionable replies. If you check their other replies, they would generally make it a far more clear what they were talking about. They were just people that believe that they're in favor of the country being a white country. So I mean, I don't know. I'm tired of people playing this game. It's very transparent. It's very obvious.
I know.
I think we're all tired of it. I think we all see it. But again, go to Vivek's tweet, check the replies, check the quote tweets. You can see it for yourself. You don't take my word for it. So anyway.
So they also, in this conversation, we may cut away and actually go to the conversation that he had on another podcast. It's the great guy. I can't remember the name of the podcast, but I guess we'll remember it when we get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Andre the Great, Andre the Giant.
Andre the Giant. When he cuts away to Andre the Giant.
No, who's the rapper guy that has the podcast? The black guy.
I don't know. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he had a Vivek was on his podcast. And I don't know if you saw it. It's kind of old news at this point, but they kind of go full CRT on him, and Vivek handles it very, very smartly. So they briefly mentioned that in here, but I thought if you haven't seen it, we should pull that up as well. So I'll look for it while we start this up. Ready?
I'm sure someone in chat knows whatever you're talking about.
Yeah. Someone in chat, let us know so we can know what to look for.
Was it on the Breakfast Club? Is that what we're talking about? Charlemagne, Charlemagne the God?
Charlemagne the Great, the God.
The God. How did you get Andre from Charlemagne? They sound nothing alike.
The Giant.
You just heard the God, and in your mind it was the G word, the Great,
Yes.
The Giant, Andre the Giant. Okay.
What kind of egomaniac calls himself the God?
Charlemagne. That's
Charlemagne the God.
Yeah, no, it's insane. But anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Vivek Ramaswamy, who's an entrepreneur candidate in the
Still 100% think that last name is racist as fuck, but
How is it racist?
it just sounds racist.
Oh my God, you bigot.
2024 Republican primary, also author of the book Woke Inc. Inside Corporate America's Social Justice Scam, which maybe we will have the opportunity to get to. I really appreciate your time today. I know you're super busy. I'm going to get right into what, fortunately or unfortunately, is often my first question when we speak to candidates right now. It's just sort of like a sanity check, which I think you will pass, honestly.
Let's hope.
Is there...
Okay, what do you think he's going to ask? This is a sanity.
A sanity check.
A sanity check for the candidate.
Sanity check. Okay. David Pakman, sanity check. He's going to ask him if he thinks Kyle Rittenhouse was a bloodthirsty racist killer who crossed state lines with an illegal weapon.
That would be good, since David Pakman still believes that's the case. So that would be a good question.
He's going to ask him about January 6th election denial. I mean, my actual guess.
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Easy.
Look at this.
Easy.
Any way to interpret that Donald Trump actually won the 2020 election, or did he lose the 2020 election?
The way you're framing the question, you're asking me a very specific question. Is there any way? Here's one important unexplored strand.
Okay.
Okay. The Hunter Biden laptop story and its systematic suppression. I'm a data-driven guy.
Really?
I'm a data-driven guy, and I think you probably are too, based on
absolutely
what little I know. So look at the polling data on the aftermath and before and after. There are more than enough people, it's not even by a super small margin, that say they would have changed their vote had they been exposed to that information before that election. The fact is that was systematically suppressed in what was probably the single greatest form of election interference in American history.
And
there was a lot of discussion. If I may just finish, just so you get the full.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm answering your question.
Well,
Why is he interrupting?
Well, listen now. Calm down. Relax.
Look, this is a comedy show. We haven't been able to do
comedy. I know.
We haven't been able to do comedy for
that's
like
true.
an hour.
We're talking to Sam and
20
trying
minutes.
not to be funny. Yes. No, I think even though I disagree, I'm skeptical that whether the article would have come out would have had some massive impact one or the other. But I think this is actually the perfect way to answer this
I know.
question. You know, so Vivek is obviously very smart. He's thought about all this. He's got this prepared. So
he's ready to go.
He's ready to go.
Look at this. And David Pakman is like, he doesn't know how to respond because he's like, wait, he
didn't expect this. Yeah.
He is denying the election.
Yes.
But I can't bitch at him about it.
But in a way that's like less crazy than normal. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A way that David Pakman might even be forced to contemplate one day.
Right.
So good.
Full freight of my view here.
Yeah.
There was a lot of discussion about the legitimacy of the 2016 election on the back of Russian election interference that actually, it turns out, was actually much smaller scale than surmised. But on the day of Trump's inauguration, there was a lot of discussion. Hillary Clinton called the election result illegitimate and said that it was partly the product of Russian election interference. Whatever that was, that pales in comparison,
really,
to the effect of the systematic suppression on domestic soil of a story that 2 years later, every news outlet in this country has absolutely admitted was indeed true when it was systematically suppressed at the time. So you ask the question, is there any basis? There's your basis.
And it is, do you have an opinion as to, is it the explicit pictures of Hunter that would have in some way changed people's minds, or the as of yet unproven claims that Joe Biden is involved in some kind of bribery fraud scheme, or like what about it?
So I'm not speaking for the survey respondents, but I can tell you what speaks to me.
Yeah.
Actually, because I wouldn't have changed my vote. I voted for Trump, right? So I wasn't one of the survey respondents who said I would have changed my vote because of it.
Good.
How cool.
Okay.
So here's
how cool is that? He just totally slapped him in the face. It wouldn't have changed my vote because I voted for Trump.
This is what I think he's going to say. We're predicting what he's going to say. Okay. He's going to say, listen, David, I think when people saw Hunter Biden's penis blown up in 1080p while there's a line of cocaine on it, and there's a prostitute snorting coke off of his penis, I think people would have saw that and been like, base, I want that man's father to be president.
I don't think
you don't think that's what he's going to say?
I don't think that's what he's going to say. No, but I mean,
okay, we'll see. I feel pretty confident.
Do you think? I mean, it's interesting the way that David Pakman immediately goes into debate mode as to how the Hunter Biden laptop would not have affected the election outcome at all. And if it would have, it's still though. He did kind of. He's like, is it? He said, is it? No, he already has said. He said, is it the Hunter Biden pictures? Right. Implying that Hunter Biden is not running for president. So whatever Biden's son does not really affect the president. He also says it doesn't have anything to do with the unproven allegations of corruption from Burisma.
Sure.
Look, I don't know that you have to prove those. Just the idea that there may be some sort of corruption going on could sway the election. But immediately he goes into Biden simp mode at the beginning of this.
Oh, no, you are correct. Yeah. No, you are 100%. I wouldn't call it debate mode, but I would 100% call it Biden defense mode. Yeah, obviously. And because you're right, because he didn't, the way he framed it, the unproven allegations, right? Making sure to say it that specific way.
Right. He's like, I can't have this guy come on my show
and
talk about the Hunter Biden laptop. I've been suppressing that information for 2 years now.
Well, it's funny because like I would hope that if people's opinion were changed because of the laptop story, it would be because of the allegation of corruption instead of the pictures. Well, but I fear that there's people that just see pictures of, his son be naked doing drugs with prostitutes, and they're like, "Oh, that's enough for me." It's like who cares,
Well, okay, yeah, I would hope it would be the corruption too, but I think it would be just the naked pictures, just the degeneracy of it.
Well, but actually, you know what? Actually, I take it back. I think in a normal election, if this was 2008, okay, or 2000. I think that those pictures of his son would have had a huge impact on the election.
Of course, yeah.
I don't think in 2020, with Donald Trump, who everyone knew cheated on his wife with a porn star, okay, and said, grab him by the pussy, said all these other things. I feel like people just kind of it seems like people got over these sorts of like sexual things affecting their votes.
That's not true. That's completely not true.
You think they just got over it for Trump and no one else?
They didn't get over it for Trump. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Trump lost in 2020.
Yeah, but I don't think it wasn't because of that.
Yes, it was. He lost white suburban women. Why do you think he lost those white suburban women?
I don't think it was because he cheated on his wife. I think it was because there was this idea that he was anti-women that was kind of perpetrated for 4 years based on legislation and abortion and things of that nature.
Look, cheating on your wife means you're anti-woman. Women don't like that.
Okay.
Women don't like to vote for cheaters.
You could be right. I'm just skeptical.
That's how Trump lost the election.
Right. Okay, I don't think that's why.
This is why I think it's ridiculous to think that Trump...
Wait. The grab by the pussy thing came out before the election. Didn't the cheating on his wife thing, wasn't that like talked about before he was even elected?
Look, they're going to look the other way.
Oh, okay. Look, so you're proving my point now.
No, hold on. There was plausible deniability when they had the grab him by the pussy thing because he was just talking about it. As soon as Stormy Daniels comes out and says, "Oh yeah, I fucked him," there's no more plausible deniability.
When did that happen? I thought that came out before the election.
Sitch, you're coping, okay? Why?
Wait, what? I'm just asking a fact question. What are you talking about?
You're coping. You're in a hyper cope spiral. I'm trying to.
Here, I just looked it up. See, here, just now who's coping? The Wall Street Journal reported in October of 2016, just before the election, that Donald Trump arranged a payment of $130,000 to pornographic actress Stormy Daniels to stop her disclosing an affair she and Trump allegedly had in 2006. Boom, baby! Sitch is right again.
When did this drop? Right before the election?
The month before the election.
October surprise?
This was the October surprise for Trump, was the Stormy Daniels thing. And he still won.
And this was 2016?
This was 2016. So to me, that's why when if the pictures came out, I don't think it would have had much of an impact.
Sometimes it takes a while for the Stormy Daniels had to go around the country and share her story before.
Yeah, but the laptop story
had some sort of cultural impact.
That laptop story was shared, wasn't it only like literally 2 weeks before? It was even closer to the election.
She had she had to trollop around the globe.
Okay. I don't know. We'll never know. But
anyway,
here's what does speak to me, and I think it's relevant. Let's just take this outside the scope of political partisanship. The Burisma payments to Hunter Biden are a deep problem. $5 million paid by a Ukrainian company, privately owned by somebody who at the time was sitting on the National Security Council in Ukraine. Relevant now because it did result in an impeachment of a U.S. president who called, that was Trump, who called for further investigation of that in Ukraine. But that wasn't the only geopolitical consequence of it. I think it has deep-seated implications even now for, say what many people on Russia's side of this say. Well, you have a U.S. president whose son was dealing, when that person was vice president, with actually the Ukrainian government indirectly, accepting what in any other context we would call bribes. So much so that President Obama's staff actually raised this with Biden, only to be shouted down by it. This is a bipartisan concern. That's a real issue. Also, the shell companies created to do business with China and the Chinese government, again, paid millions of dollars. That is relevant information on the eve of a presidential election, when the fourth largest newspaper in circulation, the New York Post, founded by Alexander Hamilton, had its social media accounts locked for publishing a story where you and I would have had our accounts locked for even sending it via direct message or email. So I do think we have to go back and reconcile ourselves with that, have to reckon with that, admit what went wrong if we're actually to move forward in the future. Sweeping that under the rug and relegating that to be the concern of rubes that live in the middle of the country and are election deniers, I think is the wrong approach for us to heal as a country. I think we have to reckon with the fact that we did that as a nation. The United States of America, we let that happen. Admit that. Now, my view is nations make mistakes. You can move forward if you understand those mistakes, but we have to be open about them.
So not to stay on this, but to summarize, in terms of a factual vote dumps or sandwiches and ballots under the table or vans backing in, Mike Lindell, cyber guys looking for bamboo fibers on the ballots, you're not talking about any of that. You're simply saying, had some people known about the allegations related to Hunter Biden at the time, enough people in some states might have changed their votes such that Trump would have gotten to 270. That's your position.
If that story had not been systematically top-down suppressed.
I gotcha.
I think there's good data to suggest it could have changed the result of the election. That's
okay,
correct.
Good. And the point, again, is not to debate it with you, but to get your position on the record. Good.
It's data-driven, so it's not really
I'm super in.
Well, okay, so it's funny. So even though I'm skeptical that the Washington Post story, not the Washington Post, the New York Post story would have had that much of an impact, though obviously I think it was completely wrong for Twitter and Facebook to censor the story based on just basically their vibe or really their political bias, essentially. I do give Vivek, because I think we're saying it wrong.
Vivek.
Vivek?
Yeah, I think they bring it up in here, so we'll know.
Tyler Durkinken for $20 says it's pronounced Vivek.
Oh, okay.
But I guess we'll find out in this conversation. I do give him I do give Mr. Ramaswamy a lot of credit, because even though he doesn't want to directly say it, I do appreciate that he doesn't seem to buy into all the other stuff about the election, you know, the fake ballots and all that other stuff. Or at least if he does, he doesn't want to say it publicly. So, which is a smart move. It's definitely a smart move.
You think he buys into that stuff? No, he doesn't.
I don't. He's saying he's not claiming that he is. So he either doesn't buy into it, which I appreciate, or even if he does, he's smart enough to not say it. So
right. I don't think he does. I don't think he buys into it, but
well, that's good. I hope not. Yeah.
He supports the gold standard though, so.
Oh no, does he really?
I think so, yeah.
Oh no.
I know. It's depressing.
No. How sad. I had such high hopes. I had such high hopes. And you just dashed them. You
Yeah,
just dashed my hopes
let me
on the rocks of sorrow.
let me make sure.
Yeah. Oh no.
In your campaign.
Yeah.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
I will put the Fed back in its place, back the dollar with a basket of commodities, including gold. I knew it.
What does that mean? Wait, but it won't just be backed by gold, it'll be backed by other things?
Gold and, a couple iPhones. Maybe throw a house in there.
All right.
Maybe some mortgage-backed securities. Maybe a little Apple stock.
Okay.
I don't know. But just including gold says it all right there. You kind of have to say that to win the Republican nomination at this point.
I don't think, no, that's not, I mean, the average, we have a lot of libertarians and being in favor of the gold standard. The average Republican voter doesn't know about the gold standard, doesn't care about the gold standard. That was not an average Republican position. So I don't, maybe it is now. It wasn't,
It is now.
It wasn't
Sound money.
It wasn't a few years ago. Could you imagine how embarrassing that'd be? America becomes the only country to go back to the gold standard.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Our economy ends up being destroyed.
It's up there with defund the police or disbanding the military. It's just,
wow, you're gonna get.
It's like shooting yourself. It's like shooting yourself in the foot. Why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you do that? So ridiculous.
Because you are right now one of the people that Donald Trump is saying nice things about in general. He mispronounces your name badly, Ramaswamy, which you may care about, you may not. That's for you to decide. But
it's been an affliction in my life, I will tell you. but I've grown used to it. Best efforts are what I appreciate.
He is generally saying the reason you're surging, he said this Saturday, is because you're actually mostly treating him well, treating him fairly, etc. You're roughly polling 5% right now, Real Clear Politics average. I'm sure there are anecdotal polls that have you higher and lower, but the Real Clear Politics average has you right around 5 right now.
I'm a distant third at 5.
You're a distant third at 5. You do seem to have taken a commanding position ahead of Mike Pence, though, and that we can talk about as well, maybe. My question is, from a practical standpoint, is your perspective on Trump calculated in order to sort of be there in case Trump really can't run a campaign because he gets arrested a third, a fourth, a fifth time, maybe even 6? Is the idea not to turn off the MAGA voter so that if Trump hits trouble, they go to you rather than maybe DeSantis or somebody else? Is that a consideration?
Okay. I think David's first questions, even if you disagree with them, I think that you can all agree that they were good questions in terms of what his audience wants to hear and what he wants to hear, right? Asking about the election fraud stuff. This question is very dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Because why does it matter what the answer to that question is?
What's the question again?
The question was, are you intentionally trying to be good and nice to Donald Trump so that in case Donald Trump gets arrested or can't run, that you can swoop in and absorb all the MAGA voters?
This is why I view Dave Pakman as a partisan hack, because everyone knows the answer to that question.
Well,
but obviously he can't say, oh yeah, that's why this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm here to steal all of Donald Trump's votes when he gets arrested.
Right,
but it's such a pointed question. But obviously, if anything like that happened, of course he would like to get his votes.
That's my point. Yeah, exactly, is what you just said. Because obviously the answer is yes. We all know the answer to that is yes. We also all know that he can't say the answer to that is yes, and he will instead say something else.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
everyone knows that. We all know. I haven't seen this. I know I know the answer is yes. I know he's not going to say yes. Okay?
Of course.
Obviously. It would be stupid to say yes to that question. He's probably going to say something about well, David, I believe in giving everyone a fair shot. I think, the president was unfairly treated. And I think people need to respect, the views of the voters, blah, 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 blah. He's going to say some political, politician stuff. Yeah. So what is the point of even asking this question?
Because
I don't understand.
Look, his first 2 questions are about Trump.
Yeah, but the first
he
two
has
questions,
TDS.
The first 2 questions, it is interesting, even though I'm sure it's been on record somewhere else. It is interesting for David Pakman to get on his record, what exactly he thinks about the election fraud claims. Right? Like that makes sense because you're like, what is he going to say? How is he going to navigate this thing? Is he going to go full that it's all fake? Is he going to go that it's not fake? Is he going to go somewhere in between, which is what he did? Like there's something there that you could say, okay, I'm not sure how he's going to. This is just what's even if he said, yes, David, I'm just doing this to steal Donald Trump voters. Like, who cares?
I'm just being nice to Donald Trump to deceive the electorate so I can become president.
Yeah, like
thank you for the question, David.
Yeah, like it's just preposterous. I don't know. It's weird to me. It's a weird question to me, but maybe I'm reading into it too much.
Well, it's not weird. It's an adversarial question, obviously. That's the point.
But it's a pointless question. It's a pointless question.
Yes, it is.
It's not a political calculation. My whole political strategy in this race is to speak the truth, at least share my beliefs, tell the people who I am and what I stand for, and leave it to the voters to decide whether that's what they want.
Okay.
And so if I come out of this election where everybody in this country knows who I am and what I stand for, and that's not what they want, I'm at peace with that. I'm very much at peace with that. And that's exactly the system working as it should. The more I learn about and the experiences I have, the more difficult I realize how hard that is for certainly me and probably any other candidate to actually achieve that goal. But anyway, the reason I'm saying what I am is I actually do believe that Donald Trump was an effective president. He was an effective president, no doubt about it. I think he was a good president with whom I agree on most policy questions. The reason I'm in this race is that, A, I believe I can take that agenda even further than he did and unite the country in the process. Because for whatever reason, and I don't blame him for this, but I think it's just a fact.
Okay.
That about 30% of this country becomes, I would say mentally ill in a certain form, psychiatrically ill.
I've heard you say that.
Yeah. They agree with
Notice David's fluttering eyelids, like he knows he's talking. Who do you think he's talking about here, Sitch?
Are you saying he thinks David Pakman is mentally ill?
When he says this, when he's talking about the 30% of the country that gets mentally ill, anytime any topic around Donald Trump comes up, who do you think he's talking about?
He's talking about David Pakman.
He's talking about David Pakman, and specifically 1 million people that subscribe to David Pakman's channel.
Right.
That's who he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah. Look at how adeptly did he turn this. Remember the question that he asked? Now who's in the hot seat?
You're right. He's a great speaker, great politician. He asked him this dumb question and he turned it around.
He turned it around on him.
And he's like, listen, you got the TDS. Okay.
Yes. This is why your first 2 questions were about Donald Trump. Just sit down here on Vivek's lap, David. Just sit down here. I'll soothe you. I'll tell you everything's going to be okay. All right? If Donald Trump is president again, you'll be okay. You'll be fine. He did the thing that he said was perfect. He said, I agree with him on policy proposals. All that late night tweeting and like starting a coup and all that shit. I'm not in favor of that stuff.
Well, but obviously he's not going to say that.
Yeah, but
but that's kind of the implication.
This is brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. He's saying a lot without saying anything, which is great. Politics 101. He gets an A+.
That's a good freeze frame you got for him there. Look at that.
Oh, I know.
He's about to go suffering suffotage.
Did you see the David just like gulped and like kind of blinked oddly? Like,
no, go back.
Shit, here it comes.
I want to watch it again.
Here you go. Here it comes. Watch it in its glory.
Okay.
That about 30% of this country becomes, I would say mentally
uncomfortable laugh, kind of looks away.
mentally ill in a certain form, psychiatrically ill.
I've heard you say that.
Yeah. They agree with things that they otherwise wouldn't have agreed with. They start disagreeing with things they otherwise would have agreed with just because he's saying them. And I think that for whatever reason, I'm not yet having that effect on people, and I don't think I will.
No,
and that
you
allows
don't
us
seem to make people crazy. You know, the interesting thing about the psychiatric thing, you know, your background is in, if I understand, undergrad biology and then business. Mine is in economics and communication. Neither one of us are doctors. But one of the interesting things is I was in Chicago last weekend. I was sitting very close proximity to a table of MAGA folks who were talking about the primary, and I was just listening in like a fly on the wall. It was an incredible sociological experience as a progressive. I was out of my bubble. And they start talking about, you know who's really in charge? It's Obama through the military. And then someone else says, you know, the vaccines, this and that and the other thing. And someone else says, you know, we got to get rid of the deep state. And one guy goes, you know who I like? I like that Indian guy. They didn't know your name. They didn't know your name, but they refer to you as that Indian guy because he's not part of the deep state, et cetera, et cetera. The definition of what we mean by psychiatric illness, a lot of the stuff I'm hearing from folks about JFK Jr.'s alive and all this different conspiracy stuff that surrounds MAGA, it seems as though when we start just saying psychiatric illness, I don't know if it gets us to where the country is and what would be best for it necessarily, which is why I wonder about this talking point you've come up with about Trump makes a third of the country psychiatrically ill. What are you getting at when you say that?
So do I need to bring up the whataboutism counter today, Sitch? I feel like maybe I have to. Sitch.
I'm thinking here. I don't know if that was a whataboutism. Why do you perceive it as a whataboutism?
Because it's very clearly saying, oh, you're saying I have TDS and that my audience has a psychological illness every time we talk about Trump. But what about all the MAGA people who think that the vaccines are, you know, have tracers in them that follow them around? That is a clear whataboutism.
That's a good point. Though he did manage to frame it at the end as a not whataboutism by saying like, do you think it brings the country in a good place to frame this as a mental illness? So you're right. He kind of, the setup was all whataboutism, and then he brings it home to be not a whataboutism, which is actually a very clever tactic that we should remember in the future.
When we accidentally do a whataboutism?
Yeah. If we're like going to try to sneak a whataboutism in there. Yeah, that's interesting. Though to be fair, though, it's funny because they both have. Well, I don't know what Vivek's position is on this. I mean, obviously he won't say this publicly because I've always said, you know, the truth. I think Vivek is right. I think Trump does make 30% of the country crazy. I just think that
30% I think is conservative, to be honest.
Well, okay, I think we'll say this. How about this? Trump makes 50% of the country crazy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that 50% cuts both directions. TDS is a bi-directional illness. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
It goes in both directions. So
with the deep state stuff, you're saying.
I mean, all the vaccine stuff, you know, they're putting microchips in the blood.
But that's not a Trump thing because
it's
Trump
is
in favor of the vaccines.
That's true. That's a good point. And that maybe it's not fair to throw that on Trump's shoulders. Yeah. But there's a group of people who are the diehard, MAGA people who seem to believe in a lot of these conspiracies.
Yeah. Well, I just think that's human nature. And
of course it is human nature. Right. So, yeah. Unfortunately.
I would separate the hatred. I mean, I guess it is kind of hatred of the government is what drives the deep staters. It's not necessarily hatred of any one politician.
Oh yeah, no. It is. Well, here's the problem, and this is kind of why, you know, the media went a long way to helping cement this idea of the deep state, because basically what happened was Trump comes in and Trump says all the government and all the institutions are corrupt. Okay, that's what he runs on this idea, which a lot of people felt that way anyway. Because, as I've said a million times, because there was never a redress from the housing crash. So a lot of people have this kind of feeling about everything being corrupt. And then when Trump is president, you do have the media is just so unfair to Trump.
Yes.
Right. There's lots
totally.
of things they could criticize him, but they would go so far beyond the legitimate criticisms, and they'd be very unfair to Trump. And when people would see that, and it became so crystal clear that so many in the media not only were unfair to Trump, but were like deranged. I think a lot of media members were literally deranged towards their hatred to Trump and the way that they'd frame the stories. That completely solidifies in a massive portion of the country's mind that everything Trump is saying about all these institutions being corrupt is true.
Yep. Yeah.
And then the problem is that bleeds over into all institutions, as opposed to just the media. So
they pushed the narrative that Trump was bringing fascism to America.
Yes.
So, yeah. Obviously, if fascism is coming to America, one should be prepared to do crazy things. Anyway, let's move on.
He's too divisive?
No, I think that I'm describing the fact of many people in this country disagreeing with policies that they otherwise would have agreed with, that I believe are good for this country, that Trump believed are good for this country, that they put themselves at odds with just because he's the person arguing for them. Like at the southern border, for example. I went to speak of Chicago, since I'll reminded me of my experience of going to Chicago recently.
You didn't sit next to these people I sat next to, I'm guessing.
No, and actually I share with you a commitment to get outside my own bubble too.
Yeah.
So I went to the south side of Chicago, where Republican candidates don't go.
Right.
So nearly 90% black audience, most of whom are viewed as deep Democrat country. We held a couple of town halls. I got my hair cut at a barbershop. We visited South Shore High School in Chicago, which is partly being converted into an encampment for migrants who are crossing the southern border. I'll tell you what I found. I found some of the most ardent supporters of sealing the southern border who I have met in my life. Didn't come at a conservative MAGA rally. It came on the south side of Chicago. And I think that that's just one example among many. I found some of the fiercest opposition to our war in Ukraine, which, by the way, I share in common. And so I don't think the real partisan boundaries that the media teaches us to accept, those aren't the real divisions in this country right now. I think there are different divisions. They do not track traditional Republican Democrat boundaries. That's an artificial projection.
Are they class divisions more so, or what are they?
Well, first of all, I'm not even sure. I mean, immigration has always been a topic and a division. But I think the way it is now is even unusual for what it's been. Because historically, at least in like the 90s, weren't the Democrats far more in favor of restricting immigration than they are now?
They were against immigration because it hurt their base economically. It hurt black voters.
Yes.
Suppressed wages.
Now that's only gone away because of this idea that Democrats think they can win by demographic change in the country.
Right. They want to let those voters in.
I mean, that's a cynical view. Obviously, there's an ideological perspective of like, we have to be nice and kind to everyone. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's what's motivating the politicians. That might be
sure. We can be nice to everyone. Let all those voters in.
Right.
All those Republican voters. All those. Conservative voters.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, as soon as they go red, all of a sudden it's
be like, seal the border.
But it's funny because he talks about how just because Trump says something, everyone's opinion changes, and it's true. And but it's sad that this is like I feel like almost every person, except for obviously all of our viewers and listeners, their first lens at which they look at the world is through like what does my political team say I should feel about this issue? Mm-hmm. And this has been going on forever. I mean, I don't know if you remember, there's a very famous at the time Key and Peele sketch, which was literally Obama as president, and he was in a meeting with the Republican senators, and whatever he would tell them not to do, they would do. He'd be like, whatever you do, like, don't drop, don't, pour this glass of water down your pants. And then like the guy would do it, whatever you do, don't staple your finger to the table. Like, and it was fine because it was the same thing when Obama was president. only in the other, towards the right. Anything Obama said, even if the Republicans supported it in the past, they would come out against it. And it's because there's this idea. Well, there's a couple things happening, but with Obama, I think it was less ideological from the politicians. I think it was more practical. There's an idea that if you can prevent a president from accomplishing anything, that's the best way to try to not get him reelected.
Yeah, to prevent his reelection chances. Yeah,
right, and to prevent, the next person from his party from being elected in the next election. Anyway.
True.
That's the thought process, and I think that's what kind of led the politicians down this pathway of whatever policy they talk about. Even if I was in favor of it, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I have to turn against it now, essentially.
Yes.
And because all the voters out there, a lot of people aren't basing their positions on a principle. They're basing it on a principle of tribalism. They just didn't remember or know what the original position was, or they don't care, and they just, flip-flop on this stuff.
Yeah, I remember Bill Clinton coming out and touting all of his accomplishments. And it really just sealed his fate in getting reelected. So that is really a thing that they try to prevent now, that they don't want the sitting president to get anything done, because they don't want him to stand up in the reelection campaign and say, I did this, 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 and this. And the voters to go, oh, we love this guy.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Is that, like when Bill Clinton ran for re-election, he really ran on his record.
He did.
And it was perceived, I think, by a lot that's why he won. And that's kind of why you had Newt Gingrich come in, and they had the strategy of don't let Bill Clinton do anything.
Right.
Shut down, this is when the government, I think, shut down for one of the first times in modern history. It was shut down the government, don't do anything, and then let's throw these like Monica Lewinsky, let's throw these like controversies at him that kind of like bog down the presidency. And then that attitude seemed to get picked up by both the Democrats and Republicans going forward, because the Democrats obviously did the same thing with Bush and George W. Bush. And then obviously the Republicans did that with Obama. And that's kind of been the strategy going forward ever since, unfortunately.
Which sucks for all of us.
Yeah, because then it's like nothing gets done. And that's why we're in this world now where it's like, oh, unless the president has like a super majority, it doesn't seem like anything's going to get done. That's why the presidents nowadays have to rely so much on executive orders and all this other stuff. So
yeah, it's bullshit.
It's
we need to throw the bombs out.
Yep.
I see it as, I cut it through. I think there's some element of class division. I think that there's a deeper division between what I call the managerial class and the citizen. And I think the managerial class pervades multiple institutions. It's not just in government. That is what we call the deep state. And believe me, I care about this phenomenon and believe I understand it deeply. But there's a sort of horizontal managerial class. The same kinds of people, if not some of the same people, who are the associate deans of God knows what at a proliferating cancer of managerialism at universities, that professionally sit on corporate boards, that become the ambassador of God knows what to some third world, or sort of second bit nation as a gig that they take on. This is the undersecretary of God knows what in the next administration. It's the rise of the managerial class that wields far more power than our founding fathers ever envisioned. And I think part of what we're missing in this country is a three-branch constitutional republic with three co-equal branches of government, where the people who we elect to run the government in the executive and legislative branches are actually the ones who run the government. That is not the case today. And so I have no doubt that, there's plenty of occasion for folks who step outside their bubble, whoever that is, to roll their eyes, and whenever they walk into that other room and walk out and dismiss whoever they heard as a bunch of crazies.
Well, Obama's still in charge secretly through the military. He's a little nuts, right?
Well, let me just that's facile. Okay, let's just double click on that a little bit. Sure. What's the intuition? What's the intuition there? The intuition is that Joe Biden, the duly elected president of the United States, supposedly the person in charge, is actually in charge, making the decisions. I don't think he is. I don't think many people in the Democratic Party think that he is. I think it is a managerial class that finds him as a convenient vehicle for advancing a particular agenda.
Okay, but are there any of these?
Facile means lazy, guys. He just called him lazy to his face, just so you guys know.
Oh, is that?
I think lazy, facile is kind of a nice way to say lazy. I think he should have just went with that's lazy.
Well, it's interesting because, it's like, why are you bringing up this? Like, you heard a random person,
yes,
make this
that
claim, right? Like, who cares? Like,
maybe
like,
he's a psych patient.
Conversation? Right. So facile technically means easily done. So it's like, that's and superficial. So I guess you could interpret that as lazy, right? So you're right. It's
of course.
A kind way of saying that's like a dumb, lazy way of looking at it. I think what he's saying about the managerial class is true. I think it's definitely happening. I think it's definitely a problem in our country. I don't think that has anything to do with the question, though, that was originally asked, which was, why is there like a disconnect? If he's talking to all these black voters that are all in favor of closing the border, why is there this disconnect between that and, who they're voting for? And I think the answer is just because the Republicans have never been able to, and we've talked about this obviously a lot, never been able to wash off the stink of racism.
The racism charge. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And a lot of this stems from, the Republican Party being far less supportive of the Civil Rights Act, in the 60s, and just going forward. And obviously the media does the best it can to paint the Republican Party as continuing the racist policies. Obviously, we just had that conversation with Sam an hour about.
Oh yeah, of course.
About this topic.
They're still hitting him with the racist stick day and night.
Right.
I'd say it's going to be a lot harder to hit Vivek with the racist stick, though.
Well, I don't know, because and we didn't even get into this. I had prepared to talk about this too with Sam, because everyone was throwing shade at the Florida curriculum that talked about, the skills, the slaves learned skills that they could use for their benefit once they were not slaves, right? And the two people that were in charge of doing those standards were both black.
Oh, you're right.
And I don't know if it was like a board of 13. I didn't check the ethnicity of every person on the board, so I don't know. But the head guy who did the interviews, who was in charge of the whole thing, is black. So it's like, yeah, you can criticize him if you think he's factually wrong, or maybe he doesn't have the expertise to do it. But I don't think he's racist. I don't think he's trying to do something, against black people. But obviously people still frame it as if the standards are racist and that he is doing something towards racism. So I'm not sure that Vivek not being white is going to protect him from accusations of supporting white supremacy or being racist or anything to that face.
My argument is, look, I completely agree with you. People are going to make the accusations. Those accusations are still going to fly. The racist,
the black face of white supremacy.
The racist stick is still going to be out every day, smacking Republicans around. Yeah. I'm just saying, at a certain point, it just starts looking ridiculous.
I agree.
And moderates and centrists are going to wake up and go, well, wait a second here. Like, I don't hear him saying anything racist, and the dude is like Indian.
Right.
Like, the credibility of the racist stick starts declining at some point. And I feel like we're kind of on the cusp of that already.
Oh no, I agree that we are. But that was like a big part of a conversation we just had with Sam, because you look at this, we look at these CRT guidelines and we listen to what that guy was saying. And to me, it's so clear if you take what they're saying on their face, and you take what the law says on its face, it's very clear that this is not racist. It's anti-racist. Yes.
When you read it, the whole chat was like, that sounds crystal clear to me.
Right. And when you but it's the problem is that Sam and other people are going
they're
into
on the far left.
I know, but even people that are not on the far left, even just like, normie lefties who don't even read the law, they just read an article about the law, essentially. They're so primed to think that all Republicans are racist and operating from a space of trying to maintain white power, that it doesn't really matter what the law says. It doesn't really matter what the individual says, because it's going to be interpreted through the lens of these people are racist. And as we know, if you tell yourself that what someone is saying is racist, you will find it to be racist.
Yes, of course. You're primed to.
Exactly, because that's how our brains work. Our brains are wired to see patterns, and if you tell yourself the pattern is X person is racist, then you're going to see it there. And but to me, and that's what frustrates me with these anti-CRT laws, because it's like you just read these on their face, and it's not racist, and that's why you have to concoct this kind of scenario where you're like, well, maybe it's not racist in its language, but it could lead to
this sort of racism.
Yeah, like it could lead to this possible parents complaining about teaching slavery because their kid feels bad, even though this hasn't happened or been documented as happening anywhere in the country, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm just saying, you get enough of the blackface of white supremacy line is always going to work on progressives. But they don't need evidence because they're already true believers. I'm saying at the margin with the kingmakers, the independents, the centrists, the moderates, the people who can vote Republican without wincing, can vote Democrat as need be. Those people, sooner or later, those accusations of the blackface of white supremacy become laughable.
Of course.
And I look at the diversity in the Republican primary, and I think, okay, we're getting there. These claims they seem farcical.
Right. Well, see, and I think, and I do give Vivek, I think he handled this very intelligently.
He did,
because,
expertly.
I mean, obviously, there are people that are racist that are both Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so I don't think you can just hand wave away, these claims. I think it is worth to actually look into them and try to get to the bottom of them, even though you can get bogged down in them. And it was interesting that he was like, even though Pac-Man brought up this kind of ridiculously silly example, like I heard a random person say this, right? Who gives a crap?
I know.
Random person who believes that they're putting microchips in vaccines and Obama's secretly running the country
through the military.
Through the military, whatever that even means. I'm not even sure what that means. But for Vivek to say, well, instead of just dismissing that as stupid and why should I respond to what some random asshole said? He's like, well, let's try to deconstruct what is actually what is the meaning, what is the theme, what is the feeling that the person is invoking? Why do they feel that way? Which is very intelligent for him to do that, and that leads him down him talking about kind of the managerial class. And I mean, he's a very sharp guy to twist that around to his advantage.
Pac-Man, you're being lazy. Let's think about the person's intuitions here. Let's see what's really going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, very intelligent, very smart.
Examples you wouldn't defend, like we've gone to Trump rallies and they say Trump's actually still in charge because the generals swore an oath to him. Are you willing to say is there some version of that one that you think
Trump
is
not in charge? That's why he is taking great pains to run for president of the United States.
Okay, so that one's just wrong. That one you're not.
I love that answer. I love that answer, David. If Trump is in charge, why the fuck is he running for president?
Well, you're right. This is a lot of what about, like, you said the left is crazy, but isn't the right crazy? Like,
totally. And not only that, it's like, thank you for coming on my show. What do you think of Trump? It's like, the whole fucking interview is about Trump. The guy's getting pissed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, all he wants him to do is to not say some shit about Trump, or he's basically trying to get him. He's trying to start drama between Vivek and Trump.
Of course,
that's the whole thing that he's going for.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, right.
It's hilarious.
I can equivocate on.
But is it David or Peck? How should I address you?
You can call me anything you want, Vivek.
Okay, got it. I'll call you David. And thank you for saying my name correctly. It is Vivek. So
Vivek.
There you go.
Okay. Vivek.
Here's what I will say. I think you and I share this in common. I'll speak for myself, and I'll, give you the assumption to start with that you share this in common. Is
sure.
We care about reviving a national identity and a nation we can be proud of that is united around the principles that set us into motion 250 years ago. That's certainly what I care about. I think that is still possible in this country. I don't know that 20 years from now it'll be possible. I think it's still possible in this country right now. I think you and I are not on the side of a national divorce. If that's the case, then we need to be able to pierce through what somebody, because I mean, I went on the Breakfast Club. I don't know if did you see that interview?
Saw it, of course.
Yeah.
We did deep prep.
I appreciate that. Deep prep. I appreciate deep prep. So I had a moment in that interview where I could probably have done to this woman, I forget her name, what you might be able to do to the people who were in that room with you in Illinois, which is to take a speck of what she said and then just say, this is my occasion to bury her. I kind of had that moment on set with Don Lemon and decided to take it because that Don Lemon's different. That's not an objective. Like, my question is, what's going on underneath the surface?
Yeah.
Okay? And I think what's going on underneath the surface in our country, left, right included, is that we are all starved, not even hungry anymore. We are starved for purpose and meaning and identity at a time in our national history when the things that used to ground us in our identity, faith, patriotism, hard work, family, these things have largely disappeared. That leaves a moral vacuum, a black hole in its wake. And when you have a black hole that runs that deep, poison fills the void. And so what we need to do is to fill that void with a vision of, in my opinion, American national identity without apology, to dilute that poison to irrelevance. That is what we are starved for. As it relates to the conspiracy theorizing on the right.
I love this.
Are you saluting? Are you saluting? I'm singing Star-Spangled Banner in my head right now. God bless America.
God, that was a great little speech. I love it.
Yeah, I know. See, this is why I'm like, oh God, the gold standard.
I know.
It's such a
Listen,
but he's right. He's right about the culture. He's totally correct.
He's completely right. Everything he said there was based, true, and I love the idea that we need this shared American identity again.
Yes.
We need to reclaim this, and it's got to be based off of patriotism and hard work.
The thing is, in order to get there, we got to grab that racist stick out of their hands and break that motherfucker and burn it.
Yes.
We got the Democrats have to knock it off with this fucking racist stick. You know, beat real racists with it. Like, by all means, there are real racists out there. They're getting hard to find, but find them and beat them with it. Stop beating.
Vivek's doing a good job finding them.
Oh yeah, exactly. Look,
by
and
accident.
Look, and Sitch and I are not afraid to call those people out as well. Okay.
Right.
But when you're calling rank and file Republicans, look, I just read Clarence Thomas's memoir. The dude is fighting for the black community. I don't know how you could call that guy the black face of white supremacy with in an honest way. It's ridiculous. And the fact that politicians are willing to do that simply because he's a Republican is disgusting. It's totally disgusting.
Right.
So
the difficulty with it is that the left basically perceives what he said about like creating the joint shared American identity in the context of what you were saying about, you know, the racism stick is dividing us. They perceived it as a tactic to essentially say, we're going to not think about race at all. We're going to all become colorblind. And that's a tactic so that we can basically let all the black people sink into obscurity as we continue to either intentionally be bigoted against them or just because of the consequences of the history of oppression and segregation, they'll continue to flounder. Like, that's their view of that. And I don't know how you change their minds on that one.
It's tough because I watched the clip and we read what that guy said. I don't know how Sam Sedar can see that or hear that and think, okay, this guy's a white supremacist. Because what he's saying is that, you know, he's basically conceding that all the racist shit America did in the past was wrong and
not living up to our principles.
Not living up to our principles, exactly. And we need to teach that because, you know, any people that forget their history are doomed to repeat it. Yeah. So I think the Republicans are on that page. Sure, there are racists in the Republican Party and there are racist conservatives that want to whitewash history. I don't think there's enough voters to put them in power. So until the left is willing to embrace that reality, and I do think the big reason that they're not willing to embrace that reality is a cynical reason, because the racist stick is very effective for gaining political power, which it sucks. But I mean,
yeah, I don't know, because you're right. I think the cynicism of it is driving a lot of it. A lot of it's also just the ideology. So it's not a coincidence to me that CRT kind of took off in the 80s, because essentially what happened was you had Reagan come in and there was a lot of pushback and rollback to, you know, affirmative action and other civil rights-esque things that were helping the Black community. And the way that kind of Reagan and the neoconservatives and the neoliberals, I guess I should say, kind of pushed back on all of this stuff was that they would use liberal arguments like colorblindness essentially to try to dismantle these civil rights programs. And that's what kind of allowed the CRT people to kind of snake in here and say, oh, see, this is why liberalism will never bring about, you know, positive change for the Black community. This is why colorblindness doesn't work. And that, but it's interesting because even though those ideas started in the 80s, they didn't really root until recently. So
right. Well, the George Floyd thing was the flashpoint for it.
Sure. I mean, it was really taken off before then. It could have just been, you know, it could just be that there's like a saturation point, because even though those ideas were never publicly popular, they were growing, I think, kind of silently and not so silently into colleges and into these college institutions, and people were just not aware of it. And maybe there just was a certain saturation point where, you know, when you have a bunch of kids who are upset because Bernie Sanders didn't win the primary, and, you know, a bunch of people on the left push that it was some kind of conspiracy, you know, that opens the door to start to accept all these other conspiracies.
That's a good point too.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why it took off. I mean, because it even took off before, like it started to take off before then in 2014. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was just a reaction to the housing crash. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly why 2014 was like when this stuff really started to accelerate.
Well, I do think there's also the middle class is economically depressed regardless of race as well. So
yeah,
that's part of the problem.
I mean, I talked about on another stream how, you know, if you go back, I think it was 2006, 2008, I don't remember what year it was. You go back and you look at the Duke lacrosse thing, you know, the Duke lacrosse scandal. It's crazy. You look at some of what the teachers back in those days were saying about the students. They're saying all the same woke CRT crap that you hear today, you know, about how, you know, just rushing to judgment to claim that all these white students were automatically guilty, and that the reason that they were guilty is because they are totally fine because of their inherent white supremacy, living in a white supremacist society, that they could take advantage of a Black girl, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then lo and behold, it turns out that the whole thing is fake.
Yeah, of course. Look, people are primed to look for this stuff. The thing is, people remember that. And how many people remember the story as being true, and how many remember the story as being fake? That's the problem right there. Because a lot of people never get the update. So it totally confirms their idea that we're on the verge of fascism.
Yep.
Yeah.
Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much, Twitter sucks. Says, to answer your question, yes, Muhammad Ali the boxer was named after the politician. I can DM you guys a video if you want to watch it. I mean, you can send it to me. I don't know if we're watching the stream, but I'll check it out at some point.
We'll watch the Breakfast Club one after this. So.
Okay.
Well, unless you're feeling tired and you want to just wrap it up.
Well, I thought you had a hard out at some time.
That's past. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. I guess I should have told you. So.
Yeah, no, I'm down to watch that. I did see. I mean, I don't want to watch the whole. I think isn't the whole conversation he has with the breakfast was kind of long. Isn't it like an hour or something?
It looks like that, yeah.
Yeah, but I
But
mean, there's some. If you have a time, there's some part of it that I remember gets very contentious, and it's kind of interesting.
yeah, that's what I figured it would have the jump. We can jump to the sweet spot. It's probably
Okay.
marked by the thing. Got to
Yeah.
get the time. Anyway, let's continue with this one.
Sure.
That as you'll label. Okay. So first of all, I think it's worth just doing a recounting of the last 24 months in this country, right? We were told that a virus that did not originate in a lab in Wuhan, if you said it did, that you were racist and had your social media accounts locked.
Okay, if we
now
can,
know
Vivek,
that it originated,
only
right?
because we have limited time and we've gotten this list so many times.
Yep.
I know where you're going with this, which is sometimes people have been wrong
Not
about
sometimes,
certain
many
things.
times would be my only point, because I could
That's
go for a
totally
long time.
fine.
In the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And so we got to be on a point where I think that alone is prima facie evidence, okay, that it's not enough to just point to the ridiculous facial claim that somebody makes and sort of narrowly solve for, can you denounce that as false? You're playing the wrong game, especially against the backdrop that is not reading a room correctly.
Yeah.
Where time and again, and so you'll cut me off appropriately because you know the list as well as I do. But time and again, it has to be measured against the backdrop of every major instance that has been systematically suppressed has come out to have had some element of truth to it.
Fair.
And I think against that backdrop,
if it's
we have that
okay with
conversation.
you, so I can hit a couple other things,
Yeah.
I want to leave it at, I think there's a difference between recognizing that, for example, how effective vaccines are against the latest variant is different than Trump is in control right now because the general swore a loyalty oath. As long as we can agree those are two different things and we can talk about both, we can maybe hit a couple other things. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Fair.
I think we're on the same page there.
Good. I have to talk to you about woke and wokeness. You wrote the book. It's in the title. One of the things I'm interested in when it comes to the anti-woke movement and woke as a cancer or a problem is that there's about a half dozen or more polls that show that wokeness seems to be the predominant perspective if you look at the whole country. I won't give you the full list, but just so we put a couple here, there's one poll from Pew which finds that about 6 in 10 Americans say on the issue of going far enough, the right distance or not far enough on making trans people feel okay, not discriminated against, understanding their issues. 60% say we've hit the right note or we actually have not gone far enough. There's one from The Hill about 60% of the country is against any restrictions on drag performances. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Maybe you will dispute the numbers, maybe you won't, but those are some of the data I'm working with. Doesn't it seem as though the anti-woke idea is maybe overplaying a hand that might do well in some parts of the country, but won't win a national campaign, as evidenced by what Ron DeSantis is seeing right now, losing 42% of his support in the primary?
It's interesting because I don't know, he said it was a Gallup poll, right?
Yeah. I don't know the
because
Gallup poll. We did look at it. I remember looking at it.
Yeah, because when we covered this topic a couple streams ago, and I looked up in the Gallup poll, it was the exact opposite. It was support for trans issues has been going down in the last 2 years, not going up. So
Right.
I don't know. I have no clue what he's talking about. Most people don't agree that children should be able to transition.
Well, this is the thing, because he said specifically in the question, he talked about equal rights and housing and job discrimination and stuff.
Well, maybe he's being limited.
He's using a different question.
Right, because those polls. Yeah, so the poll that we did look at did say that the majority of people think that you should not discriminate against trans people in terms of housing.
But in
or
the same
job or
poll, I
things.
think they do ask a question about children and puberty blockers, and it's like
Right.
60 to 70% say no.
Yes, and still the one thing they do say, the majority of people, I have it right here, Gallup poll, 2023 of May, it says 69% of respondents said that you should only be able to play on a team that matches your birth.
Yeah, they're
gender.
against. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. They're against trans women playing women's sports. So I don't like. I think David would call that anti-woke. I mean, I kind of object to the framing of being anti-woke, but
no,
this is another reason why I wanted to watch this, because it is interesting, the definition he uses of woke. So, and I haven't read Vivek's book. It's been on my list for a long time. I just like reached full woke. Like I'm kind of over woke myself, just because it's. Look, I am an artist. Okay, I'm open to new experiences.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that people get tired of talking about the same thing, even if the same thing continues
to be relevant. I know. It's my problem.
To press on and be a problem.
Look, I get it. I get it. Let's just find a new name and continue
Cultural
forward.
Marxism.
Well, let's look. That's the Nazi thing. You can call it that. I don't care.
Yeah.
You've got the Jewish immunity idol, though. So.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. And even in this poll, and this to me is crazy, this year, it says that 55% of respondents say it's morally wrong to change one's gender.
He might say this in the video, so I don't know if I'm stealing it from Vivek, but it's also poor framing to say that woke has crested because DeSantis is using it in his campaign and not winning, when Trump is using it in his campaign and winning. It's like,
right. Well, Trump's using well, and I brought this up when we talked to Crystal and Kyle. I said, I think that's a bad metric because DeSantis has the charisma of wet cardboard.
Yes, of course.
DeSantis, yeah, this is true. DeSantis is running heavily on woke, but you can run heavily on issues that people like, but if you have -10 to your charisma, okay, it doesn't matter what issues you push, people aren't going to like you, especially when you're running against Donald Trump, who, whether you like him or not, he is, one of the most charismatic politicians we've had in a very long time.
Yeah. All right.
So I want to say something, which I've said before, but it doesn't seem to matter, but I'm going to say it anyway. The media seems to be the one that uses a label of anti-woke to describe my campaign. I am running a campaign to revive national identity. And at the time I wrote Woke Inc., you know what people criticized the title back then? People said, nobody knows what this word is. Okay. So at the time I wrote the book, that was actually the chief criticism of the title. And unlike many on both the left and right, I will define exactly what it is that I view as a symptom of a deeper malaise in our current.
I thought you were going to define woke itself.
No, well, wokeness is a symptom, and I will define the symptom, but it is also a deeper cancer. And wokeness is a worldview that says that there are certain invisible social relationships between us, grounded on oppression or oppressor relationships and statuses of people, based on race, gender, and sexuality. That you're either oppressor or oppressed based on those genetic attributes, that there are invisible societal injustices resulting from them, and that we have to be awake, alert to those injustices and then correct for them. Left or right, I think that's a neutral definition that describes at least what we're talking about.
I have a different one, which is much simpler, which is simply becoming woke is becoming aware that there are problems in our society bigger than any one person's circumstances. That's how I define it. And
Okay, wait. That's probably in all the time, on all the things we've watched where people define woke, I think David Pakman has given the worst definition I've ever heard for woke that we've ever covered. That is awful.
There are problems that are bigger than the individual.
Yeah. Okay.
No shit.
Yeah, that is a terrible, terrible definition. Like, that's a shocking bad definition.
By that definition, isn't cancer woke?
Well, wait, hold on. Let's go back for a second.
Becoming aware that there are problems in our society bigger than any one person's circumstances. That's how I define it. And I know it's very different from what you're saying.
That's a slightly different definition. And
they're bigger than one person's circumstances. That's so dumb. That's so bad. That's such a bad I'm just shocked. I am shocked at how bad a definition of that is. I'm trying to like.
Well, I would have to ask a
mind...
follow-up to know exactly, specifically what he means by that.
Right. Because I'm trying to like good faith Gary this and try to understand like, okay, how can I make this not stupid? Like, what is he trying to say? What does that mean? Like, maybe he's trying
saying that
to...
there are systemic problems.
I assume that's what he's trying to make. Right. I assume that's what he's trying to get at. The way he phrased that is a very poor way of saying that. I don't know.
Is one of those problems that people are oppressed by an oppressor class of people?
Of course.
Because then it completely fits in with Vivek's definition.
Right. Well, the thing is, Vivek's definition, I think, is true. Completely true. I think that's a completely true way of defining what wokeness is. I don't think it's a helpful way of defining woke. Because if he gives that definition, I don't think people know what that means. And I don't think it has anything to jump out at someone to interest them to try to know what that means.
Right. The oppressor oppressed thing, I think, is correct.
No, what he said is correct. It is correct. It is factually correct. There's all these individual systems that are intertwining all these different people, and that we're all oppressors or oppressives, right? That is true.
But I agree that it's not like easily clear to any person who comes across it for the first time.
That's why I always say wokeness is the idea that liberal solutions can't solve our social problems. Because even though you might not know what that means, you're like, wait, if you're on the left, that is interesting. Because you're like, what do you mean liberal solutions are going to solve all cultural problems? I thought wokeness was liberal. And you're like, is it?
Yes. Yeah, no.
Is it? Question mark. Let me tell you a story. Sit down and let me tell you a story. Okay.
Well, in the context of Vivek's definition, what you're saying is that liberal solutions won't solve the oppressed dynamic in the world.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And in David PAKMAN'S definition, what you're saying is, I don't know.
I'm saying his definition is terrible is what I'm saying.
What are the things that he's talking about that are, I mean, he's got to be talking about oppressor oppressed. What else could he mean?
I'm assuming he's trying to say systemic racism without saying the word systemic racism.
Right.
That'd be my guess. So
there are problems that are bigger than any one individual.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, duh.
I think he's embedded a bunch of concepts in there that aren't overtly obvious from that reading. So I imagine if we were talking to David, he would say something like, well, this is why colorblindness doesn't work. This is why liberal individualism doesn't work. You know, like, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming he's embedding in like group race consciousness into that idea, the way he's framed this. So, but anyway.
All right.
One that is set up for more people to agree with it. But I think that that's not, I respectfully, David, that's a definition that on its own does not support the specificity of policies that follow from it, right? Racial quota systems in boardrooms. The fact that a company cannot list on NASDAQ unless it has a certain number of quotas filled by racial minorities or sexual minorities on its board. That is a much more specific instantiation that closely tracks my definition of wokeness than a general definition that there are just vaguely some things wrong in the world that are systems that don't result from individual behavior. Well, okay, that's a big leap to get from there to racial quota systems, especially when actually in that very rule, and I'm just triple clicking on that just to get specific, but it is not an outlier. It is an example of what we see pervasively, where people then came back and said, well, how about veteran status or disability status? To which the government, the SEC, and the NASDAQ said no, because that would reduce the desired forms of diversity on that board. So we are talking about very specific instantiations of a culture that we can't just elide in the form of a general neutral definition that there are some unfair systems that we need to correct for them. That's not the essence of the claim that alone would support the range of policies that we see. And so I think we have to owe it to ourselves to at least be specific and get on the table, where I'll give Ibram Kendi at least some credit for being specific when he expressly says the right answer to past discrimination is present discrimination. the right answer to present discrimination is future discrimination. Those are his words, not mine. You have to take people like Ayanna Pressley at their word. We don't want any more black or brown faces that don't want to be a black or brown voice. I know that's a little bit uncomfortable to smoke out because it makes a lot of my friends on the left uncomfortable because they don't want to agree with those exact statements, even though they do want to agree with the more neutral definition of wokeness that you provided. But we have to smoke that out where there are policies that directly track what the leading advocates of this movement have said in their own words. That's not me putting words in anybody else's mouth. And I think we just have to own that up and get that on the table so we can actually have an honest, clean-hearted debate about it.
Yeah,
right?
what's interesting about that is it sounds, you know.
So again, great answer. Fantastic answer.
He's killing it.
You know, I didn't even know this. I'd never heard this about the NASDAQ thing. NASDAQ literally has diversity requirements to be listed. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got to read that book.
Because I'm trying to look this up.
That's like the ESG stuff, right?
This is, no, I mean, this is even a step beyond the ESG stuff. To say you can't even be listed on the NASDAQ without having some kind of diversity requirements, to me is like, oh, that's extreme. And I think it's great for him in terms of his persuasion to bring up this and say, you know, your definition, David, doesn't fulfill with this very physical policy we're seeing in the real world, right? Just saying that there's, you know, some problems that are grander than just the individual. I mean, I guess it's private. I don't know. I don't think that should be legal, though. I kind of wonder if they'll bring a lawsuit against.
Well, now that they
for that.
Overturn the affirmative action, maybe they have the legal standing to bring a lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't know. Because obviously you get these differences between education and these differences between public and private companies. Says diverse director objective. Operating companies with boards of more than 5 members can satisfy the diversity objective with 1 female director and 1 director who is an underrepresented minority or LGBTQ+.
How you like that?
That's so funny. Oh my God. Smaller reporting
just say
companies.
You're gay, Sitch. It's okay. Look, just tell them you're gay.
There's a great episode of Community where the board of the college gets into trouble for some sort of supposedly anti-gay thing. So then they try to get the dean, who's very like effeminate. It's not like the entire series is very effeminate. He seems kind of gay. It's not really clear what his sexuality is. So because the board gets in trouble for some sort of anti-gay comments, they try to make the dean come out as gay, to like to give good publicity to the school, and he does. And it's just like he's getting all this positive press. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's the gay dean!" Like they even make up a song called "Gay Dean," and everyone's so happy about it. It reminds me exactly of this. Like we have to go get someone to fulfill this diversity requirement.
Hilarious.
Smaller reporting companies can meet the diversity objectives with 2 female directors or with 1 female director and 1 director who is underrepresented minority of the LGBTQ+. Wait a minute. Does that mean smaller reporting? Does that mean if you have a board with under 5 people, you have to have at least 2 women or 1 woman and 1 other on the board?
That's insane.
How, to me, what is the justification that they have to tell these companies what to do? That's insane to me.
If you want to be a publicly traded company on the NASDAQ,
yes.
It's their NASDAQ's a privately traded company. Well, no, NASDAQ I think is publicly traded, but it's a private entity.
Privately run. Yeah. It's privately managed. I don't think that should be legal, honestly. I don't think that should be legal at all. But okay. Wow.
You know, most of the examples you're coming up with as someone on the progressive left are not examples I would defend. And simultaneously, it sounds like you're also not denying that when it comes to the way we treat people, when it comes to the questions asked in these polls about wokeness, when it comes to trans, controlling books, drag shows, etc., I'm not hearing that that's actually the fight you really want to have, which if that's the case, I like that. I think that that's good.
Yeah, well, here's the one fight on that narrow issue that I do care to have is as it relates to kids.
Okay.
So I believe that, and what I'm about to say is controversial to some, but I'm going to share my view, and I think it's grounded in history and fact and my true perspective. I think that gender dysphoria, especially in kids, is a mental health condition that and should be treated as such. And for most of our history, all the way through the DSM-4, and I believe the DSM-5 has been viewed that way. When a kid says that their gender does not match their biological sex, that is usually evidence that something else is wrong in their life, and we should get to the bottom of that. I do not believe it is compassionate to affirm that kid's confusion. I believe that is cruelty. I believe 20 years from now, we will look back at allowing kids to undergo genital mutilation and chemical castration in the way that we would also judge Iran for doing the same thing. In Iran, if you're gay, you know what they do? They make you undergo genital mutilation and sex change. I think many gay kids are going through the same thing today because of the trans fixation in really American culture right now. I met two young women, Chloe and Katie, both of whom badly regret decisions they made to undergo double mastectomies, and in one case, a hysterectomy, as well as chemical castration. They will never, chemical intervention, they will never be the same again either. I think that is barbaric, and for the same reasons that we do not allow kids to get a tattoo before the age of 18, we should not allow kids to undergo genital mutilation or chemical castration.
Now, of course, you can get a tattoo before the...
So
I love that. I love that. Yeah, no, that's great. I knew you would like that part. The David Pakman's response is just so ridiculous, but go ahead.
You can get a tattoo.
Yeah, he's basically saying you can get a tattoo with your parents' permission anyway. Right. I can't look. You can't completely says nothing about the actual situation. Like even comparing the kind of, procedures, a double mastectomy to getting a tattoo, I think is a little bit offensive, but David's going to do it anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, didn't Vivek bring it? I mean, Vivek brought it up first.
Well, Vivek said, yeah, you can't even get a tattoo. Why are we going to these much more extreme procedures? Right. And David is saying, well, you can get a tattoo. So why shouldn't you be able to cut your breasts off? Sure.
Yeah. But I'm just saying it's fair because he brought it up. I mean, I agree it shouldn't be brought up in the first place. No, he gave a very interesting response because I agree with basically everything that he said.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm just surprised because usually, like so far in the conversation, he's been very careful to phrase and frame things in a more neutral,
conciliatory. Maybe
conciliatory, that's a good way to put it. A more conciliatory, trying not to necessarily trigger the left way. But then with this issue, he came out fucking swinging.
He did, yeah.
He came out hard. He called it genital mutilation. He called it a mental illness.
Transing away the gay.
Yeah, I am surprised. I am curious as to why on this issue he's like using this super hard language where he's not on the other issues.
Here's my take. He's a data-driven guy. He's got polling. He's got polling results. He knows. He knows.
Yeah, maybe
this is going to win Republican voters. They're all terrified that their kids are going to get transed.
You're probably correct. It probably is. He's looking at the numbers and he's like, I can go hard on this issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Republican voters are like 90% against this.
Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
It's not even close.
The age of 18 with parents' permission, and that's what many want to see.
Actually, many states you can't.
I'm not aware of any such states, but I take your word that there are some where that's the case. I mean, listen, on that issue, and we're out of time, and I'm going to let you go because I know that that you have a lot of things to get to. On that issue, I do want to say that in every state I'm aware of, the issue of gender dysphoria in kids does start as a behavioral health intervention. I think the question becomes, and I don't pretend to have an answer to this question at this time. How far is it okay to go beyond that? I am with you that I don't yet believe we have the full 2020 hindsight on it.
The one thing I will leave with you on this too, and you seem like I appreciate your reasoned approach here to having a conversation, something I don't always get, is if gender dysphoria is such a condition of suffering, and I believe it is, in the rare instances in which it occurs, why on earth are we now going out of our way to create more of it? By purposefully weaving in the possibilities for gender confusion at ages where literally, and there's good evidence to back this up, when there's one case of gender dysphoria in a school, it spreads. Like you could do the R-squared math on this, right? It's like you could compare that to COVID, the spread of COVID, and you can epidemiologically model this stuff. Yes, this is actually having an effect that we're going out of our way to create a condition that we say creates more suffering. I'll give you one example in New Hampshire, where I travel frequently. The state just shot down a piece of legislation. All it said was, if a kid in school identifies as a gender different than their biological sex, the parent has a right to know. And over a lot of activism and opposition, they shot that bill down, which is odd because the whole premise is that kids are at heightened risk of suicide, in fact. And so a parent doesn't have the right to know if their kid's showing up in school with the condition that the whole premise for the movement was the kid is at higher risk of mental health condition or suicide. It says there's something else going on here.
Yeah,
right? This is not compassion.
We talked about one of those laws recently. I expressed the same concern, which is I understand the two forces here. The idea of we don't necessarily want to, quote, out a child that is not ready or maybe outed into an unsafe home environment on the one hand, the other side being exactly what you're saying. So I think all of these issues are more complicated than both
and David,
sides.
Before we rock and roll on this, but on just a synthesis of this conversation, I just feel, I'm on a mission to lead not a political party, but a nation. And I will share with you a commitment that I'm willing to make. And I hope that provides some inspiration to people who disagree with me on many issues like yourself. I
hope you're not about to offer me press secretary.
We have to get to know each other better before I make that offer. But maybe you're on the short list. I don't know. But here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that we all need to do better of smoking out the best argument for the side that we actually disagree with, to contend with that, not with some caricature of it. And so I, for my part, believe that I'm doing that in this campaign. And if you spot an instance where you think I'm not, then get that on the table. But what frustrates me, and it does frustrate me, is that I see a lot of, and I know this world, man. Like, I came from it, right? I graduated from the top of my class at Harvard. I've been through Yale Law School. I'm working at a hedge fund in New York. Like, let's just get real here. Like, I know you. We haven't met before, but I know you in some sense of the word, okay? Like, you're not unfamiliar to me. And what I see amongst even my peers, right, is a form of laziness. I think I'm saying this out of respect and not an attack, in a constructive way. I saw a little bit of it in the start of this conversation, right? Where you're going to be able to smoke out a version of that which can be caricatured, but these are our fellow citizens. And their concerns come from a deep place where if you can do a better job of articulating and smoking out where that concern comes from, then we have an obligation to do it. And that's what gives me my motivation in this race, where people will say, somebody living 50 miles radius of where I am in central Ohio today, and say, well, they say the First Amendment applies to tech companies. They're rubes because they don't know that that only applies to the government. Actually, to double click on that and say, you know what, there's something to that intuition. And it turns out if a private actor is doing what the government actually implicitly goaded them to do, then the First Amendment does apply. In every instance, to be able to say that when there's something of value there, don't just sweep that under the rug and reject it, smoke it out, and then let's have that real debate.
And with respect to the woke or trans
case, I'll do the same. I am doing the same. That's what we got to do.
I'm with you in general. I think 3 times now you've deliberately blurred very different types of issues. We have a real situation in this country where a whole bunch of people think Trump either won or is currently the president. It's very different than tech and First Amendment. We've got to leave it there. That is a disagreement we have about the similarity between those situations. I could talk to you for another hour. I want to be respectful of your time.
But thank you, man.
Vivek Ramaswamy, he's running for president on the Republican side. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, my man.
He's blurring the issues. He's intentionally blurring the issues.
Don't you look? He just totally smacked David Pakman around there.
Yeah, at the end.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I did. That was interesting.
He's like, listen, at the beginning of our conversation, you're a little lazy. You a little lazy. You little lazy eavesdropper with people sitting next to you. And you don't know their situation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should have a little forgiveness in your heart. David. These are your fellow American citizens. Yeah, no, that was amazing. That was great.
There actually are a bunch of states. I didn't know this. There are a bunch of states where you cannot get a tattoo even with your parents' permission. And you know one of them? You know what one of those states is?
Florida.
No, you can get, actually Florida is one of the more permissive ones.
Oh, really?
At Florida, you can get a tattoo at 16 with parental consent.
Oh, wow.
California.
Really?
Big government California. Tattoos prohibited on minors. Period.
Good.
There you go.
Good.
Also, Washington, D.C., tattoos are prohibited on minors. You know, I wonder, and I just thought of this right now, I wonder if part of that is about trying to prevent gang tattoos.
Oh, that probably is
minors. Yeah, that could be.
That probably is it.
Related, yeah. Interesting. Well, no, it was a very interesting conversation. I think Vivek did very well in it.
Oh my God.
I don't think David did great in it, obviously. Do you have anything else to say about it?
Not really. I mean, like I said, I'm torn on this guy. I think this was an unexpected interview for me because I went into it really not liking the guy and kind of left actually liking the guy. I don't know how much of that is just, I feel like David Pakman is kind of bad faith and the slapping around at the end there. And even just the way he worded it, you know, you're really trying to caricature people's real concerns, people's legitimate concerns, and characterize them in kind of a bad faith way. And that's not really good for the country. God, I love that. Because I mean, I agree with it 100%. I do. And I feel like, look, I feel like we've had a big win recently. I've been listening to Young Turks more and more, and I feel like Anna Kasparian has really had a change of heart, feeling that she was kind of in this mode as well, this just caricaturing the opposition. And I mean, it's boring. It's boring and it's lazy. Let's have the real debate. Let's use our brains the way they were meant to be used to find the truth of the situation and not just use them for cynical political power games. So I think people are going to move in that direction, and I think that's a good thing. And I think David Pakman is dragging his feet, and Vivek is basically saying, "Get on board, come aboard. Look, everyone's doing it. It's fun."
True.
Yeah. So that's
line centrism's here to stay, boys.
Yeah,
get on the center train. Choo choo.
That's right. I looked up the Vivek Breakfast Club, but it was I got the wrong one. I got some guy's reaction to it.
Oh, I mean, I found it. I don't know what the part is.
Yeah, look up on YouTube and see if you can see the. Oh, here it is.
There's all sorts of squiggles about, you know, what is the part that.
Here it is. The squiggles. 3312 is the big hump.
Right. Before we watch that, Tyler Dunkirkin, thanks so much for the $5, says he said pew poll and poll from the Hill. Thank you. So I found the pew poll that he was talking about. And I think we did talk about this last time. So there's a pew poll that says 64% of people who answered the poll are in favor of protecting trans people from discrimination. So
Wake that ass up.
Sorry, go ahead. Pick that ass up, Sitch.
So that's true. 64% are in favor of protecting trans people from discrimination. However, in the same poll, it does say,
well,
it does say, however, that 60% of adults believe that sex is assigned at birth and determined at birth. Okay. 60% say that sex is determined by birth. And in terms of the public is divided over whether society has gone too far or not far enough in accepting trans people. 36% of respondents said society has not gone far enough. 38% say society has gone too far. And 23% say just right. So the country seems pretty divided on these issues. I don't think it's as clear as David was trying to make it seem based on this polling that he was talking about.
You mean David wasn't smoking out the accurate argument? David was making a caricature of the actual feelings of the American people? Is that what you're saying?
I know you're shocked by this. I can hear in your voice. I can hear the tone of utter shock and surprise.
I'm
but
just
yes,
happy as
you are
pie that
correct.
there's a Republican presidential candidate that's in favor of smoking out. That's what I want to do.
How is Vivek on
On smoking out? Well, he
on,
said it enough. I look. That's him dog whistling to.
see how is he on marijuana? Okay, let's see.
That's him dog whistling to us out here in California.
Boom. Yes. I believe we should immediately release anyone serving time solely for drug offenses.
Look at that.
Should it be legal though? I assume that means it should be legal. What about psychedelics? That's the real question, baby. That's the real important issue. Doesn't say. Well, we'll have to ask him. Vivek, shouldn't we all just listen? I like your message of a joint American identity. And I think the only way to do that is for us to put psilocybin in the water supply, okay? One day a month where everyone just gets blasted, right? Isn't that the goal?
Mhm.
One day a month we put psilocybin in the water supply and get everyone going.
I like MDMA myself, so I mean.
Yeah, but that's actually can have negative health repercussions. I think psilocybin's the safest. So
I don't care. Oh wow. Okay.
I don't care, says Adam as he puts this in the water supply for everyone.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. You know the part that you want to watch for this?
I just went to where the big
big
squigglies
chunk,
are.
the big squiggle is?
I just went back straight to the big squigglies.
Okay. We'll go a little bit before the big squiggly because sometimes there's like a setup to the squiggle.
Okay. You want to back it up a little? I'll back it up.
Back that up.
I'm backing it up. Here you go. A minute. Is that too much backup?
Let's do it. No, it's fine. Let's see
Space
where
quota
this is.
system. I think that's unjust to everyone.
Oh, wait. It wasn't far enough. You're talking about affirmative action.
I firmly believe that to be true. And I have seen the unfair discrimination behind closed doors, the things that people will say behind closed doors, about somebody who would have had that position anyway, but was unfairly tarred with the taint of saying they got it because of a race-based quota system. I think that's unjust to everyone across the board. And I think that the right way to do this is actually ensure equality of opportunity, educational access at an early age, which, by the way, we don't have in this country, starting at an actual young age. How about doing that in a way that's agnostic to race? That way we prevent seeing one another on the basis of a color of our skin, but we actually solve the real inequalities that we have when it starts with inequality of opportunity, starting with education. So my view is, I think my approach is actually going to be more successful in lifting up more black Americans than have been the Lyndon Johnson approach of actually using race-based quota systems.
So if the Supreme Court does rule on affirmative action and they do ban it, who do you feel it benefits versus who it hurts?
I think that it helps everyone if they end race-based affirmative action in college admissions. I think it will literally help everyone in different ways because it restores merit in the United States. Are we perfect in ensuring equality of opportunity? No, we're not. The fact that kids are trapped by the zip code in which they're born, determining where they go to school, is a problem, which is why I favor universal school choice in this country, which has actually done more to help black Americans than has any affirmative action program.
What's your thoughts on people saying that you got Don Lemon fired?
I think that the New York Times reported that. I had an open debate with Don Lemon. What CNN wanted to do with that is their choice. My view is, though, we need to start saying in public the things that people are otherwise saying in private. There's a gap right now in the country. Let's admit it. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter.
You gotta be careful with that because a lot of people in your party are going to start saying nigga out loud.
Oh my God. Why are we listening to this? We just got our stream demonetized. Oh, awful. Sitch, you're muted. I don't know if you're
Thank you.
screaming or what.
I said, well, there goes the stream on it to say. Charlemagne, you a-hole. Okay, dropping N-bombs. Ah! Okay.
What?
Okay.
Hold on. What is the causal connection between people in the Republican Party saying racial slurs out loud and the end of affirmative action? I don't draw the connection there for me,
so
Sitch.
Wait, because I don't want to go back and listen to it.
I know we can't.
Transcript. Okay, we're at 3346. Okay. He says, I had a very open debate with Don Lemon. What CNN wanted to do with it was their choice. When you start saying in public the things that people are otherwise saying in private, there's a gap right now in the country. Let's admit it. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter because a lot of people in your party. Oh, okay. So then he says, wait. So he says, he's talking about Don Lemon. And he says, we need to start saying in public the things that people are otherwise saying in private. Now he meant in terms of like people not trusting minorities to job positions because of affirmative action. And maybe Charlemagne interpreted that as like, well, they're saying the N-word behind closed doors. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, I get it.
Right.
He's saying that they're being racist behind closed doors, and the end of affirmative action is going to allow them to be racist.
No, Vivek was saying what he started this position by saying is that behind closed doors, he's seen evidence or interactions where someone who was a minority individual, part of a minority group, would have gotten a job, except that the feeling was that person probably used affirmative action to get to some position and thus wouldn't be worthy of the job.
Right. That's a problem Clarence Thomas has with affirmative action.
Yes. Right.
Which Clarence Thomas does not believe he was the beneficiary of affirmative action, which is one of the reasons he's so chapped about it, because he's like, look, I got good grades. I was an excellent student.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm
a smart person.
He 100% was the beneficiary of affirmative action. The question is, would he still have gotten in? I'm assuming he thinks he still would have gotten in without it. Because there was a specific like quota type thing for the college he went to where they were looking for black students, and he was one of those black students.
Right, but he got in based on the same merit as all of the other students.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Supposedly.
God, you're
I don't think so,
evil.
actually, and I would.
Why would you do that? You sound.
I like to just needle him. Well, just enough. Just enough, right? You just go, just enough.
Clarence Thomas feels so.
I don't feel sad and grumpy. Listen, he can feel good on his $1 million vacation with his wife, all right?
That's the thing. I just. Look, he was the head of that government agency, and he was still getting credit cards cut up in front of him. So it's not like he wasn't. He had literally had bad credit when he was head of the major government organization.
Mm-hmm. And that's affirmative action, Adam.
What do you mean?
That's why he got to that role. I'm joking.
He got a cushy job working for the Rand Corporation.
I know.
But they didn't have enough work to keep him busy. He was like, I'm rich, but this is boring.
Yes, I know.
How can you not like a guy like that? He's like, I'm going to take less money and work harder.
Yeah. Got to appreciate that.
Yeah.
He's a very interesting guy.
Certainly hope not if they do. I would condemn it if anybody does. All right. But what I think is we need to close the gap between what people say in private and what they say in public. That allows us to air our differences, and then we actually find unity that way. That's actually what I think unites the country.
That's such a bad faith accusation that he made.
Oh, Charlemagne?
Yeah. That's so bad faith.
Obviously.
He's like, you want to air your grievances out publicly, huh? We know what you say behind closed doors. Damn it.
Creating this culture of hush hush, right? Say one thing in public and a different thing in private. And I do reject Don Lemon's premise. What did he tell me on set? He said, you can disagree with me when you have black skin and you've lived in this country, whatever ethnicity you are.
But
explain it
sir,
to me. I just
Oh my God. That's so bad. Why would you ever think that you could say that?
Don Lemon?
Yes.
Yeah, this is why Don Lemon
Whatever
got fired.
ethnicity you are. Oh my God, that's so bad.
This is why Don Lemon got fired, man. He made consecutive fuck ups in a row. He made this giant fuck up with Vivek, where he didn't know. I think he called Vivek an immigrant, and he's like, "Well, I was born in America." He totally shut him down on that.
First of all,
one.
how could you not know what from his name? You know what his ethnicity is, right? I mean, like, how do you not know?
I guess if you're Don Lemon, you don't. I mean, it does kind of scream Indian, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The also Don Lemon did that crazy thing with who's the woman that was running, saying she was past her prime or whatever, because the prime of a woman is her childbearing age.
Right.
Everyone was like, I don't even know if he got 3 strikes. It was 2 strikes. You're out, Don Lemon. Those are pretty horrible strikes, though.
Well, no, I mean, it was that, but then also remember, he had the lawsuit against him. He had a bunch of behind the scenes problems that were kind of mounting against him. It's funny, if you look up on YouTube, Vivek and Don Lemon, it's up, but it's on Vivek's website or Vivek's YouTube. It's not on
course.
Of course. I don't have it up anymore.
Of course.
That's hilarious. Oh, man.
I don't get this. Why does the Breakfast Club care if they got Don Lemon fired? Because he's like a black journalist or something?
Probably. Maybe they're Don Lemon fans. Maybe it's just a race thing.
Racist.
I mean, I don't remember what they said. I remember we one time listened to the Breakfast Club on the show. I think it was they were defending what's his face, that musician that was coming out on the whole Jewish question, white people, Yakubian stuff.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And I remember they were defending him, and I was like, oh my God, really? But let's keep it going.
I think Olay has been on the Breakfast Club.
Well, that's just more evidence that they don't have good.
Want to watch that next? Olay finally blocked me.
Aww.
Olay talks propaganda, wage theft, Republican Party gone fascist, and more.
Wow.
It was Charlemagne the God 9 months ago.
I guess we should talk to Charlemagne the God about promoting violence by or not by promoting violence, by putting people down this pathway. But this is, I mean, in this, I don't think, I don't think Sam is taking this seriously. I think when him and all these other lefty or leftist political commentators are like talking about how we're on this edge of fascism, I don't know how you can't argue, if you honestly believe that we're teetering on the edge of fascism, that you don't think that people are going to, do violent actions.
I don't either, obviously.
I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
If you think the cops are literally the inheritors of basically a legacy of being a slave force, and that their ultimate goal is to subjugate black people in the same way that we did during slavery, and that people are working and they're having their wages stolen from them, and a major political party is literally run by fascists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that just sets up a worldview that, I mean, violence seems sensible.
Yeah, that's, I don't know.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. Yeah, I agree. It is crazy.
I did not.
I think we should.
Sir, let's just use a real example of just what everybody said. You said, people can have difference of opinion. They can have you want to unite people. I gave you a difference of opinion as a veteran, and you came back and said that I was personally attacking you. And that is a way of gaslighting and basically, trying to set the idea that I was against you when I just had, that's the statement you made. And what I'm saying is, instead of us just having the debate, because see, I didn't talk about colors, which you probably expected when you came in here.
I did not.
Well, that's fine. I didn't talk about color. I didn't get all emotional about your vision, because I really wanted to just talk about what you've done in service, because you yourself has raised service as the number one thing that what people need to do in order to participate in the country that my ancestors built. And you said that I personally attacked you. So just to give you some advice, if you're going to say, hey, let's have difference of opinion, let's be able to discuss.
I loved everything you did. I loved the whole thing.
Because I had a question that it was a personal attack, because
it was. I don't think a question. I think this is great, because you know what I said? What's the job?
Did you say personal attack?
What's the job? Is everybody needs to know who a candidate is and what they stand for. That's the candidate's job. Whether you vote for them or not, that's your choice.
Did you say I personally attacked you, or did I hear it wrong? I just want to make sure.
I did not say you personally attacked me. No, I said we have actual good. I wanted to know whether or not we were actually able to. You said sit around for 20 years. I said I didn't sit around for 20 years. But that's okay. I think that, you know what? If somebody's running for U.S. president, I want to say this.
Well, you
can't handle the heat, you stay out of the kitchen. So we'll come in
we can keep
and we'll handle the
personal attacks. You did say personal attacks, though. So let's be honest. Remember, that's your number one thing, being honest.
And I know you.
I agree with you.
I know you have to go, but I do disagree on what you said about affirmative action.
Should we? I am curious of this. This personal attack thing that's being levied.
The accusation.
Yes.
Sounded
the legitimacy of this accusation.
Right. Okay. Back it up if you want. I don't care.
I'm
Are
looking
you searching
for
the transcript.
I found when he says personal attack, but I don't know what he's saying it in response to. So let's say it's at 2747. So this is what he says, and then we'll back it up and see where he says it.
I'm going to 2747. Oh, you got it too.
Oh wait, I got it. Let me do it.
But if you want to enjoy the civic privilege of voting, then I think it is perfectly legitimate to say you have to at least know something about the country or have served that country, one or the other. Absolutely. Now, I think that what do we actually care about, right? What do we? I mean, we can do the personal attack thing. We care about the country. We care about the country.
Voting is the cornerstone of democracy, though.
Voting is the cornerstone of democracy. I have not. That's right. And you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's different is,
sir, excuse me, because this is important. We have to pause it. This is not a personal attack.
That's okay.
This is you, and I know that as a Republican, you are certainly not soft. So this is not a personal attack.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
okay with
asking
attacks
about.
too.
This is about asking about your background and how it correlates, how it's relevant to saying you're going to serve this country, because president is actually
so I have been an open book in the last 3 years.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
And I'm going page by page.
And I'm saying that I have not.
I'm going to let you finish.
Yep.
But I want to be clear. It's not an attack.
Okay.
Because you've been an open book, but that doesn't mean I have to like what's on the page.
That's fair enough.
But it's not an attack. I'm just reading the book.
Yep.
And so when I hear somebody say you need to get to either pass this test or do some type of service to the country, and I spend hours looking, you were in the Phi Beta Kappa. Did you have a leadership role in college, the honor roll? When somebody sets service as the standard and they've done no service except to themselves, that's a fair question. It's a question, and you just
so I've been on. I mean, look, I was on high school. I was on high school student council. Yes, absolutely.
Were you a leader? Were you a leader?
I was a vice president of my high school student council. Absolutely, I was the president of the National Honor Society. I can go down the list. It's just that
that's what I was asking you to do.
Absolutely.
Go down the list. But
so I was a president of the National Honor Society. I was the vice president of my student council. I was a lead amongst the volunteers at the hospital where I served growing up. I was actually a leader in volunteer research over the summers. From my senior year,
all of that, but you already admitted all of that was to get into college.
Not all of it, but I am admitting it. I think that
I know that's self-service, though. Do you understand the difference between self-service and service?
I think the reality is, and I think we just all have to be more honest.
Okay, so
do you get what's going on here?
Yeah,
I do remember the context of this. This was
what was the context?
Basically her saying, what qualifies you to be president of the United States? So, and he lists off some things about in the private sector. And I believe, if I remember correctly, she starts going on about government service or serving the country, like she's a veteran and he hasn't served the country as in armed services. So created this little dispute over how is he
was it about
qualified.
Was it about running for president? Because it sounds like they're saying it was about, he's saying that there should be some kind of stipulation where there should be a test for voting, or you have to have served the country in some way for voting. Right. Sounds like that's what they're talking about, which I don't agree, which is unfortunate that that's his position.
Yeah, I don't agree at all.
Really don't agree with that.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Leaves a bad taste in my mouth after all the nice things we just said about.
I know.
But it's okay. Look.
And she seemed to be upset because, kind of like looking back in the previous transcript, because she's a veteran and, you know, his service is not military service, it sounds like. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, okay. I don't know. Doesn't seem that interesting, but.
Well, a lot of people lost their minds over this, and I saw a bunch of reactions to this. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The David Pakman debate, I think, is better, obviously. So you want me to bring up Ole and propaganda, or you want to just do super chats?
I don't want to see that. No. Nobody wants to see that. Duke Norton for $20. Thank you, Duke. Says, today on Sitch and Adam Show, I learned that cutting off body parts or creating new parts of your body is comparable to getting a tattoo. David Dackman is a joke. Adam's right. But S-Class is still disgusting.
Boo! How dare you?
There you go.
Why would you do such a thing?
Okay. Let me start from the beginning. Wait, what was that? That sounded familiar.
That's my song. I'm learning it. That's the A-Team theme song.
Wait, what is that? Just is that the A-Team TV show song? Or is that something you just made up?
No, come on. I just made it up.
It sounded familiar. I don't know what it was.
It's Twilight Zone.
What's the Twilight Zone? What are you talking about? All right. Listen, guys, he'll get better. He's gonna get better with this. Okay.
I doubt
He's gonna get better with
it's
this.
Doubtful.
You just practice. you gotta learn. Okay, guys? What song should Adam learn to play on the Sitch automaton?
You know what I'm gonna learn?
What?
I'm gonna learn Symphony Number 9 in D minor.
Okay.
Look, it's
the hell is that?
It's right here.
Yeah. Symphony Number 9 in D minor. Okay.
Look, it's even got a thing here.
This is Ode to Joy. You're gonna learn Ode to Joy. Don't worry. That's a waste.
It's right here. It's got like, you set it down on the page.
No, that's lame. Don't learn Ode to Joy. Okay. That's what you were playing. That's why it's unfamiliar. You're going do 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 on your little automaton. Okay. Oh my god.
I'm a pro.
There you go. Sammy says you should learn WAP on the thing.
Definitely. Will you come on and sing it, Sammy? Will you do the vocals for us?
Wow, there you go. I'm gonna do the music and Sammy will do the lyrics.
Who's maybe she could dress in one of those outfits. What does she wear when she what's she wear when she sings WAP? What does WAP stand for?
No. She'll dress up as Ben Shapiro.
Bring Sammy on. I want her to tell me what WAP means. What does WAP mean?
No one knows.
What is the word?
No one knows.
That's a weird word. WAP.
It's a weird word, yeah.
It's W-A-P?
I think it stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's what it means, yeah.
Bring Sammy on. I want her to tell me what it stands for.
Sammy, Adam wants to know what WAP stands for. Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Our surrogate god uncle says she's making the argument for a requirement of previous leadership experience. Oh, okay. Which honestly makes no sense. The point is that everyone has the opportunity to be president. Well, if that's her position, that's a stupid position. I agree. So.
Yeah, she's asking what leadership qualifications he has.
Right. So, but that's a dumb argument if that's what she was making.
She got very upset with him.
Right. Okay. Canvas Infinitum for $2 says, I hope it's not Ethan Klein that comes on. There you go. You know, we thought maybe at the last minute we'd have an Ethan substitute. We didn't know, so. Boof Ski McGee for 9 months. Thanks so much. Says to remember our wonderful talk with Sam. 3 buckets of baby gravy will be handed out with every $20 purchase of free will.
I tried to get Sitch to bring up the buckets video, but he wouldn't do it.
No, I have to be responsible here. Okay.
I tried, guys.
Yeah.
He went full soy on me. He wouldn't do it. I was like, just bring it up. It'll be fun. Sam was a good sport, so
he was, yeah.
And I think Sitch actually did go pretty hard on him. So
yeah. Well, I asked. He said he was down. He said he was down for it. So I gave him credit for that.
Yeah, no.
I said I gave him credit. He didn't run away like some other individuals have done in the past.
He already messaged me. Said he'll come back on. So
nice.
Yeah.
Rex Vectum, thank you so much for being a free will seeker. 0 fucks for 11 months. Says, I filled the mandatory buckets you requested. I could have filled more if you brought Emma on too. Oh, 0 fucks. You know, it's funny. Before we started the stream, Adam was like, you know, I like 0 fucks, but he always takes everything too far.
He does. He does.
And there he goes. Taking too far.
You don't know the limits. There's a point you pass the funny event horizon.
You know, it was funny because like I saw yesterday when I was preparing for this conversation with Sam, I saw on Twitter that there was like I started a war. Okay, I started this war between chopsticks and forks and knives, and it was very funny. And I was like, oh, I wish I could retweet this out, but somebody took it too far.
Who would have taken it too far?
Somebody took. I was like, I can't retweet this. Sam's gonna look at this and say that I'm a Nazi. I can't do this here. I'm like, what are you doing? You just calm down. You calm down, buddy. Come on. You can get me in trouble, okay? But thank you, as always, Zero Fox. Thank you for your continual love and support. Twitter Socks, our circuit uncle, I think I missed this, gave us 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
CT for 2 Canadians says, important question. Hi, Sam. Hi, Sitch. Hi, Adam. Well, thank you, CT.
Where's the important question?
It was just hi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hi, Rags. Girl Sorrow for $5 says, can't wait for the Sean versus Sam debate about crime in New York City when the audio gets hijacked by police sirens. Yeah, that'll be an interesting conversation between Sam and Sean to delve deep into the crime statistics. Yes.
That's tomorrow.
That's not tomorrow. What do you mean? Isn't it like 2 weeks from now or something?
No, Sean said it's tomorrow.
Are you memeing or are you serious?
I will be streaming wait, what's this say? Tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. By the way, great job pressing him on collar and violence. Wow. That's from Sean.
Did that message or did he tweet you?
No, he DM'd me.
Oh, nice.
And he said I could share it too. He said he's just been on vacation, so he hasn't announced it. So.
Oh, great.
You're getting the announcement here.
He's talking to him tomorrow.
He's talking to him tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
There you go. So awesome. I thought this was like way down the line somewhere.
But we still got it first.
There you go.
Look, the A team.
Maybe we'll cover it.
Sean once again on the B team.
Look at you.
Coming in a day late and a dollar short.
Wow. Oh, wow. Who knows? Maybe he'll do way better than us in the conversation.
Look, if whatever happens, we softened him up.
There you go.
Just remember that.
There you go. We showed, see, Sean can watch our video and he could be like, I can devise tactics based on this knowledge and information. There it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So looking forward to that. Sean has a very different debate style, so should be fun.
Twitter Sucks, thanks so much for $10. Says, chat, you have to realize that Sam will never accept the actual definition and teaching of CRT. That's why Sitch moved on. It's a waste of time. Yeah, so the reason, I assume now that the conversation's over, people can see, the reason I didn't want to get bogged down into the definition of CRT is because I did, and this is the reason I wanted to have the conversation, and I do feel, this isn't a gotcha, I feel this is true. I wanted to talk to him about. I do think that it is dangerous, and I do think there is a danger of violence being cultivated on the left here by using this rhetoric, which I feel is completely unwarranted and not accurate. And I wanted to get to that, and I knew if we went down the CRT pathway definition, we would never actually get to that part of the conversation. So,
yeah, we were trying. We were pacing ourselves like a marathon. We wanted to get to a certain point, so we had to.
Right.
We couldn't take the kind of side quests that we often take on the show. So
yes,
it's a good exercise in discipline.
Right.
So, and Sitch, I think you did a great job. I wanted so badly to go down the CRT road because it seemed like he was articulating a CRT argument. And the stuff I've seen of his, I mean, before this conversation, I would have thought that he would have made the argument that CRT is just an extension of civil rights. But in the conversation today, it seemed more like he was on board with how we would describe CRT.
Well, I don't agree.
Really?
I think what we say CRT is, he thinks that's true, but he doesn't think that's CRT. So he's like in a very weird position.
Okay, well, we'll talk to him again about CRT, obviously, and you can send him whatever links you want, and say, here's what we
send
want to
him
talk
beforehand and say, listen, this is
just lay out your argument with him.
Right.
Like he's already committed to coming back on again, like publicly. Right. So you don't have to hide. You don't have to hide anything. Just say, here's my argument.
Right. Godzilla 2K26 for $5 says actual trees store infrared energy and retain heat. Actually, this keeps the area hotter. This is well-known agricultural science. Really?
That's wow.
Hilarious. I didn't know anything about this.
I think the shade probably overcomes that, but
I don't do. Well, let's see. Do trees make an area hotter or colder? This says trees and other plants help cool the environment as a way to reduce urban heat islands. So I don't know. How does that affect what the super chat says? I don't know. Have to look into it. But that's interesting if you're right.
Boren Lomberg says planting trees can cool city temperatures quite a bit. So.
Oh, okay. Nilo for $2 says Sam is just questioning the motivation here. Yes.
Whose motivation?
The speaker, the superintendent.
Right.
Chaotic Intention for $10 says broader context for Tulsa was a race riot happened in Black Wall Street and the government started rebuilding the next day, but because the grudge to Tulsa never ended, it basically secluded itself from outside. So I'm not familiar with really at all with what, if any, the reconstruction efforts were for Tulsa afterwards. It's interesting. He said something, and again, it was like I didn't want to get sidetracked on it. It's very interesting because he kind of, and I wonder if he thinks this. It sounded like he thinks that the Tulsa race riot / massacre occurred because there was some kind of systemic decision to go around and destroy thriving Black communities by white people, which isn't what happened, at least in this. I don't know if that happened somewhere else. That's not what happened with Tulsa. What happened with Tulsa was a Black man was wrongly or presumably wrongly accused of sexual assault or some crime against a white woman. I believe he was an elevator. Was the guy who used to like press the buttons on the elevator called?
An elevator valet?
He's an elevator valet back when they had those. And he was accused of like groping a woman in an elevator or something. When he was in jail, I believe a very angry crowd of white people came to essentially lynch the guy. But a bunch of Black World War I veterans with their service firearms basically came to the prison to protect him. The situation escalated, and I believe the Black veterans ended up shooting a couple of the white people who were trying to basically break into the prison and lynch him. And that is what escalated the tensions into the full scale, the white people coming back with, guns and airplanes and all sorts of crazy shit and basically destroying, the fucking town. So it wasn't like there wasn't like a cabal of white people saying, let's go around, not that this makes the situation better, obviously, but there wasn't a cabal of white people sitting around saying, let's go destroy a black flag town. It's more like these already inflamed racist attitudes and racial tensions kind of blew up in this race riot situation. So.
Yeah, I don't know the Tulsa situation. I just know, like, the ultimate argument that we wanted to make was just the guy was being mischaracterized, and in a way that's kind of bad because it seemed like he's a good anti-racist Republican.
Well, I don't know anything about the guy. I literally know nothing about him except this one video that I saw about, or this one clip that I saw about this.
In the beginning of the clip, he so clearly says, we should teach all of our sordid history. Nobody's in favor of glorifying slavery or saying slavery was not a big deal or anything.
Right.
So to say that he is saying that when there's another clip of him saying directly the opposite just before the part of the clip that you played, just seems like you got it wrong.
No, I agree. I agree. The thing is that Sam's argument, the first part of the clip, even though vibe-wise we listened to that and we're like, this guy seems so not racist, right?
Right.
But technically, Sam's argument doesn't need to change based on that. Because his argument, he's trying to make this very specific argument about how he's claiming that they'll talk about the Tulsa race massacre, but they want to remove the context that this was motivated by like some kind of racial attitude or by racism, which he doesn't explicitly say that in one way or the other. I mean, I think that's not accurate at all. I think he misunderstood it's actually very interesting because that whole conversation is the superintendent actually misunderstands what the questioner is asking him. And because the questioner is an idiot and doesn't specify what it is, because the questioner trying to do a dumb gotcha, it leads to the situation. Because I didn't read it in the conversation with Sam because it would make it even more confusing. What the questioner was asking was,
do you want to just bring the clip up? We got the watch together up, and it'd be easy just to play it.
Okay, if you want.
And run around.
I guess it'll be kind of interesting.
Yeah. Then everyone will know what we're talking about. I was losing it because I just wanted Sitch to read the guy's statement. I believe our kids have to know all of our history. That's the good, the bad, and the ugly. I believe this is the absolute greatest country in the history of the world. I don't think there's any doubt about it. That doesn't mean there wasn't mistakes made. That doesn't mean that we didn't live up to our principles.
Right.
Like he's saying explicitly, we fucked up, and our kids should learn that we fucked up. But Sam's argument is that the guy is saying we need to teach our kids that we were flawless. we made no mistakes.
That's not quite Sam's argument. That's the issue.
Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, that might have been Sam's argument at some point, but that wasn't the core argument that he was making, or the core argument he was even making in his original video responding to this clip.
What was the core argument that he was making?
The core argument was they're saying that you can talk about the Tulsa race massacre, but you can't talk about it in terms of it being
driven by racism,
motivated. Yeah, because he misunderstood what the guy said. He thinks the guy is saying you can't say people are motivated by racism, which is not what the guy was saying. The guy was saying you can't link racism intrinsically to skin color.
Right. You can't say racism is an immutable characteristic because then you're saying people alive today have that same attitude of racism at the same level that they did.
Yes, sir.
That they did during the Tulsa race riots, which I think is a tougher sell, obviously.
Right.
Sam might disagree with that, but okay, here it is. Short clip.
So the Tulsa race massacre.
Yes, sir.
was followed by 100 years of silence. The reason it was followed by 100 years of silence was the shame. It was a shameful event. When I learned about it, not in public schools, I felt bad. I felt angry. I felt all these emotions. 2 years ago, when I learned about the concentration camp that happened the day after, I was even more angry. I was even more ashamed that white Tulsans committed genocide against black Tulsans. What I don't understand is how that does not fall under your definition of CRT.
So he's saying, just the guy asking is saying, look, I learned about this stuff and I felt ashamed.
Yes.
And how is my feeling of shame not going to be made illegal by this bill?
Bingo, right. So
Yeah.
that's the problem, is because this guy has read a bunch of the same articles that Sam's read, where the articles tell you that it makes it illegal to teach something that makes people feel ashamed of themselves for being white. When in reality, the only thing that's illegal is that the teacher can't tell you that you should feel ashamed
Right.
because you're white.
You
Okay.
can feel ashamed all day.
Right,
You can talk about how ashamed you feel.
right.
The teacher can't come out and say, you know, to the student who says, I don't care, they weren't my ants. Look,
Right.
the teacher can't come out and say, but you're white, you should feel ashamed.
Exactly.
You should feel ashamed.
Right. And so the first part of the problem is this guy in the question, he alludes to this, but he doesn't specifically say what he's trying to say. He doesn't specifically say, does your law make it so that because I felt ashamed about this, a teacher couldn't teach it, right? He doesn't ask that specific question.
Right.
And the superintendent didn't address it or didn't understand what he was alluding to, because he doesn't even address this at all. The whole ashamed part of the CRT bill.
So, but
Doesn't even come up.
this is the first part of his answer here is what is not in Sam's video. And I feel clearly states that they're not trying to keep this kind of stuff out of the curriculum.
Yes. But to be fair to Sam, there's a different angle of this interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the angle that Sam played. And it looks like it might be the speaker holding his phone up or something. And so I don't know if that video has the full interaction or just the second part of the interaction. So I don't know if essentially whoever on Sam's staff that put that produced that segment, I don't know if they
exists.
intentionally cut out the first half of the question, or they just found a clip and were too lazy to do the due diligence follow-up to say what preceded this situation,
Right.
which they should have done, because you'll see when he asked the second question, which is what the part that Sam plays, he does say follow-up. I have a follow-up question, which obviously if you hear that, that means that you know that there's a first part.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, this is his answer.
Thank you for the question. Now, I want to be clear. When we wrote, and we've got some of the legislators here, appreciate Representative Connolly being here in the room, that helped develop HB 1775, which is in essence the critical race theory bill. One of the things that we did essentially at the beginning is we wrote at the very beginning, all Oklahoma standards have to be taught. This is not an end around to say we're not going to teach the Tulsa Race Massacre. That is absolutely not only not the intention, it was verbatim in the bill to say all of these standards have to be taught. I believe our kids have to know all of our history. That's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Folks, I believe this is absolutely the greatest country in the history of the world. I don't think there's any doubt about it. That doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made. That doesn't mean that we didn't live up to our principles. The only way our kids have the ability to learn from history and make this country continue to be the best country is to understand those times we fell short, a very clear, a very direct understanding of those events. I will always support that. Our kids should know that about the Tulsa Race Massacre. They absolutely should. There are standards around it. I'm continuing to work to develop even more robust curriculum around these events, and I don't want to hide any part of history. It all needs to be right there, very plain, very direct, so that we can learn from it. So I do think it's very important.
Follow up?
Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you.
How does
Okay, so this is where the clip that Sam reacted to starts, right here. So he missed all that stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and look, it's so clear.
Yes.
It's so clear when he says it.
Yes.
We're not trying to hide anything.
I know.
Does the Tulsa Race Massacre not fall under your definition of CRT?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't address that part.
So this is where the confusion comes from, because he says the guy who's asking the question is an idiot. Okay.
Of course.
Because he's just trying to do this stupid
Gotcha. Yep.
Right. So instead of saying, well, follow-up question, I appreciate that you said all that, and all that stuff, but doesn't it violate the law because of X? Like, he needs to be specific to what
Right.
he's referring to if he wants this guy to understand whatever the fuck he's talking about.
He's got to say, listen, if you teach me all that, the good, the bad, and the ugly,
right,
and I feel ashamed as a white person,
right,
haven't you broken the law?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
But he doesn't.
No, he doesn't ask that. So then that makes what this guy is saying, that creates the context of what this guy is saying. And this is what I was trying to explain to Sam. That's why the first part of his sentence, he's saying what he defines as CRT as.
It is.
And so he's saying this is why you can teach about the Tulsa Race Massacre and it doesn't violate the law.
It is interesting because it's an open question whether or not you can teach this stuff to these bleeding heart progressives and they won't feel shame. I think part of the reason that they want it taught is because they think, well, you're supposed to feel shame for this, and just teaching it will cause people to feel shame.
So again, people can feel whatever they want. That doesn't matter.
I understand, but
Right.
the distinction is so tiny and very easy to overlook that they often are overlooking it.
Well, I think you are correct in that people on the left, part of the reason they might take offense to this, beyond the kind of secret conspiracy to not teach about slavery thing, which, and I should have brought this up, obviously, I think it's, maybe we'll bring it up if we talk again. I think it's preposterous. I mean, does Sam or anyone honestly think that there's a court in America that's going to uphold some kind of educational standard and some kind of law that says you can't teach about slavery because it might make you feel bad? Does anyone think that's ever going to be upheld anywhere in this country?
Not in a million years, no.
Yeah, like that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I think what you said, I think, is true, which is that maybe part of the reason they don't like this is because they do want you to feel shame because of your race.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. They don't want the kid that sits there and goes, listen, I wasn't alive. Why do I have to feel shame for what these other racist motherfuckers did?
Right.
Right?
Right. Yeah, because they feel that the shame will motivate you to, believe in, their version of anti-racism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, it's what motivates them.
Yeah.
That's what makes the magic work.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I don't feel any shame for this shit. I hope you don't, Sitch. I mean, I didn't do this.
I feel
crap.
empathetic. I feel like it's a tragedy. I feel bad, but I don't feel like it's not my fault. I don't have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
My ancestors didn't even have anything to do with it. So.
Well, I don't like the fact that they're using it to create this negative stereotype that whites are inherently racist. That's what I don't like.
Right.
Yeah.
I would never tell a kid that because of your race, because of your color of your skin, or your gender, or anything like that, you are less of a person or are inherently racist. That doesn't mean you don't judge the actions of individuals. Oh, you can absolutely. Historically, you should. This was right. This was wrong. They did this for this reason. But to say it was inherent because of their skin is where I say that is critical race theory. You're saying that a race defines a person. I reject that. So I would say you be judgmental of the issue, of the action, of the content, of the character of the individual, absolutely. But let's not tie it to the skin color and say that the skin color determined that.
One more follow-up. How does the Tulsa Race Massacre not fall under your definition of CRT.
Look, the dumbass asked the question a third time because he's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
He's like, look, you haven't understand my question because I've worded it so poorly. Let me just ask it the same way.
I know, but see, that's the problem, is that since this guy believes the media hype, the fake news about this, he thinks this guy is just trying to hide something, right? And he thinks he's going to go and he's going to get gotcha. I got to gotcha, as opposed to just trying to engage in this in any sort of actual good faith, honest way, because he could have literally asked, if this guy wasn't stupid and wasn't so ideologically blinded, he could have asked the question he wanted to ask and got an answer. And the guy would have said, no, you know, you feeling bad is different than a teacher teaching you should feel bad. So what you're saying is not a concern that you should have regarding this bill, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a tough, I mean, it's most people are just too ideologically blinded to see the distinction, the clear distinction that we're able to make, in that, you know, people have done racist things in the past. There are people who are racist now.
Right.
Using that to infer that someone is racist because they're a member of that race that did those things. That's racism and critical race theory. It's the exact same thing as, you know, if someone wants to trot out the crime statistics and say black people are inherently criminals because of this. That's the exact same kind of racism. But for some reason, we can't seem to make that distinct to people. I don't understand why. It's so simple.
Well, they don't want to accept it. I mean, they understand it. They just don't want to accept it.
Okay.
That's the answer to the question. So, but anyway, and we actually, you know, we had talked about whether we were going to play these clips to Sam, and the concern.
Now that I hear how bad the audio is, I'm so glad that we didn't.
Right. So the concern was, you know, whenever we try to get someone into a watch together who's not familiar with it, it adds another 5 to 10 minutes of time that we would lose in the conversation.
Yeah.
Number one. But the other concern would be, and this might have been materialized because he didn't have headphones in. So I don't even know if we could have listened to this, or he would have had to have muted himself, I guess, or you would have to mute him because it would have been echoing. But
yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it would have been worth it. Maybe it wouldn't have been worth it. But
I think we did great.
Right.
Obviously, it's the first time we've interacted with it. I think it was, in general, a good discussion.
Yeah, no, I think it was good. I feel good.
We'll obviously see your guys' feedback in the comments.
Right.
So.
Damien Gershwin for $2 says, why does the majority report support sexual grooming of minors? Wow. Battle Master Mac for 13 months says, it sounds like Sam is saying that during the era where the Oklahoma race riots occurred, you could make the argument that the people were racist inherently. Yeah, I don't know. So I think he would go to what I said earlier, which is that he thinks that people are it's kind of funny because I think he literally believes every facet of CRT and doesn't realize it's CRT.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Which is interesting. Well, that's why it might be an interesting conversation, because I'm like, Sam, you don't have, like, usually when we have these conversations about what CRT says, people don't want to say that those are their beliefs or that they support that. And that's why they kind of push back on it being CRT. But I wonder if with Sam, that might not happen, because it seems like he just believes all this stuff already. He just doesn't realize it's CRT. Because CRT essentially operates... CRT doesn't believe in biological essentialism in the terms of saying that, like, because you are black or because you're white, if you existed in a vacuum somewhere, you know, you would have some intrinsic quality based on your skin color. CRT doesn't believe that. CRT, however, does believe in this kind of cultural essentialism, where they say, because you are white and you grew up in this American racist society, you basically intrinsically have all these racist thoughts and feelings, you know, internally, essentially, and all these racist thoughts and beliefs that you have.
Well, I think that you can make the argument that is the biology would produce the culture. I think that is kind of implicit in their argument.
I don't think they make the argument. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they make that argument. If they do, they don't talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it. But Now you might ask yourself, well, wait a minute. If they believe in cultural essentialism, is that really like from a like how that manifests? Is it really any different from biological essentialism?
No.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Substantively the same because you can't opt out of the culture. Yeah.
Right. You can't opt out of it. You can't change it. It's some intrinsic part of you. It doesn't matter whether it comes from your biology or from the culture. I mean, I guess it does. The only difference is it matters it comes from the culture, because if it comes from the culture, at least there's an attitude that it can be changed. Or if it comes from the biology, the only attitude is that you have to essentially purge or deport all these people, right? So it's slightly better than a form of biological essentialism, but it's still pretty bad. And then you combine that with Derek Bell's pessimism towards racism ever being fixed. And he kind of is saying that it is a version of race essentialism that will never change. So, and it seems like Sam, I think, agrees with that. That's what it sounded like he was saying in our conversation, that he does agree or does believe that people that are white, that are born into our society, have some intrinsic, not because they're white, but because they're white and they live in the society, basically have some sort of intrinsic racial bias, implanted in them, essentially.
Essentially.
Nilo for $2 says, Sam just understands the basic psychology at work. There you go. Reralt of Givia for $5 says, Sam Sedar, Sham Schmieder, did you guys watch the UFO hearing? Some of the stuff in there was crazy, under oath to boot. I didn't watch it, no.
I watched it. It was great.
Well, there you go. I'll be interested when they can get to the... I'm happy they did it, but I'll be interested when they can get to the first-hand sources of information and get them to testify. So I never like the second-hand, I heard a guy tell me this. So I understand that's where you got to start, and I'm glad they started there, but I'll pay attention when they get the people, when they get the guys.
Well, they're one step closer to it, right? You got to create some sort of public support to kind of motivate that.
Exactly. Nilo for $2 says, Sitch has had enough of Adam's low IQ interventions. That's not true. That's not true. I thought Adam did very good in the conversation. Was trying to keep us on track.
I was desperately. There was a lot of filibuster going on. I got my timer out so I could actually keep track of how long he was. I was like, oh my God. And I kept thinking, because Sitch was like, sometimes, Adam, you interrupt when they're getting there. They're just taking the scenic route.
Right.
I don't like the scenic route.
I know you don't.
I fucking hate the scenic route. So, but I was trying to hold back, just be chill, let him take the scenic route. I'm glad we finally got there, though.
We did. Yeah. Don St. Louis for $2 says, drink the bucket. Sawthroat for €6. Thank you, Sawthroat. Says, I want to have Sitch's children. Wow. If someone could send them over, I'll pay for the postage. Uh-oh. That took a dark turn.
Wow.
PC for $5. Thank you, PC. Says, look, I don't remember what happened. How can you hold me accountable? There you go.
He did. I feel like some of that good old-fashioned liberal guilt did kick in a bit during the conversation, especially when you kept saying, look, I'm not accusing you of advocating for violence. And he seemed explicitly upset that someone might accuse him of advocating for violence, or that it might look like he was advocating for violence.
Of course, everyone gets upset by that.
Well, no, but that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yes.
Look, I feel in the same way.
Sure. I mean, some of it is philosophically, some of it is just it's not a good accusation to be running around with on YouTube, right?
Well, I think
though it is weird, and I guess, again, we were really pressed for time because I would have liked to press him. I don't understand his hesitancy to morally state that he's morally against violence. That is strange to me. Well,
he did,
because he literally said, "Why does anyone care what I believe morally?" And I'm like,
well, you're a big time If you're a big time YouTuber, you have a big show, you have a big platform.
Well, my answer to that question is everything you're talking about in your show are moral questions. What do you mean? Why does anyone care that you shouldn't be racist? Why does anyone care that, about the trans question? Why does anyone care about whether blacks and whites should be equal? These are all moral questions. I don't understand how you can say that.
Harm reduction.
Right. I don't even understand what you're trying to evoke in that moment. But maybe we'll bring it up next time.
The whole idea that we're drifting towards fascism is a warning. We're in dangerous waters. We're
right. Why
is
fascism wrong, if not for a moral question? I mean, is he just looking at this like, I think the economy will be worse under fascism, right? Like, I don't think so. I think there's some morality at play here.
Well, no, the economy definitely would be worse under fascism.
Well, I agree, obviously, but I don't think that's what's motivating, his opinion on the matter. So,
the fascist economy. Oh, wait, I thought, isn't the economy already fascist? Come on, it's capitalist.
Well, Barbie doesn't control the means of production or run the trains, so it's not fascism yet.
Let me see how our new Barbie video is doing. I'm so glad you brought that clip up.
What clip up?
In the last stream of the director laughing in the face of Margot Robbie.
Yeah, I knew that was a good clip. I know it was a good clip. Yeah.
It was amazing.
Coding Jesus for $5 says he recently had a caller asking when is violence okay to use. This caller acted in relation to BLM. It happened last week. Oh, we'll see. I know, Coding Jesus. I guess Coding Jesus knew too. Yeah, that was because originally, we talked about, or I thought that we were going to talk to Sam about something completely different.
Yeah,
about,
trans stuff.
Trans stuff and maybe the Anna conversation. But when I saw that video about the caller, and then I saw some of the other videos about calling the anti-stereotypal fascism, and I was like, wow, I feel like this is a more important topic to cover. So Ralt of Givia for $2 says, Adam, check your Twitter DMs.
I did check who am I looking for a DM from?
Ralt of Givia.
I don't see anything from you, Ralt.
Is it in the low quality?
I don't see anything in there either.
Oh,
I don't see any new messages.
Interesting.
What's this JMac? $200 from JMac. Executive producer JMac.
JMac, our surrogate father and executive producer. Thank you so much. JMac says, hey, great stream today, guys. Totally off topic, but we're nearing completion on our first draft of our indie tabletop RPG. Once done, we want to open up for the alpha testing and would love for anyone in the Sitch and Ad community to give it a look if interested. Expect news from my Twitter. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, totally awesome. And I obviously would love to play the game.
Yeah.
We talked about, maybe advertising the game a bit on the show, but Joe
of course, we'd be happy to. I mean, the amount of advertising JMac has already paid for.
I know. But I don't know if he wants to take us up on that because we're toxically.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever JMac wants to do is up to him. I mean, yeah, I would love to play it, love to advertise it.
Yeah,
love to play it on stream. So.
We do talk about sensitive topics, which
that's true.
If I'm selling a game, I would probably
that's true.
steer clear of.
I don't know. Maybe JMac's pretty based. He might not care.
Right.
JMac, our surrogate father, again, for another 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jay. Our father.
Yeah.
Lopan for $2 says, Sam Sedar is against punching Nazis. Clip it. There you go. Yeah, see, you should go look back in 2014 and see if he made a video about that. Stug for $5 says, is it me or does Sam look and argue a fair bit like Thomas Binger? Have we seen both of them in the same room at the same time? Well, we haven't, but we haven't seen Adam and Thomas Binger in the same room at the same time.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to, you could.
Okay.
Look,
you looked a lot. You look like a more handsome version of Thomas Binger.
I'm not Thomas Binger.
That's true.
I don't have any Star Wars lapel clips. Okay.
Oh, you didn't have a Rebel. I forgot that he had those. That was so cringy.
That's the whole reason to do. That's the whole reason he prosecuted Kyle Rittenhouse, so he could.
He just wanted to show off his lapels.
Yeah.
I forgot that he had those. Stug for $5 says, quote, "Do I condemn murder morally? No. Why would I talk about my morality? I never talk about morality." Sam Sedar probably. Yeah, it's a weird argument. Hopefully we'll get to talk about it again at some point. Forrest for $5 says, Sam Sedar won't morally condemn political violence. It's just not pragmatic for his consequentialism. Damian Gershwin for $2 says, does racist grummer Sam know who Quintez Brown is? I mean, I don't know who that is, so probably not. Who is Quintez Brown? Do you know who this is, Adam?
No. I was hearting super chats, but I hearted Reds, and I was thinking maybe I shouldn't heart that super chat. Red 473 for $20 says, gentlemen, sorry I missed your debate. What are the chances he goes and calls you both far right on his show? Destiny all over again. He and Emma seem to love to burn bridges. Well, I mean, I would hope that wouldn't happen. And I did unheart your super chat just to not send the wrong message, because I do feel like we had a good faith debate. I feel like and it could be misperception. He could definitely do that, but I guess we'll wait and see. I don't like to accuse people of things before they happen. I like to think the best of people. So, and he said on the show he has agreed to come back on. I messaged him and thanked him for coming on the show, and he said he would like to come on again. So,
sure.
Look, maybe he's a friend of the show and he doesn't. I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't even know if he'll talk about this on his show. Definitely won't clip it. He might talk about it. I'm sure someone will super chat him talking about it, and he'll talk about it on the long stream that goes unlisted. But yeah, hopefully he doesn't go that route. I know one of his producers hates our guts, so maybe that could be interesting. But anyway, let me look about this Quintez Brown.
What I missed? I had to.
Louisville man charged with shooting at now Mayor Craig Greenberg to mount insanity defense. Lawyers for activist Quintez Brown, who was charged with attempting to shoot then mayoral candidate Craig Greenberg last year, will ask a jury to find him not guilty by reason of insanity. Oh, wait. Let's see. Why did this guy do it? Come on, story. Tell me the information here. Brown was a former University of Louisville student who had worked as an intern at the Courier-Journal and was arrested on February 14, 2022, shortly after police said he used a 9mm Glock to fire shots into Greenberg's campaign office on Story Avenue. None of the 5 people inside were injured, but one shot tore through Greenberg's sweater. That's pretty crazy. Presumably he wasn't sitting down when that happened. Brown initially was prosecuted in state court, but after a nonprofit organization posted bail. Who would? Okay. Does that not just make your mind melt?
Not really.
Is Adam even listening?
What was it? Why should my mind melt?
What are you doing?
Fill
You're
me
not
in.
paying attention.
I'm answering the IJP Mexicans DM from a month ago.
From a month ago.
Look, he's giving me I feel bad. He's giving me shit in the chat. What am I supposed to do?
You should. I'm sure I have a bunch of DMs from like months and months ago I never answered either. Okay, so this guy, Adam, listen. This guy, Quintez
I'm paying
Brown,
attention now. You have my undivided attention.
You're doing something funny in the
I'm not.
The giant head or something? Anyway, don't do it. This is a serious story. Okay. Quintez Brown.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Quit. This could be a clip. You're gonna ruin the clip.
Tell me.
You're gonna make CTS to cut all this out for this clip.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I told her I'd be good.
That's true. CT like did some Herculean clip cutting the other day. It was very impressive.
Yeah, we're
you,
got clips up the wazoo now.
Yes, thank you, CT. That was very amazing. But anyway, there's this guy named Quintez Brown. He went to the mayoral candidate's office. Mayoral, thank you. He went to the office of the mayor's candidacies, and he took out a gun and he shot into the office.
Ouch! Okay. What the fuck?
He just unloaded into it. Now, there are 5 people inside. No one was injured, but the mayor's sweater did get shot. So presumably, if it was like on the back of a chair or something, if the mayor had been sitting down, he would have got shot. Right. Okay.
Wow.
After this happens, a non-profit organization posts bail for this psychopath.
What?
Is that not insane? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
A guy, this isn't like, see, this is why I despise some of these criminal defense / bail organizations, okay? This isn't a question of like, did he do it? This isn't a question of, oh, did someone, oh, the police just accused me of doing this crime. And I'm saying that I'm totally innocent. Everyone knows he did it. That wasn't even the question.
They probably had him on film from like 5 different angles.
Yes, he just goes up and starts shooting into a building, and this activist organization, which is just one of these organizations, I'm assuming, called the Louisville Community Bail Fund, is one of these like, we just think everyone should have bail forever for any reason, which was kind of a controversy that happened with, Kamala Harris promoting that for the BLM stuff. And they just come over and they just give this guy, this violent criminal who's insane, who just went up to a building and started shooting into it blindly, they just give him bail.
Yeah, what was the thinking there?
Anyway, they posted bail and allowed him to be released into home incarceration. Well, at least whatever that means.
Home incarceration.
Does that just mean he had like one of those little ankle
home arrest?
Yeah, I don't know. He was indicted in federal court, and the government successfully moved for him to be detained pending trial. Well, thank you, federal government. Okay, what was his motivation, though? Tell me article. The article doesn't tell me what his motivation was. Was he a lefty? New details revealed in shooting at candidate's headquarters.
Yeah, was he a Republican?
Let's see.
The mayor? Was the mayor a Republican and the shooter a Democrat?
Quintez Brown wanted to kill Craig Greenberg to prevent him from winning the upcoming mayoral election, prosecutors argue, citing his internet search history, text messages, and posts.
Wow.
The day before, Brown took a Lyft ride to the candidate's house, and a minute later searched the internet for instructions on how to fix a gun loaded with a backwards bullet. Oh my God.
He's googling this shit. He's like, I got this busted handgun.
And then he left. He literally, oh my, this guy is so stupid and crazy. He went to the house to commit this crime. Okay. Because he's a competent buffoon, thankfully, because maybe someone would have died. He loads the bullet in backwards, and he's like, "Oh, the gun's not working." And then he's standing on his phone with like a gun in hand, and his phone like, "How to fix the jammed gun."
Was that the search?
Yes, the search was how to fix a gun loaded with a backwards bullet. And then when he couldn't get the answer fast enough, he goes home. He leaves. He's like, "Oh, I gotta get out of here. This is taking too long."
He puts the bullet in backwards and it gets jammed in there.
Yes.
What a fuck. Oh my God.
And then he leaves because he can't figure out how to do it. And then he comes back the next day, presumably with the gun fixed, to commit the crime.
He got some needle nose pliers or something and pried that shit out of there.
God, what an idiot.
He's like, holy shit, how did I put the bullet in backwards?
Yes.
It felt kind of hard going in there.
Yes.
I mean, when I had to tap it in with the hammer, I thought, oh, that's dangerous. Can you imagine trying to hammer a bullet into a revolver backwards?
Oh, he didn't actually pull it out. So it says the morning of the shooting, he purchased another gun. So I think he just got a whole other gun. He's like, I couldn't figure out how to do it. So
this story's insane.
Yeah. What was the motivation here, though? Does the article say? Let's see. A few of Brown's professors and supervisors from the University of Louisville testified in support of his release. Dr. Ricky
He can't kill anyone. He's too dumb.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Listen to this. Dr. Ricky Jones, a professor of Pan-African Studies at the University of Louisville, said Brown was a star of the university and a talented writer. Who gives a shit? I don't care how if you got straight A's. If you're going to a random place and unloading a gun into it, who cares what you're... These people are insane. What kind of argument is that? Well, he was a really good student, so you have to let him go. No.
This is pretty crazy.
Oh my God. Let's see. Brown disappeared for about 2 weeks later last summer. I'm sure Sean has some video about this. We should probably watch. After he was found safe, his parents issued a statement asking for patience and privacy while they attended his physical, mental, and spiritual needs. So fantastic. What the hell was his motivation? The fact that they're not saying what his motivation was makes me think it was left wing. Because if it was right wing,
of course it was.
They would all say it. They'd all blast it from
he didn't know how guns work. He's a talented writer. He's an academic.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally Googling shit. Of course he's a lefty.
Look in the chat. Is anyone know? Is there some like specific thing that talks about his motivation?
Who's going to bail him out if he's a right winger? Just look up the political party in the mayor. Why don't you just do that? Why?
Well, I guess he's a Republican, but you
if
could
he's
say,
a Republican,
he doesn't want him to be. You know, he wants to be primary or something. I don't know.
Nah.
Now he's Democrat.
What? Really?
Yeah. So I'm saying it doesn't really matter because he could be some kind of like super lefty or something.
Look, a bunch of people want to play J-Mac's game. When's the game? Great. Let's do it.
Oh my God. So apparently this Wikipedia article says something different. It says the next day, Black Lives Matter Louisville, a chapter of Black Lives Matter Global Network Fund, and the Louisville Community Bail Fund jointly posted bail of $100,000 for Brown. So the Black Lives Matter chapter in Louisville helped pay for this guy's bail because they're idiots and psychos.
People in the chat are making fun of me because I said Googling is left wing. Look, if he used DuckDuckGo, we'd know the truth.
There you go. There you go.
What are you talking about?
That's true. That's true.
Look, he's so dumb. He doesn't DuckDuckGo not follow your search history? He should have DuckDuckGo'd that
follow
shit.
My search history. Okay. I want it to like recommend the best porn to me, okay?
Yeah.
Obviously.
That's what they should do. They should search his porn history, and then you'd know if he was left or right. You'd find out.
Yeah.
If it's all like tradcom porn.
If he's looking up all the trans porn, he's obviously right wing because that's
Yeah, you're right.
That's true.
All right, case closed. We solved another one.
Sean, Sean, what was the guy's motivation? Do we know what the guy's motivation was?
Ask Sean.
I'm sure Sean knows about this story. Because if it's left, if this guy was motivated by left-wing stuff, I mean, this would be a perfect example to bring to Sam and say, listen, you were saying you thought it was ridiculous that someone would listen to this kind of fascistic takeover and go and commit violence. And I mean,
that's why
had
you're
it happen multiple times. Well, that's why the super chatter brought it up.
Suddenly, I feel compelled to know more about this story.
Suddenly, see, now that Adam,
now that I know the context
to win an argument, he's interested, right?
Now that I know the context,
right?
I'm like, I smell an easy win.
There you go. Okay, but thank you, Damien, for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, definitely. Sitch is going to bookmark that.
Yes. Quintus, I'll add it to my notes for the next conversation.
Did a little auto.
There's some good. You guys have been giving some good questions for next time. Where was I? Twitter sucks for $5 says Sam. The reason people commenting on this channel wouldn't say that is because they're not fascist like the people who watch your show. Ouch. But thank you, Twitter sucks. Damien Gershwin for $2 says Sam, why are you deranged? Is it genetic? Now, Damien. Don't be too mean.
Yeah.
Lucimelio Lopez for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says, Sam, how does Tim Pool misinfo can lead to violence, but yours doesn't, despite the fact that Tim Pool has condemned violence? Yeah, I'm curious, because I haven't seen it enough. I wouldn't be that surprised if Tim has put out a far stronger condemnation of violence than Sam did in that video that I was talking about. So, I mean, I'm glad he seemed strongly to condemn it on this show. It makes me feel a little better.
Tim promotes a narrative, though, that I think is a reasonable person might turn to violence as well. I mean, the whole Civil War thing. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I don't like a lot of Tim's rhetoric, and we've talked about that in the past too. I do think it can lead things to being hyped up as well.
Right. So I think Tim Pool should tone it back as well.
I agree. Chaotic Intention for $2 says, he's wrong. We all think that's what he's saying. Alternative Keck for $10 says, get him, Sitchy. Don't let him mumble his way out of it.
Was that happening?
There was some mumbling, yes. The IJP Mexican for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, I've seen enough interrogation videos to know what the cough out of nowhere means right after the Tim versus Emma question. Well done, Sitch S class. Baby. Thank you.
There was a cough and a little drink of water. I noticed that.
Yeah. Daily Dose for $2 says, Sam, quote, salty duck sucker. That's an interesting one. Duck sucker. Cedar drinks Coke buckets. Wow. Theo Wolfie for 1 month says, question for Sam. We know the right can go too far regarding race superiority. When does the left go too far? That's a fantastic question, but I will add it to the list for our next conversation, potentially for our next conversation. That's a good question. We got to remember that. That's a great question to ask all our guests, Adam.
That's Jordan Peterson's question in the first Sitch and Adam show.
Yes. Yeah.
He asked Michael Eric Dyson.
You got to remember that. When does the left go too far?
Jordan Peterson says it's equity. When they want
right, but we shouldn't say anything.
Quotas.
When do they think the left goes too far?
Quotas.
Both ideologically and then, because obviously they'll say like violence. I'm like, well, I don't mean like in terms of violence. So I'm glad that you think it's going too far. But like ideologically, where do you think the left goes too far? I bet you a lot of
abolition of property rights. Property rights are the foundation of Western civilization. I know your answer. Never Adam. Get around it.
I'm not interested in your answer on the question. Okay.
Well, look, I want to answer the question. I want to play along. I'm having fun.
Teacher, pick me. Teacher, pick me.
What is your answer? What's your answer?
Never.
Look, I've been thinking about
this. Love can never go too far, baby. That's my answer.
I've been thinking about this question for a long time because it is a good question.
Yes.
And I do think property rights, and also, I mean, literally, they're making videos, making excuses for shoplifting. Come on.
Yeah, I know, obviously. But I would bet you that question would be such a scary question for a lot of left-wing content creators to answer, because they'd be afraid of alienating some radical part of their audience or something.
Where are radicals?
There you go.
How come we don't have anyone to alienate?
Because we don't want them, because we're the enlightened centrists. We have enlightened centrist radicals, okay?
It's true. We don't like
Michael
radicals.
Gallup for 11 months says, Kyle's comment section was a garbage dump, mainly taking the worst interpretation from what Adam said to mean, quote, I can't be a bigot at work equals authoritarianness. I don't even know what that would be in context to. But.
Well, I said that wokeness is authoritarianism because people, they're walking on eggshells at work.
Oh, right.
And what the people in the comment section are saying, you should walk on eggshells at work because we're looking for microaggressions. We're looking to call you an authoritarian bigot, so you and make sure that you lose your job. So basically, they're proving my point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler, S-Class General for $2 says, Funny how once you read the law verbatim, Sam wasn't so cocksure. Gee, wonder why. There you go.
Our comment section, look, I don't read the comment section on other videos of shows that we do for this reason, because the comment section is generally just pretty bad faith with people. But I mean, our comment section, you guys don't really treat the people who come on our show with any charity either. So I don't feel like I can't really lodge a complaint against Kyle and his comment section when there's a bunch of shit in our comment section talking smack. So
that's just the way.
It's the way of the world. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Stuck for $5 says, Sitch, I was going to criticize you for bringing up, quote, stochastic terrorism, but you did maybe you meant you were going to criticize me for not bringing it up, but you brought it around with the collar. Well, that was the whole thing. I was trying to get to that. But thank you, Stug. Adam, nice job catching him when he was painting the governor as saying being black didn't matter in Tulsa.
Yeah. I thought he was getting that backwards. Yeah.
Right.
I spoke more than I wanted to speak, to be honest with you.
I know, yeah. You had planned to not speak very much at all, but I think you did good.
But I just thought we were kind of veering off course a bit.
Right.
So,
well, I could tell whenever Adam feels like you don't understand what he's saying, you get angry. So I could sense that was happening.
You don't understand what I am saying?
Like if you say something to someone and you feel like they make an argument where they don't address what you said,
yes,
you get angry about that. That's like one of your triggers.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know that. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. If I can, should I fix that, or is it something?
I mean, you could do whatever you want. I'm just saying. So because that's what happened. I think that's part of why he started to jump in, is because you felt like either you or me, like we would say something and then he wouldn't address it or understand it, and it was sort of like you're like, oh my god. So.
Well, like I said, my ultimate goal is just that someone can steel man my argument.
Of course.
And I just want to make sure that was crystal clear. We didn't really get into it because we were losing time.
Right.
But I would like Sam to be able to say, okay, there is a difference between somebody, hearing one of these stories in history class and personally feeling ashamed, and the teacher making a declaration that this is a terrible thing that white people did, and we all as white people should feel ashamed for.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So that distinction we never really made clear. It's an easy distinction once you.
I mean, we made that distinction clear like several times.
Right, but I don't know that Sam understands that distinction, and that is the distinction the law is making.
Yes.
Right, and I do if Sam wanted to say, well, this is just too complicated, teachers are not going to know, it's going to stifle them. I mean, I'm somewhat sympathetic to that argument, because I think, we don't pay teachers enough money to actually have smart people in those positions. So a lot of times we have, just dumbasses that are teachers.
Right. Yeah, but that's why I said that argument, there's two problems with that argument. Number one, there hasn't been any cases about that.
Well, that's a good point. That's a great point.
And you hear about all these cases about the book bannings. We haven't heard anything about this. Okay. And we'd hear it because the left would eat up that story.
Of course.
They're salivating for that story. Oh my God, some, school district in Florida can't teach about slavery, right? But then also they have to, because all the teaching about slavery and teaching about segregation, all these stuff, this is all in the standards that they have to teach anyway. They can't not teach it. They by law have to teach it. So She-Roy for $5.55, thank you, says, Adam, please see the revisionism page on Wikipedia and read its short description of historical revisionism and historical negationism, which previous show prompted this good question.
Okay.
You're asking Adam to read something, so you're already.
Well, I mean, I know about revisionism. Go ahead.
Historical revisionism may refer to the critical re-examination of presumed historical facts and existing historiography. The revisionist school of thought in the Soviet and communist studies, as opposed to the Cold War traditionalist schools. Interesting. Well, I wonder when they say historical revisionism is the critical re-examination, what do they mean critical? How do they mean critical? Do they mean like critical, like a socialist critical, or do they mean critical like normal critical? Because they give the immediately go to Soviet communist studies, so that makes me think it, which is interesting because they're kind of painting this like it's not necessarily a negative thing. The historical revisionism has always been used in my lifetime in completely negative context. So
these are great, J-Mac.
What are you looking at?
J-Mac sent me some designs for the game.
Oh, nice.
Some creature designs for the game. He said it's Pokemon meets Dungeons and Dragons, which I was a giant.
That sounds awesome.
Dungeons and Dragons nerd, but I never was. Well, I mean, I did drive around that one time with my wife playing the Pokemon app game. But this is the reason why I was such a Dungeons and Dragons nerd, because all the books, I mean, it's just the amazing artwork in all the books and all the creatures and stuff. It's impossible not to be just completely consumed by it. It's fascinating.
Historical negation refers to concerted denial of claims accepted by mainstream historians may purport to be historical revisionism, but its methodologies have no basis in historiography or professions of history. Well, there you go.
Hysterectomies?
Historical negationism, also called denialism. Okay. Dill's birthday elephant for $2 says, "Hey Scrubs, I'm working on my new job. Haven't been around as much, but glad to see your conversation with Sam Sedar." Sam Sedar, ouch, went well. Anyways, oh my God. A-Team drinks his creamy C words through this baby bottle, through his baby bottle. S-Class breastfeeds. Jesus, Dill. That was pretty graphic.
Wow.
Thanks for the $2, I guess.
N-bombs and that in our stream.
Yes.
This is definitely.
I know.
You guys are killing us here.
I censored it, sort of.
Oh, good. Good job.
PC for $5 says, "Adam, did you watch Vivek interview on All In? I thought he had some interesting ideas, like with school vouchers."
I did. Well, maybe I didn't. Actually, I think I watched the first 10 minutes of it and got bored and quit. I like All In podcasts, but I don't like it when they do. I don't know. Sometimes they do weird shit. So. I mean, I'm in favor of some kind of school vouchers.
Oh, CT gave you a Pokemon, the name.
Boy, everyone's just.
I know.
What's going
on? Duke Norton, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Born Stellar for $5 says, "Adam, on the Sunday stream, give me 30 minutes and I can convince a classroom of kids they have cancer. How does this not refute your kid's voting argument?"
I don't know.
On Sunday, Adam, you said, quote, "Give me 30 minutes and I can convince a classroom of kids they have cancer," end quote. How does that, the fact that you think kids are so, I guess, affected by social contagion or easily led to manipulation, how does that not refute your kid's voting argument?
The parents are voting for them, so.
That's right. Adam has changed his argument to.
Doesn't make yeah.
It doesn't matter. Adam has changed his argument that now the parents get the kids' vote until they become 18.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I do think people are easily gaslit as well. So, what are you going to do? Not let them vote because they're easily gaslit? Look, give me a. Well, it might be more difficult with adults to gaslight adults into believing they have cancer. I think I could do it if I came out and said, I'm a medical professional and I have like a test or something, and I went around the room and I did the test, and I'd be like, oh, cancer is very high in this area because of some sort of outbreak or something. Sure, I could get 80% of the adults to think they have cancer. What do you think, Sitch?
I don't agree with whatever you said.
Okay. Do you think people are easily gaslit?
Of course. Of course they are.
Okay, ready?
What am I ready for?
For the Pokemon.
Oh, yes. What is the name of the Pokemon? Name that Pokemon.
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty. How do you like it?
That's probably your worst name yet.
Well, there you have
your
it.
Worst name yet.
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty.
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty. All right. Interesting. Okay, I'm curious if you guys can discern that from Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty. Wow.
You got to say it right.
Okay, how do you say it?
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty.
You have to say, you have to use that emphasis. Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty. Like
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Now you're feeling it.
Was Sitch or Adam's phone vibrating? Mine wasn't. Did you guys hear something weird? Might have been shuffling some drawers or something. I don't know. But it is not Mewtwo. No. Nope. Twitter sucks. Thanks so much, Twitter sucks, for the $10. Says the fighter was named after Clay, born in 1810. Based. Look up the YouTuber The Fat Electrician. He has a fantastic video on him. Clay would have been president instead of Lincoln. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. That guy sounds pretty cool.
Really?
I didn't know anything about this guy.
Cassius Clay competed against Lincoln?
They had a boxing match, yes. And Lincoln won, and that's why Lincoln became president. Did you know that Lincoln defeated Muhammad Ali in a boxing match to become president?
Wow. He hid brass knuckles in that big hat, stovepipe hat. Stovepipe hat.
No one's got it yet.
What?
What was the name? I already forgot it.
So did I. Back the stream up.
Was it Bat? It was Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty or something.
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Bat Baby. Was that it, chat? Bat
Baby Meow Meow Kitty. Meow meow.
Terrible name.
You gotta say meow meow.
You're saying meow meow like Meowth, which makes me think you actually do watch Pokemon.
Meow meow.
That's right. Meowth. It's not Toxel. No, it's not Toxel.
Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty.
No. Nope, you guys are not getting it. Mike Osborne for £5 says, Sitch, what are the prongs on the end of a fork, if not less good chopsticks? Stop pretending and get on the winning side. Okay, there you go. That's like saying, what is a gun but a bow and arrow that shoots a tiny arrow very quickly? Okay. There's a difference. All right.
What if you put your arrow in backwards?
There you go. Nope, no one's got it yet. I don't think anyone's gonna get it at this point. Wow. Rico Zorro for 60 months. Thank you so much, Rico Zorro, for being a 60 months free will seeker. Says, I've been through the desert on a bird with no name. It felt good to get out of the mainstream media. In the fringes, you can't remember your brains, 'cause there ain't no free will. I don't remember the rest of the song, but thank you, Rico Zorro.
That's not the song, but is that a super
that's
chat?
the enlightened centrist version of the song. Obviously.
That's amazing.
But thank you, Rico. I love those lyrics. That's good.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. Who
And it felt
sings
good
that?
to get out of the rain. I don't know.
I don't remember
Are
that.
they a
song.
one-hit wonder, or is that like a big band?
I think maybe one hit wonder.
Horse with no name. Oh, it was America. America sang it.
Oh.
They're a big band.
One hit wonder.
Okay. Is Adam gonna have to tell you guys? Because nobody, I don't think anyone.
I thought it was incredibly easy.
No, it's not. No, you guys are all. No one's getting it.
I'll give you here. I'll give it another name.
Okay.
To give you guys a hint. Okay.
Give us a second name.
Second name. Miguel.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Okay.
Give us a better second name.
No, that's it. Miguel.
No. Come on.
You don't like Miguel?
No, give us another. Give us a different name.
A different name. Okay.
The question was
saber-toothed tigerfish.
Okay, so Adam he's naming a Pokemon based on visual look. He doesn't know what the actual name is. So you have to guess what the actual Pokemon is named. So his second name was saber-toothed tigerfish, right?
Yes. Or
And
Miguel.
Or Miguel. The first name was Batface Meow Meow.
Batface Meow Meow Kitty.
Or no, was it Bat Baby Meow Meow?
Oh, Bat Baby Meow Meow Kitty.
Bat Baby Meow Meow. And now we have
Let's be
saber-toothed
clear here.
tigerfish. Okay.
Yes. Or Miguel.
Or Miguel.
Not Michael. Miguel.
It's Miguel. Okay. It's not no. Don't just keep repeating yourselves, guys. If you said it once and no one caught it, it's not no bait. It's not Glingar. It's not Gyarados. Oh, CT, don't give it away. You gave it away. You gave it away.
What? With that hint?
CT gave it away.
Oh, yes. Look at that. Sammy G.
Sammy G. CT gave it away. Boo. For 2 Canadians, says Poke hint. It's an evolution. Sammy G got it. It's Vaporeon.
Why is that hint so? How come they didn't get it with Miguel, but they got it with CT's hint?
Well, you'd have to be a little younger to understand. It's
just
Vaporeon.
explain it to me like I am younger. How about that?
The answer is Vaporeon. Which, listen, if you guys pull up a picture of Vaporeon, it's got like the big old fish bat ears.
Well,
it also looks like a cat.
And the saber-toothed tiger fish.
I mean, it doesn't really have teeth, so I didn't know where you got that from.
Well, it has a mane.
Yeah, but you mean
Oh,
lion.
you're right. Lions have the mane.
Lions have manes, Adam. Okay.
Oh, you're right. That might have confused the issue a bit.
Right. Show the pic. Yeah, you can bring up the pic if you want. But,
sure. I'll bring it up.
Did you know that Vaporeon is supposed to be the something? Okay, if I were to tell you that Vaporeon is supposed to be the something of all Pokemon, the most something of all Pokemons, what do you think it would be?
The sum of all Pokemons?
If I said Vaporeon is the most blank of all Pokemons, what would be that blank?
Adorable?
No.
Edible?
No.
I don't know. What is it?
Just type in Vaporeon is the most on Google and you'll get your answer.
No, I'm scared. I'm too scared.
You're scared.
Yeah, every time you guys tell me to type something into Google, it turns out
Just
to be
look it
porn.
up. Just look it up.
No, just tell me. I don't need to look it up.
I don't want to look it up. I mean, I don't want to say it. I don't want the clip to exist to be saying it. It's something something you'd like, Adam. The most MMT related, okay? Look it up. You'll like it.
Mm-hmm.
Vaporeon knows all about economic theory, okay?
Really?
Yeah.
Which theory? Modern monetary theory or mommy milker theory?
So Vaporeon knows a very interesting form of economic theory that's known as the Rule 34 economic theory.
I know. See, that's what I was
I
like.
want you to look that up. I want you to Google that.
I'm going to Google Vaporeon Rule 34
Yes.
to see what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Let me Google it right away.
Google it right now.
Nope.
I thought you were actually going to do it. How disappointing. I thought you were going to be a good sport. We'd all get to see Adam go, and then we all laugh, have a good time. No. Adam doesn't care about us having a good time, everybody.
Of course not. I don't want you guys to have too much fun.
Jeez. The answer was breedable.
Oh. I thought it might be breedable.
You just can see it, right, when you look at it?
No, I just
Then why do you think it was?
because you said that it's something I would be into. So
So you're into breeding Pokemon.
how do you look? You breed them and you sell them, right?
Okay.
Raise all your Pokemons. I know how this game works.
That's what you meant. That kind of breeding. Okay, gotcha.
How does this work? How do you? So if you have a breedable Pokemon,
yeah,
and you get a bunch, how do you get extra Pokemon out of that? Like, what does that metric have to do with the game? Do they mail you
How
free
do you get
cards?
extra Pokemon out of that, Adam? Tell me.
Well, if you're breeding livestock,
yeah,
the livestock has sex and reproduces, but I don't. What is the equivalent of that in the game? Like, why
Adam is a Pokemon breeder. That is true.
Why do they include this metric in the Pokemon?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Well, you're saying that he's the most breedable. What does that mean in this context?
Who's the most breedable?
The Pokemon.
What's his name?
Miguel.
Okay. Forget it. If you want to know the answer to the question, Adam, you'll have to Google it, okay?
Okay.
Joe the Meg for $10 says, catching up on the previous stream, you guys need to send Sam any of the dozen articles on the failures of the IAT in the research trying to associate unconscious bias with actual behavior. Yes. That's a good thing to bring up.
Yeah, the unconscious bias literature, I think, is pretty bad.
It is not good. Yeah, it's not great. Toss Apprentice for $2 says, hey, Sitch, did you like the game I got you? What?
What game? You got a game?
I don't know.
Sweet.
Did you send me a game on Steam? Don't send me a game on Steam. I mean, I appreciate it. But
Sitch doesn't have time for your games.
I don't. What did you get me?
Sitch has other very important things to get done.
Don't get me things. What did you get me? How do I see? Where do I check this?
I'm going to read some super chats while you look for your game.
I don't see anything.
Oh, PC for $5 says, Adam, did you watch the Vivek interview on All In? I thought he had some interesting ideas with school vouchers. Oh, I think
we already read that one.
Yeah. I'm in favor of school vouchers, but I didn't. I'm not. I don't think I will only watch half of it. Duke Norton is a new member. What? Welcome, Duke Norton.
Thank you, Duke.
Drew P-Balls.
That's fine.
Drew P-Balls.
What are you doing? You're way back there. Creature JK for 5 Canadian says, recently my family doggo of 10 years died. I'm sorry to hear that. R.I.P. Lexi. You guys helped distract me and helped me with some laughs. Thanks, bros. Also, play the buckets of Coom video. I think we're going to do that.
Yeah.
But we're glad that we could help. R.I.P. Lexi.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, sorry about your dog.
Yes.
I'm going to be going through that with Wormy. Wormy's getting up there, so not looking forward to it. You guys will be giving me some laughs.
Excuse me. Hey, Sitch, I'm making a mod for this game. I heard you like StarCraft, so here's a Steam code for it. I didn't even see this. You can play matches occasionally when Adam and guests start the debate or something. Oh, well, awesome. Thanks, Loth. I'll check it out. I didn't even notice you ever sent this to me. Cool.
You're terrible.
Sloth sends me like a million messages, okay? I look at them and then I don't respond.
Elisi Aquanaut gifted
but thank
5 new memberships. Welcome,
thank you,
new
members.
For
this, I will check it out.
Welcome, Hank Hooper. Welcome, Creature JK. Welcome, Nape. Welcome, Vistalocks.
Cyborg for 16 months says, my commie cousin went to college with Hassan. Wow. And you guys are implying some skeletons in the closet with abuse. You weren't missing the mark. Wow. Not surprised.
Ask him if he wants to come on our show.
True. Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much. Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain. For being 16 months, discipline equals freedom.
Wow, that's no joke.
Your talk with Sam was amazing, Sitch. He was such a weasel throughout the whole conversation, but you pressed him hard on the issues. You really showed that S-Class is the best class.
I thought it was funny when I was saying, stop sending him links. And he's like, no, Sitch is good faith. You know, he wants me to have the information.
Yes.
It's like, he wants you to read on our fucking show.
Yes. Bricknose for 1 month says, S-Class is the pest class. Wow, Bricknose. And A-Team chugs the cream. Well, you can take that either as positive or negative. I mean, you do drink half and half, so that is true.
Oh, yeah, I do like heavy whipping cream, too.
That is true. Thank you for being 1 month. Discipline equals freedom. Glad to see you boys growing in influence. Use your power wisely. We'll do. We'll do, Bricknose. Thank you.
We like to.
Ginger Must Prime for 3 Aussies says, ha ha, MAGA people conspiratorial, yes, but racist, no. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not, if someone believes that we faked the moon landing, I'm not really afraid of that person. You know, if someone thinks that the government is corrupt, I'm not sure I'm afraid of that either.
Mm-hmm.
If someone believes everyone around them is irredeemably racist, I'm like, okay, that seems like that will tangibly affect their lives.
Right.
Because you're interacting with people all the time.
Ostracy for $10. Thank you, Ostracy. Says, Sitch, you said Republicans are having trouble shaking the racist claims because of their lack of support of the Civil Rights Act. Can you elaborate on that? Sure. If you go back and if you look at support for the civil rights legislation, you'll see that even though there was bipartisanship to a degree, it was majority Democrats that were pushed. There were Southern Democrats that didn't, obviously, but it was majority Democrats that pushed it. It was a Democratic president that pushed it and instituted it, and it kind of set the stage in people's minds, whether you think it's fair or not, for this kind of racial divide between the parties. So,
I mean, I still see this in people who watch this show. They talk about race issues in a way that can easily be characterized as racist.
mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily know that they are racist. Maybe they are, and they're hiding their power level, as people like to say. But the fact that they, you know, if they're not hiding their power level and they're genuinely not racist, they don't seem to be able to understand how what they're doing can look racist to other people. And I think that's very similar to the situation with the civil rights movement. Because I know that they all like the...
Well, that would be true now. I mean, that's now. That wouldn't necessarily be true in like the 60s, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, yeah, but a lot of these arguments came out of those old arguments. And so, you know, back the origin of the states' rights issue likely was racist. But people today are still making the states' rights issue and not understanding the heritage of that argument and how people can perceive it as racist still. Which I just think you got to be aware of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people just, you know, you tell them that though, and they want to make whatever argument they want to make the way they want to make it. Don't tell me what to do, and you're a bitch for trying to claim that this looks racist, right? Sorry. I mean, it just does, right?
Right.
Help me out here, Sitch. Am I making sense here, or is this?
Sure. Though I want to clarify that with the original Civil Rights Act, the majority of Democrats and Republicans both voted in favor of it.
The majority of Democrats and Republicans voted in favor of the Civil Rights Act.
1964 Civil Rights Act, yeah.
Right. If you asked the typical Democrat on the street, they would tell you none of the Republicans voted for it.
Sure, that would be the perception, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it was mostly, it wasn't like mostly along party lines. It's mostly along, location lines in the country. So.
Right. You had Republicans in the South and Democrats in the South voting against it.
Right.
I'm assuming. I'm assuming it was like a regional thing. Yeah. Right. But this is the great sword of the parties, because those Republicans who voted against it
here's the real problem.
Stayed in the Republican Party.
And maybe it's not correct to associate it all the way back. Well, I'm actually curious because I have to look at it, because I know from a lot of historical literature I was reading in the 60s, it was even in the 60s perceived that the Republicans were getting hit with the racist stick, despite all the racist Southern Democrats. Mm-hmm. I am curious as to what was the cause of that in the 60s. So I should probably research into that more. But I think part of the issue, too, that you get into, probably nowadays, because maybe all that's irrelevant nowadays. I think part of the problem you get into now, you get into two problems. First of all, as I talked about, since Reagan, the Republicans have been trying to push back on, quote, black issues since the 80s in terms of affirmative action policies and things of that nature. You had the whole welfare queens thing, which was seen as a racial attack, whether you want to say it is or not. And then, whenever you have someone advocating against civil rights, like saying the Civil Rights Act was wrong, it's usually someone on the right doing that. So I think all these things kind of stack up in people's minds, for good or for ill, whether you think that's appropriate or not.
The question that I always have is it being driven by tribalism or is it being driven by racism? Certainly there are certain people who are racist and it's being driven by racism. But I do think a lot of people are just not really racist, but it's being driven by tribalism. They hate Democrats, they hate liberals. So they're going to make these arguments to stick it to the libs. Mm-hmm. And they're just being perceived as racist because they're arguments that have been inherited by racists.
But actually,
or inherited from racists.
If you look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964, if you look at the proportions of votes, the Republicans had a better proportion voting in favor of it. So, let's see. Where's the number? I just lost the numbers. Okay, in the Senate, 69% of Democrats voted for the Civil Rights Act and 31% voted against. And 82% of Republicans voted for and 18% against the Senate. And in the House, the Democrats split their votes. 61% voted in favor of it, 39% against. And the Republicans, 80% in favor of it and 20% against. So that's interesting. So the Republicans definitely have a lot better, at least initial track record in 1964 for supporting the Civil Rights Act proportionally than the Democrats did.
Well, hell yeah. That's awesome. Look at that.
There you go.
Those racist Democrats.
Well, it was interesting because, back in those days, a lot of the South was Democrat because the Democrats were like the party of like the rural party. So it's interesting to see that split or that change occur over time, obviously.
Yeah, people hate that because you're talking about the party switch and people just don't like that.
Well, it literally happened. I don't know. Like, you can't deny that the Democrats used to be a party that was supposed to represent a lot of rural voters and rural farmers. And obviously that is not how anyone perceives the Democrats nowadays.
That's a government psyop, Sitch.
So, okay.
Okay.
You said the Democratic Party is still perceived as the party sticking up for rural areas of the country?
Of course.
Like, I don't.
They're for the rural working class.
Okay.
Yeah. Look,
anyway.
this is why it's a donkey.
Stuck
It's
for
a
$5
mule.
says,
A mule is a symbol of agriculture.
I don't think that's why it was a mule.
Okay.
Stuck for $5 says, what rollbacks of affirmative action happened in the 80s aside from the rhetorical pushback I made? I'd have to go check, actually, because I don't know what the actual, I don't know if there was, actually, no, I'm pretty sure there was actual rollback, but I know that there was a lot of talk of wanting to roll it back by Reaganites. But I'll be honest, I don't know what the actual policy changes happened in the 80s regarding that. Resist hoplophobic. I don't know what that even means. Hoplophobic bigots for 7 Canadian. Says first time super chat, quote, Vivek reminding David that he shares a country with many, many people is excellent, and I hope David takes it to heart. A-team.
A-team, like that. Try that.
Like what?
A-team. Say it like you
what?
mean it.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not following. I said it like that.
Give me your deep voice. A-team.
I don't have a deep voice.
A-team. Give me like that.
Voice.
Just give me a good A-team, just like that.
Mm.
A-team.
Mm.
Look like you're a demon from hell. Come on, just one demon from hell.
Mm.
A-team.
Mm-hmm.
Do that. Make a fist with your hand when you do it. Like, ball your hand up in a fist as hard, just as tight as you can.
Okay,
and
I'm
go,
balling my fist.
A-team.
I'm balling my fist. I'm lowering my voice. You ready?
Let's hear it.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, hey guys, good job on both of you throttling Sam Sedar and exposing him. By the way, doesn't he look a lot like Ben Stein? Does Sam Sedar look like Ben Stein? I don't think so. Ben Stein doesn't have like a beard, does he?
I don't know. Who's Ben Stein?
That was the guy in the mask, remember?
Oh,
we
yeah.
all wear masks, Mr. Ipkiss.
Ben Stein. No, I don't think he looks anything like Ben Stein.
I don't think he looks anything like Ben Stein. I mean, I guess the only similarity is he has the same, black hair with the white peppered, like, sideburns, I guess.
Ben Stein was the Ferris Bueller guy.
Bueller.
Yes. Bueller. How would you like to die knowing that they're going to put on your gravestone?
Bueller.
Played the teacher in Ferris Bueller.
I know. He had you ever watch this TV show? He had a TV show called Win Ben Stein's Money.
Yes. Yeah.
That it was
Boring.
it was okay. It was like a game show where the goal was you had to be smarter than Ben Stein.
Right. Wasn't that pretty easy to do?
No, I mean he usually won. So it must have not been.
Good for him. Did he cheat? Did he have an earpiece?
I'm trying to remember. Oh, he made this video. He was like, because he's like really conservative Jewish, I think. He's very right wing, and he made this movie where all he did was complain about the fact that evolution is probably not true, and you're not allowed to teach like creationism in schools. And I was like, what the fuck?
Okay.
I was
I
like,
never
where is
saw
this
that
coming? Yes, no one did, because you're like, this is the guy who had a TV show about like how he was smart in trivia, but it goes to show that religious bias or I guess emotional bias has everything to do with intellect. So I thought it was very interesting.
Oh my God.
What?
The comments on the Sam debate are like all over the place.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. Grendel Vat for 5 months says New York Times has new poll with Trump and Biden tied. Time for Sitch and Adams to start taking side bets. Ooh, interesting.
What's going on?
New York Times has a new poll with Trump and Biden tied. In terms of,
are they saying we should go double or nothing for who's going to win the election?
Yeah. Do you want to do that?
I want my 500.
Oh, okay. Pussy. If you were to
look,
bet,
everyone I tell that I made this bet, they're like, who would be dumb enough to bet you on that? And I think if
we're
you
not there yet.
If you
I could still win this bet.
knew.
I could still win this fucking bet. Just you wait. Okay, just you wait.
Really?
Yes, you're gonna see. I'm holding out hope here.
Okay.
Watch. Just watch. Watch.
I'm watching.
Even though now he kind of has to because they're prosecuting him, so that kind of hurts
I love.
me a lot.
Did you
he
see
kind of
the?
has to run for president now?
Did you see the thing where he said, like, he's not going to participate in the debate in August, but he's like, let him fight him out for vice president.
I didn't see that now. I think he has to. I think it will look. Well, he doesn't have to, but I think it will look weak if he doesn't.
Nah, he's gonna let them duke it out.
I think
He's
that's gonna
already
look bad.
he's already framing it as the vice presidential debate,
which is a very smart.
That's
clever
brilliant.
Way to do it. It's a very brilliant way to do it. But I still think it's a bad look. Well, I guess we'll find. I mean, I don't think. The question is it bad enough to make him lose a primary? No. But will it hurt him enough to not win the general? Maybe. Because I think, well, I guess it would depend how if he skips the primaries but does well in the general, I guess it wouldn't matter. So maybe that is the right move. I think it's a pussy move.
It would be more fun with him in the debate, obviously. Trump needs to come out and just like bang their heads together.
There you go.
Chris Christie and Meatball Ron. Bam! There you go. Kiss.
Did you see Trump was indicted for January 6th stuff? I did see that, yeah. Today.
Again?
No, this is the first time.
How many more indictments are they going to do?
Oh, he's been indicted again. It's for something related to January. I don't think any of the January 6 charges are going to stick at all. I think they're kind of a huge waste of time. So.
But Sitch, coup.
Yeah, but I think I'd have to see what the indictment charges are. I think they were supposed to be like that his speech incited violence or something, which I don't think it did. I think the only way you could get Donald Trump for indictment, I mean, you can only get him for incitement or some problem for January 6th, would be if they could find evidence that he intentionally slowed police response, which I'm not sure there is evidence. I'm not sure he did that, or even if he did, if there's evidence of that, I think that'd be the only way to win a charge against him on the January 6th stuff. So let's see. 4-count indictments. Why do they do this? They do this horrible shit where it's like half the screen. Give me a full screen PDF, you jerks. What are the charges? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Are you there, Adam? Did you die? What happened?
I'm reading some comments and eating some.
Okay, these are the counts for Donald Trump.
Wasabi almonds. Oh my God, they're so good. You got to try the wasabi almonds.
I'm not a big wasabi fan, but I'll try it. Okay, count one. Conspiracy to defraud the United States. From on November 14th, 2020 through on or about January 2021, the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant Donald Trump did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified by the federal government. Interesting. Okay, so what is... See, do they go into any of these evidence for this?
It's got to be the fake elector stuff, right?
I'm assuming it's going to be that, yeah. Manner and means. The defendant conspired to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function through dishonesty, fraud, and deceit, including the following manner and means. The defendant and co-conspirators used knowingly false claims of election fraud. Knowingly false claims. So they're going to have to show that Donald Trump knew what he was saying was untrue, which would be difficult, I'd imagine. Used knowingly false claims of election fraud to get state legislatures and election officials to subvert the legitimate election result and change electoral votes for the defendant's opponent. Oh, okay. Well, that would be what you were saying. That would be the fake electors thing right there.
Yeah, of course. It's like fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud. I think
Right.
some of the people that they indicted too were just duped.
Right.
They thought that they were alternate electors.
Well, let's see. It says co-conspirators. It doesn't say they charge any of the electors themselves. So I don't know. Unless one of these people is like one of the head people that set it up. Defendant and co-conspirators organized fraudulent slate of electors. Oh, wait, maybe it was a different thing. Because number 2 is defendant and co-conspirators organized fraudulent slate of electors in 7 targeted states and attempt to mimic the procedures that the legitimate electors were supposed to follow under the Constitution and federal and state laws. Okay, so that's not the conspiracy thing. C, the defendant and co-conspirators attempt to use the power and authority of the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations and to send a letter to the targeted states that falsely claimed that the Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the election outcome. So that's interesting. So we talked about that at length. That was part of what the hearing we watched. Remember, they wanted to send that letter, but they didn't actually send that letter. So it says he's being charged because they attempted to send that letter. I don't know. So that'll be more difficult to hit him with because it would be an attempt, and he didn't do it at the last minute. So I don't know if you get him for that one.
Yeah, because he chickened out.
Yeah. Well, listen, the guy, the Attorney General had a bat behind him on the wall at him. I don't know. You don't want to fuck with that guy. Didn't he have he had a bat that said justice? Remember that?
I do. It was great. I love that guy.
The defendant and co-conspirator attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role in the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. Well, he did try to do that. I don't know if that was a crime, but he did try to get Pence to throw out the votes. E, after it became public on the afternoon of January 6th that the vice president was not fraudulently altered the election results, a large angry crowd, including many individuals whom the defendant had deceived into believing the vice president could and might change the election results, violently attacked the Capitol and halted the proceedings. As violence ensued, the defendant and co-conspirators exploited the disruption by redoubling efforts to levy false claims of election fraud and convince members of Congress to further delay the certification based on those claims. Was that true? Did he, when January 6th was going down, I know he tweeted out things, maybe unless they're talking about his tweets, I know he tweeted out things about like that he won the presidency. I don't know if that's relating to, or is there something more, like he actually called up the Congress people and was like, use this as a distraction, use this as a delay. Because if he did that, he'd be in trouble. But I'm not aware of any of that actually happening.
I thought that he had some Congress people on his side that were advocating for Pence not to okay the vote and stuff.
Yeah, he did, but he didn't have enough, and he didn't have the leadership to make a difference.
But maybe just some is enough.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
they're
accusing him of essentially using the January 6th riot while it's going on to further try to convince Congress people to vote for him or to give him power, or whatever the mechanism would be. Which I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I've never heard that claim before, so I'm not familiar with that happening. Unless they could just be referring to his tweets or something. Which, if that's the case, I think that's a pretty flimsy charge. Let's see. The defendant's knowledge of the falsity of his election fraud claims. Let's see. The defendant's co-conspirators and their agents made knowingly false claims. Okay. What's the evidence for that? These claims are false, and the defendant knew they were false. These prolific lies about election fraud included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as large numbers of dead, non-residents, non-citizens, blah, blah, blah. these claims were false and they knew they were false. In fact, the defendant was notified repeatedly that his claims were untrue, often by people of whom he relied on for candid advice on important matters, who were best positioned to know the facts, and he deliberately disregarded the truth. For instance, the defendant's vice president, who personally stood to gain in remaining in the office, told the defendant that he saw no evidence. The senior leaders of the Justice Department told him they saw no evidence. Director of National Intelligence said they saw no evidence. Homeland Security, blah, blah, blah. Senior White House attorneys.
What are they using for evidence if everyone saw no evidence?
That's the claim they're trying to make.
Right.
Okay, well, so they're saying,
they're trying to defeat the claim of the charges?
Well, no, okay. I think this is going to be I think this is a flimsy charge. They're saying that Donald Trump knew that the presidential election claims he was making were not true. And they don't have any evidence of him saying that or acknowledging that he knew it wasn't true. They're saying that basically he should have known it wasn't true because everyone else told him that it wasn't true.
That's a flim-flam argument.
Yeah, I think that's a flimsy argument.
You don't know the power of human delusion.
Well, yeah, number one, that's true. And then number two, I think with Donald Trump especially, that's an extra.
I know, argument. Exactly. You're like, there's normal human delusion here, and then there's Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I don't know if you could make a criminal argument that, like, he's like, even if he didn't actually know, he should have known, like, and it's just negligence. That doesn't seem to be what the indictment's saying. But I don't think they're going to be able to prove he knew.
Well, I mean, they did whip out that audio recording. That would be interesting if they had some kind of audio recording of him saying, I know I lost this thing, but I'm going to fight till the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they had some audio recording or even a witness saying that he knew that he lost, then that would change everything. But it doesn't seem like that's what they have. Doesn't seem like they have anything like that. So
is it Bill Barr or Bob Barr? The Barr guy.
Bill
Barr said that he felt Trump was unmoored from reality. That just, to me, says it all. Like, okay.
Yes.
Bill Barr is basically explaining to him the situation, and it's just not sinking in. So he's like, I got to resign. This guy's insane. I feel not only Bill Barr, but I do feel like there's interviews with Ivanka Trump where she basically says the same thing. She says, he believes he won the election, but I felt he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I do.
Yeah, that's my interpretation as well.
Yeah. So look, if his own daughter thinks he won, I think that's a pretty good.
If his own daughter thinks he won.
Yeah. 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 I think that's some pretty good evidence that Trump probably thinks he won.
Sure. Okay, here we go. Defendant's exploitation of the violence and chaos at the Capitol. Okay, what is this indictment's super long.
Where did this indictment come from? What state?
It's the federal government.
Oh, the feds, huh?
I'm assuming. Who else would have jurisdiction to push the?
Well, I thought a bunch of the state governments were dropping these charges.
Well, they were, but for things related to the states, I'm assuming this is federal.
And this is an indictment saying Trump was a bad boo-boo boy, and
we only got count one so far. Count one is conspiracy to
delay the election,
overturn the election, or whatever.
Okay.
This is everything we've been talking about so far is all in the same count. It's all from count one, the conspiracy against the election. Here's the part about the exploitation of violence at the chaos of the Capitol, which I was interested because I never heard that one before. Let's see, do they talk about him anything that we don't know yet? Let's see.
Talk about Trump?
Yeah, it says, shortly before 1 p.m., the vice president issued a public statement explaining that his role as the president of the Senate at the certification proceeding was is about to begin and did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. Before the defendant had finished speaking, a crowd began to gather at the Capitol. Thereafter, mass people, including individuals who had traveled to Washington, the Capitol, at Trump's direction, broke through the barriers, boarding off the Capitol grounds. The defendant, who returned to the White House after concluding his remarks, watched events in the Capitol unfold on television in the dining room next to the Oval Office. At 12:13 p.m., after more than an hour of steady, violent advancement, the crowd at the Capitol broke into the building. Upon receiving news that individuals had breached the Capitol, Trump's advisors told him that there was a riot there and that rioters had breached the building. When advisors urged the defendant to issue a calming message aimed at rioters, the defendant refused, instead repeatedly remarking that the people of the Capitol were angry because the election had been stolen. Now that's interesting if they can get someone to firsthand testify to that. I don't know if that's enough to merit a crime, but
they testified to that in the hearings that they did in Congress, January 6 hearings. Yeah, they had one of the aides come in. Remember the woman who talked about Trump grabbing the wheel and everything?
Yeah, but she seems so untrustworthy. You're right, but she seems had no credibility.
Yeah, I agree, but she is the one that said they interrogated her about violence at the Capitol, and she is the one that said, "Oh, Trump was just sitting in his room there, just drinking Diet Coke and loving it, watching it all on TV."
I thought what I remember was that they were saying they had evidence that they knew people were telling Trump this, but he just wasn't doing anything about it. They don't know what his actual response was. That'd be different than someone saying, no, he specifically said he wasn't going to do anything about it, which is a little different.
Right.
Well, it's not a little different. It's pretty significantly different. Though obviously, when Trump eventually came out with a message, that would also be counter evidence.
We know this stuff's all boring. We know all this stuff. Let
me finish.
Where's the smoking gun? Let's smoke them out.
I'm trying to see if there is one. At 2:24 p.m., the advisors had left the defendant Trump alone in his dining room. Trump issued a tweet intended to further delay and obstruct the certification. Quote, Mike Pence didn't have enough courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a correct set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which were asked to previously certify. USA demands truth.
That's so fucking insane.
That's really bad.
That's so really bad. Insane.
Well, okay. So that actually, now this, I didn't think this charge would be effective, but.
Was that tweet in his drafts, or did he fire that one off?
If they have evidence that Trump knows that rioters have breached the Capitol, and if someone testifies that says, we told Trump that rioters breached the Capitol, and he should come out and say something to calm them down, and he says no, and instead puts that tweet out, I do think that's going to really hurt Trump in a case.
That's some pretty crazy
bad.
Shit.
That is pretty bad. What time did Trump send out the everyone go home tweets?
He did a video, remember?
Yeah, what time was the tweet? He did the tweet and a video, I think.
He did it at 11:30 p.m.
No. I gotta find that. What was the timeline?
He did it at 7 o'clock the next morning. The Capitol was in flames.
Right. I don't trust the indictment to tell me that, if they even will say when he actually did this. Trump, January 6th, tweeting timeline. Let's see. January 6th.
Scary doomer. We're talking about January 6th, and you know how afraid he gets.
What do you mean? He gets horny when we talk about January 6th.
No, he gets very terrified.
Why?
He thinks we're on the verge of fascism.
Let's see. When did Trump send out his go home tweets?
7 a.m. I'm planting my flag at the 7 a.m. hour.
Okay, you do that.
I'll bet you $10,000 it was 7 a.m.
At 2:20 p.m., Congress members are instructed to evacuate the chambers. 2:24, Trump tweets the Pence didn't have the courage tweet. Okay, 2:38. So 14 minutes
2:38 p.m.
later.
Oh, I was almost on.
So 14 minutes later, he tweets, "Support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on our side of our country. Stay peaceful." Okay. So that's interesting. So that will be used to his defense because that first tweet's really bad, but then 14 minutes later, he sends out the stay peaceful tweet. So
that's a rough 15 minutes. Damn.
That's a rough 15 minutes, 14 minutes. Yeah.
Everyone's like, what the fuck?
Well, they'll make the argument that it's like if you incite a riot, it's obviously easier to set it off than to calm it down, right?
Of course.
That'd be my guess of the argument they'd make. And then
Can
Trump
you imagine he's sitting there, he's like checking his spelling. Just send the tweet. Send the tweet.
And then Trump sent another tweet about 30 minutes later saying to remain peaceful and not to engage in violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order, respect the law, and our great women, men and women in blue. So there's another tweet that he could use for his defense about, saying to everyone to be calm. And then is it an hour? An hour after that tweet is when he posted a video telling people to go home.
Well, that needed to be produced. I mean, obviously, he had to get the video camera out and stuff.
Of course. Right. But they're going to say it wasn't fast enough, and the original tweet got everyone riled up, is what they're going to say. So,
well, that tweet is pretty awful.
It's a pretty bad tweet.
I don't know why you would send that.
Though I don't know when did the people actually break in. Yeah, because it says they actually broke in before. So it says, according to this timeline, it says rioters began to break through the doors and windows of the Senate at 2:10. So they actually started to break in 14 minutes before that, before his Mike Pence didn't have the courage tweet.
So what does all this mean? What are they?
Well, they're going to say, this is what they're going to say. They're going to say Donald Trump knew that rioters were breaking into the Capitol. Donald Trump knew so Donald Trump knew that rioters were breaking into the Capitol. Donald Trump intentionally said that he wouldn't calm them down or send police or anything of that nature. And the first tweet he sent out was the one criticizing Mike Pence. They're going to say that to show that Donald Trump wanted things to get worse. That's going to be the argument they're going to make. And then the defense will be, yes, but after it, Trump said to stay peaceful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So.
He's going to blame the character limit on Twitter.
There you go.
He's going to say, if I just had enough room.
Right.
I sent that tweet. I was going to send the next one right away, but I had to go to the bathroom.
Right. Well, okay, here's the other part of the argument. They're saying that even in... So the indictment's also saying that even in the tweets after, where he was telling people to stay peaceful, even though he told people to stay peaceful, he didn't tell them to leave the Capitol.
Right. Yeah. He said, stay peaceful and overthrow the government.
Well, actually, and this is actually, so...
Peacefully overthrow the government, guys.
I think this is... So the indictment lies here in a very bizarre way.
What?
Which really hurts their credibility. It's kind of such a blatantly shocking lie. I'm kind of shocked that they would do this. So let me read this to you. It says, the defendant repeatedly refused to approve a message directing rioters to leave the Capitol, as urged by his most senior advisors, including the White House counsel, the deputy White House counsel, the chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, and senior advisor. Instead, the defendant Trump issued 2 tweets that did not ask rioters to leave the Capitol, but instead falsely suggested the crowd at the Capitol was being peaceful.
Wow. Okay.
So this is where...
They're going to claim the second tweet was lying.
Well, but this is why this is weird. So you can make the argument that he didn't... And I'll read the tweets for you guys. You can make the argument that you can say in the tweets he didn't ask them to leave the Capitol, because he didn't. But you can't say that he was saying the crowd was being peaceful. It clearly doesn't say that.
Right. He was telling them to be peaceful.
Yes.
He was inciting peacefulness.
And it's so obvious that he's saying that this is just a direct lie. And I'm kind of shocked that this blatant of a distortion would exist in the indictment. So these are the two tweets. They say at 2:38, he said, quote, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on our side of our country. Stay peaceful." So maybe they're going to say, well, he didn't say be peaceful. He's saying stay peaceful, which implied that they were in a state of peaceful already. That's a terrible argument for them to make. That's a real weasel argument for them to make. And then the second tweet was, quote, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." Okay, so that's the weasel argument. I didn't even realize it until I read it out loud. That's the weasel argument they're going to use. That's not going to work either. They're saying because in the tweet, he doesn't say stop being violent. He says remain peaceful. By using the word remain, he's implying that they were already in a state of peace.
What is this, some kind of fraud that he's committed? Is that what the indictment is claiming?
No, we're still on the conspiracy chart.
Okay, conspiracy to commit a coup.
Or whatever it is, yeah.
Okay.
No, but do you track how this is bizarre?
Obviously.
Like to suggest that him saying remain peaceful means that Trump was falsely saying that they were peaceful.
Well, that's why I'm asking about the fraud charge.
Because bizarre. That's a stupid claim. That's an insane claim to make. It's an obvious lie.
They seem to be saying that Trump committed fraud when he claimed that the Capitol riot people were peaceful because he said remain peaceful, which implies that they were actually peaceful.
Well, no,
which
he's
is
not being
fraud.
Charged. Well, he's not being charged with fraud. They just said it. This is part of the exploitation of violence at the Capitol part.
Right, but
they're not charging with fraud. They're just trying to make him look as bad as possible.
Right, but what is a charge? Oh, conspiracy to delay the election. Right.
Okay, let me open it in a new window because I don't want to scroll back to the top and lose.
So this would be
count
evidence.
One, conspiracy to defraud the United States. We're all in
so it
count
is
one.
Fraud.
Conspiracy to defraud. Yeah, but it's not fraud about not the specific tweet. But anyway, the point is they're trying to make Trump look bad by saying what they're trying to do. They're trying to say Trump didn't do what he wasn't responsible, didn't do what he should have done to quell the crowd. And so they want to frame the tweets he put afterwards about staying peaceful to say, see, he's actually lying and saying that people are peaceful already. Which to me, any person that knows English understands that if someone says stay peaceful or remain peaceful, that's not them saying that things are peaceful. That's them saying like to return to a state of peace. So that's a horrible fucking argument to me. But anyway. Okay. At 4:17, defendant released a video on Twitter where he told people, well, see, they left that out too, which is interesting. So in the 4:17 video, Trump did tell people to go home. He said, we have peace, we have law and order, we have to have peace, we have to have law and order, go home. We love you, you're very special, I know how you feel, but go home and go in peace. So that's what Trump said. In the indictment, they leave that out and they just say, the defendant repeatedly, knowingly, falsely claimed that he had won the election that was stolen from us, which he did do, and finally asked individuals to leave the Capitol. Oh, they do say that, but they don't have the quote. To leave the Capitol while telling them that they were very special and that we love you. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, let me try to find count 2. Count 2! You ready, Adam?
I'm ready. Count 2. First count is fraud. Just like I said.
Fraud.
A-Team is a crack legal mind here, okay?
It's conspiracy to defraud the United States.
Conspiracy to defraud the United States.
Right. Count 2. Conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding.
Okay.
Okay. Which is obviously to obstruct the presidential, whatever it is, presidential swearing-in ceremony or whatever not swearing-in, I don't know what you'd even call it. The changing of power, whatever it is. Count 3. obstruction of, and an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. So count 2 is the conspiracy to obstruct. Count 3 is the obstruction of and the attempted obstruction of that proceeding. Count 4, conspiracy against rights.
Okay. What kind of rights?
Donald Trump.
The right to remain silent?
Donald Trump did knowingly combine, conspire, blah, blah, blah. One or more persons in the free exercise, in attempt to intimidate, injure, oppress, threaten one or more persons in the free exercise and enjoyment of a right and privilege secured to them by the Constitution and laws of the United States. That is the right to vote and to have one's vote counted. I don't think these are going to stick.
Why?
Because they all seem very flimsy.
Look, the only point of these is to be able to say, Trump has been indicted 20 million times.
Yeah, but I feel like it has the opposite. I feel like the more he's indicted, the more people like ignore it.
Yeah, it does. It's got a
like it's the opposite.
boy who cried wolf kind of thing going.
Right, right. Yeah, this all seems pretty flimsy to me, honestly.
But this is
there you go.
Who? What is it? The attorney general that files this indictment? Where did this indictment come from?
Yeah,
it's the
United
attorney
States
general.
District. Yeah,
wow.
The United States District Court from the District of Columbia.
Wow. Well, is District of Columbia is its own thing though?
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it was
Yeah.
did DC indict him?
So that is not the federal government. That is the state of the District of Columbia that indicted him.
Well, the non-state.
Well, it is just like a state.
Or whatever it is.
That's not as bad. If Merrill, it's what is it? Garland is his name?
Merrick Garland.
Merrick Garland.
Yeah, Merrick Garland.
I always think it's Mayor Garland, like
No.
he's a mayor or something. Merritt.
No, this is federal charges. This was federal government.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes. Well, of course it would have to be because the last charge was violation of rights. So, right to vote. DC couldn't push for that. So there you go. I don't think any of this is going to stick. So, there's your news for the day. Moving on.
All right.
Elis the Aquanaut for 16 months says, can we get an A-team and S-class emojis or badges for each team?
Ooh, that would be good. Sure. I mean, yeah.
He had a Doomer TDS poll.
What? No, I would never do such a thing.
I think I'm pretty sure, didn't we try to do an A-team, S-class emojis, and we could never really get them right.
Oh, maybe we did. Yeah.
I don't know if we can have. I don't think we have an option. I don't think YouTube has an option where you can like have 2 sets of badges that people could choose. That'd be cool if you could do that, but I don't think that's a functionality yet.
Well, no, we have different badges that are obviously we have
for
our
time.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying it's not. You can't. There's no option to have like
no
alternate version badges that people can choose.
There's not. No.
Right. So. But that'd be cool. But maybe we'll try to do emoji. Try to figure out an A-team S-class emoji.
Doomer in the chat was saying that anyone who uses the term TDS is an NPC. So that's why we were having some fun in the chat with Doomer.
Gotcha.
People were accusing Doomer of having TDS. And some of those people might have been me.
There you go. Miss Sparkles for 2 months. Hey now. Says, I'm late to the game, but I forgot to send it last time. I sent a dumb joke. Pearl, women shouldn't vote. Also, Pearl, I plan to run for government.
No way.
Did she actually say that?
That's ridiculous. Hilarious.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. She's so dumb. It hurts.
Is she dumb or is she smart? That's the thing. I don't know if she's just saying this incendiary stuff. Did you see the clip where Piers Morgan?
That song was not smart. That song was stupid.
Did you see the clip where Piers Morgan blindsides her with her Nick Fuentes support?
Yeah, I saw the whole interview.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what I was saying, that she did that the JQ song, and then this is why I say she's not smart. She does the JQ song, which is stupid. Okay.
I didn't watch the whole interview, so I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead, continue.
She does her JQ song. That's why she was on Pierce Morgan. She does her JQ song about why can't we talk about the Jews, number one. And then number two, when she's on Pierce Morgan, she gives like the worst defense of it possible. She just fumbles and stumbles, and I know whenever she's in these conversations, she doesn't do well, in my opinion. So I don't know. She just doesn't come off as an intelligent individual whenever I see her.
Yeah, I mean, all of these big streamers are usually very smart. Hassan, QC, they're all very just super.
Point made, sir.
Super intelligent.
Point made. There you go.
Yeah.
Fist Fight Caleb for $20 says Tulsi Vivek 2024. That'd be interesting. Maybe Anna could be press secretary. What do you guys think? Just had to purchase free will and apparently buckets. S-Class is the best class. That sounds great, Caleb.
Yeah, sounds awesome. All except for the S-Class, but
there you go. I haven't listened to Tulsi in like a while, so I don't know where she's at nowadays. I don't know if she's good or crazy
she's
or what.
Full Republican now. The transformation is complete.
Really interesting. Okay, interesting. Twitter sucks for $10 says Vosh literally does it. He said that leftists need to be ready to shoot people from their apartment windows. That's true. Hey, Sam, disavow the people on your side, calling for violence against fake fascism.
I've never seen Sam Sedar do that kind of shit, though. The Vosh is just
true.
Crazy shit.
Yeah, Vosh is on a whole nother level, obviously. But Nape for $5 says, have you watched Jordan B. Peterson's Exodus series? And if so, what are your thoughts? Me, it's all right, but not as good as the Genesis ones. Too much Prager. I haven't seen. I remember like way back in the day, I watched. If that's what you're talking about, like way back in the day, he did have Exodus series that I watched that were very good. He would kind of go through the biblical stories, and I liked those a lot. I haven't seen any of his, Genesis stories. I haven't seen any of his Exodus stories. I haven't watched any of his content with Prager. So
yeah, I haven't either. But
I wouldn't be surprised.
I did like the first round, obviously. Yeah,
right. I wouldn't be surprised.
The psychological spin on the biblical stories, top notch. Yeah.
I've never liked Dennis Prager. I always found him to be completely uninteresting and very like you just know what his opinion for everything is going to be. Like he's very standard opinions about stuff. So J.Slash for 10 Canadian says, Sitch, you're basically creating the stochastic terrorism argument, which I heard first from people like PAKMAN. I think it's bad to say it leads to violence. Rather, it stokes tensions and division. Yeah, maybe I could have worded it slightly better. The thing is like, because he had that guy call in, it literally asked this question of him. And I mean, you guys can go watch the video. It's up on his channel. You know, him talking to the guy and kind of talking out against violence. It's not a strong condemnation of violence of violence in my opinion. Like when he was talking to us, he was very like boom, boom, boom. Like I'm against this stuff and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow. That's why I said, if you were this strong in that video, I don't even know if I would even brought it up. But in that video, it feels very mild, and I don't know why. And I also don't know why he seems to not want to take a stance on the morality of the question, which is kind of interesting to me.
Sitch wanted to ask him directly, if he wanted to take this opportunity to denounce violence, but he didn't even have to ask him because he was denouncing violence, like
he did
left and right.
He did.
Yeah,
right. But anyway. So check the video out for yourself. It's on his channel. Lieutenant Sasquatch for $5 says, sprinkler irrigation system and tree cover can make microclimates, so it's naturally cooler, ? Cities don't have that with more concrete and asphalt.
Concrete and asphalt is the problem.
Yeah.
that actually adds to the heat temperature.
I would assume, yeah.
Boren Lomborg goes through this in his movie Cool It. Also in the book Cool It.
Red 473 for $20. Thank you so much. Says gentlemen. Sorry I missed your debate. What are the chances he goes and oh, you read that one.
I read that one.
You did read that one. Potato, our surrogate uncle, for 1,000 knocks. Thank you so much. Potato says, J-Mac, hope there's a slot open for me regarding the game.
Yeah, no. That'd be great.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
Definitely.
Our surrogate father and surrogate uncle together. Twitter sucks for $20. Thank you. Our surrogate godfather, surrogate god uncle, sorry, for $20. We have a lot of family on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Says Florida Statute 1003.42 provides for required courses and instruction to ensure students meet Standard Board of Education adopted standards. Guess what falls under that statute? Slavery. Yes, I actually we never got to it. In my notes, I actually have a lot of the things from both Oklahoma and Florida's standards and curriculum.
He tried almost pivoted to that Florida bill that we talked about.
Well, it's interesting because he might have wanted to bring up not the Florida bill, the Florida standards that talked about slavery.
Yes.
Well, because there's two interesting elements here. One, which I was going to bring up if we ever got to it. Obviously, you know, everything takes longer than you think. So, you know how there was all this controversy about DeSantis, Florida standards saying the line was, instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances can be applied for their personal benefit.
Racist.
Right. And so that got kind of spun as people saying, they're saying it was good to be slaves. They're saying slaves benefit from slavery, you know, yada, 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 yada. Which, if you read all the other, all the other things around that, that's obviously not the case. They're not trying to whitewash slavery. They're obviously saying slavery was bad. Okay, that's number one. And I have a bunch of examples of that.
What if your wife turns you into a sex slave?
There you go. That could be to your benefit. But then number two, the thing that's interesting is that line that caused all that controversy. Instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied to their personal benefit. The original AP African American Studies course that got thrown out of Florida has the same line in it, Adam.
Yes.
It has the same line.
Same exact. No, it's a little bit different.
It's worded differently, but it's the same thing.
No.
It literally says,
different.
Once freed, African Americans used these skills, agricultural skills, and other skills that they kind of list out, to provide for themselves and others. It's the same line.
No, read the other one because they are different.
Instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit.
Majorly different.
They're the same. I don't even know how you could say that. They're literally the same.
One is saying the good white people taught the slaves skills that they can use for their personal benefit. And one is saying the racist white people taught them skills that once they were freed, they inadvertently could use for their own benefit.
So both, even though the Florida one doesn't have the word free in it, even Sam, when he was talking about this, and everyone I've heard talked about this, they all read into it that means once they were free.
Yeah.
So that's not really that the contention you're making is not the contention anyone else had with this.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Because they all read into it that meant when they were free.
That's right.
So
I'm always bringing the new arguments.
So there you go.
Not the stuffy old arguments that other people make.
There you go. Thank you. That's why we love you.
Yeah.
So anyway, to me, it's kind of ridiculous that everyone lost their mind about that line when the AP African American Studies had essentially the same concept in it. But anyway. Blank the Skate Court for $2 says, while you're answering, for $5, says, while you're answering DMs, make sure you leave the request on mine. P.S. How did you know my show tonight was going to be a research stream on Vivek? Oh, we know.
Oh, of course we know.
We know.
We're tapped into the zeitgeist.
We're always watching. Salty Trishka for $5 says, I do think we should abolish cash-based bail. Either the police let you go for free or not at all, depending on the severity, risk of the crime. I don't agree. But okay. Oh, there's another thing, too, that I was going to bring up, but I forgot. In the Florida bill, the Florida anti-CRT bill, you know that section, the one that's like any individual should feel discomfort or guilt, and then we get into the argument about whether it should or could or whatever. In the Florida bill, it's even more straightforward because it says you can't teach that an individual must feel guilt.
Oh, wow. They make it even more explicit.
Yeah, so in the Florida one, it's even harder to argue because it says must. So, wow, look at Majin's picture here.
Yeah, can this be one of the creatures in J-Mac's game? What is this? The duck babe?
What is it?
I don't know.
Why am I not tagged in it? Majin, why did you not tag your boy?
You are tagged. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not showing up in my notifications then. I feel like my Twitter notifications have been not good recently.
Oh.
Do you have that problem?
I quit Twitter Blue, and I think
Oh, here it is.
I think it seriously handicapped because I was getting massive followers day after day after day. And as soon as I quit Twitter Blue, it's like no new followers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You really quit Twitter Blue just because of the X change?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not down. I have spent a lot less time ever since the change. I've really spent a lot less time on Twitter.
Majin says, I couldn't draw a Vaporeon, so here's a duck. And he drew a sexy duck. And there's Adam playing the automaton and me saying, Adam, let me solo her.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What do you think it means?
Have sex with her?
I know. I'm going to fight her 1v1.
Oh, okay.
So it's a big duck. It's a horse-sized duck.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Adam, here's the question.
Okay, here's the question.
If you were in college.
Okay.
And not married.
Okay, college. I remember those days.
Yeah. Would you have had sex with that duck?
That duck?
Yeah.
Hell no. That's bestiality. Are you kidding me? Come on, get out of here.
I don't believe you. I think you would have been so down to have sex with that duck.
A big feathery booby like that? No way.
Chat. Do you believe Adam here? I don't believe Adam. I don't believe that horny, humor-brained, college-age Adam would not have banged that duck. I don't believe it for 1 second. Okay.
Get out of here, you punk.
No. No one believes this. No one believes this. We all think you would have done it, okay? There you go. Zero Fox says big feathery chloric. There you go. There you go.
No way.
Adam, listen. Adam would have said a hole is a hole, okay? That's what he would have said to me.
No.
If I knew Adam in college. It has no elf ears. That's true. So
just think we
okay. He didn't have any penis ears.
Just think we could have hung out when I was in college.
Well, I would have been not alive, I don't think.
What do you mean? You would have been 3.
Would I? Oh? Is that the math on that? Okay.
I think
maybe
3 to.
Maybe you're right. I would have been very
3 to
young.
7.
Okay, I would have been a wee lad.
You could have hung out. Well, look, 7.
There you go. Miss Sparkle says Adam maybe, but I think the post nut he would cry. I agree with that. I think that's what would happen.
Why?
I would have banged that duck, and then he would have felt bad about it afterwards, and then he would have kept coming back to that duck, and he'd been like, "Why can't I quit you?"
I'm a bestialityist.
Oh my god.
What does that even mean? What do you call someone who does bestiality?
Well, I mean, that's its own category because it's like
a bestialityist.
It'd be like a furry thing because it's basically like a human body with a duck head. So I don't even know what you call that.
Yeah.
And what if it didn't even talk? It just quacks. That'd be creepy. That'd be pretty creepy, right?
Oh my Sitch, why?
Can you imagine how weird society would be if like animals were all the same? They had human bodies, they just had animal heads, but they all had animal intelligence. Like that'd be the weirdest shit ever.
Yeah, I'm not down for that.
No, that's a weird anime in the making. I bet you that exists some fucking porn site somewhere. Very original for 2 Canadians says, are you going to lose the name Sitch when you do the face reveal? No, the name will be still the same.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'll tell you fuckers my name. You'll just know what I look like.
Yeah,
I'm sure one of you assholes will figure it out.
Look, Friended is not my real last name, just so you guys know.
Not sure, but everyone knows your last name.
Yeah, true.
Hentai OG Taitoku 310 for $5 says, have you guys seen the Mahler versus Destiny debate on reactions? S class is best class. An A team is just kin enough.
A team.
There you go.
Come on, Sitch. Just one. Give us one good A team.
Doomer says.
Good one.
Doomer says, wait, we can fuck them. Relating to the ducks.
Is that the animals?
Yes. So I haven't seen the Mahler versus Destiny debate because it was yesterday, and yesterday I spent basically all day preparing for this conversation.
Right.
But I will watch it when I get a chance. I am interested to listen to it. I don't know what Destiny's take was in the stream. I saw his Twitter take, and I thought he was wildly off. So I'm happy to see Mahler, who I know has talked about this at length, debate him about it. So
I wish that Mahler and Destiny would have just talked about it. They brought up the old video targeting Hassan for, the chair stream.
The Jay Exley video?
Jay Exley, that's it, yeah. And they kind of brought up Jay Exley's video and then reacted to it. And I was like, I've seen this video a million years ago, and I just felt like it would have been better served if they just hammered it out.
Have the debate?
Yeah, exactly. Instead of kind of doing a react stream to an old video. So
interesting.
That's my
also
take.
Check it out.
And also, I had said on the show, I think Sunday, that I was trying to get a debate set up between Mahler and Destiny. But I was trying to get a debate set up on Star Wars. I react shit. I'm not like...
I know. I was trying to tell you that, but you didn't. Yeah. You were in your own world.
Oh, okay. What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
On the react stuff is what they wanted to do.
I was trying to tell you that people were talking about not a Star Wars debate, the react debate.
Look, there was... Destiny came on our 200 show.
I know, everyone knows.
Yeah. So many people wanted that Star Wars debate. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway.
But
I was disappointed that Mahler didn't sneak attack with the Star Wars, but
he should have done it.
Yeah.
He should have. Okay.
I don't look. Do you have an opinion on React content?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I don't watch XQC streams, obviously, so I can't comment on that. I saw the clip that everyone saw where he just wasn't even there. That's obviously wrong.
Yeah, he had to take a phone call though. I mean, look, he was busy.
You turn off your stream, okay? Or you pause it, or whatever. Obviously, I mean, my take is Mahler's take. It's a take we've had about this forever. If you're gonna react to stuff, which we do all the time, you have to critique it or talk about it to a large extent.
You mean you have to have an actual reaction?
Yes. I mean, I don't think if in the history of us ever covering anything, I don't think we've ever not talked about whatever we were reacting to longer than the length of whatever it is that we're watching.
Well, yeah, and in every detail. We also bring a lot of things that people might not have considered.
Right. So I don't know what the exact criteria is, but I think obviously if you're creating content that's the same length of whatever you're watching, I think that's fine. I think when you start creating content that's less than the length of whatever you're watching, I think that's when you get into suspect areas.
Well, even close to the same length. It's like if I'm watching React content, I'm watching because I want your opinion of this content. I'm not watching just so I can watch if I just want to watch the content, I'll watch the content.
Well, a lot of people do that. That's the problem. A lot of people just watch the content through someone else.
Well, look, when we cover Hassan, we're reacting to his reactions because his reactions are shit.
Right.
Garbage take reactions.
Right. This doesn't apply to us, but when you have people like XQC who have these massive audiences,
and
you know, just a lot of people are just there to be part of the community, and they're just going to watch some video together.
I think Amagold is the same situation. Like, he doesn't really say anything or do anything.
You mean Asmongold?
Asmongold, yeah.
I'm not familiar with him, so I can't comment. But
yeah, no, I think a lot of these.
I'm sure most of the big streamers do this shit.
Yeah. So. People are people want to be in the chat talking to other people. And a lot of times they don't give a fuck what's being played.
Right.
Yeah.
J-Mac, our circuit father, thanks so much. J-Mac for $20 says, Adam, I sent you a few of our creature concepts and Twitter DMs. Oh, in X, I don't even, how do you even say that? X-Witter DMs. We're expecting to have 72 designs for our launch.
Yeah, that's amazing. These are nice.
Doomer says, send me a link if you want to talk about how you defend your content with fair use. I mean, we know how. But no, thank you. Trying to wrap it up here. But I love you, Doomer. But I know how that we defend our. I don't think we don't need to defend our content. No one in their right mind would ever accuse us of not transforming, accuse us or EFAP of not transforming content enough to use it. So.
Look, we've been doing this for 5 years and nobody has.
Yeah, exactly.
Not one person has.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So.
If anything, they say, shut up. Let the video play.
Right. That's true. The opposite.
We kind of just use the video as a a sounding board for us to talk about shit. So
you literally just said you don't know how. No, wait, what? I didn't say that. You misheard me. Very original for 5 Canadians says, Sitch, I sent you a DM on Twitter. YouTube won't let me super chat, and it's totally innocent. LOL, YouTube run by S-Class. Wow. Let's see. What did you?
Sure, it's innocent. Sure,
I don't know. It's weird.
Is.
Well, no, a lot of people, we get this constantly. A lot of people say that like YouTube won't let them send super chats that say like very innocuous things that are I don't even understand.
Super sus.
People couldn't even send the word woman once. People couldn't even send the word, I don't know, some other words that were just pretty innocent. But okay, Ray Original sent me, says, check out 111 songs on Wikipedia. Don't do this with your comic, LOL. YouTube won't let me super chat this, so I'll tell you in the super chat to check this. What is 111 songs?
I don't know. Must be something dirty.
111 Songs is a project released by Holorondo in 2015. Project came to be when the band released a special promotional bundle from their second album, White Paint. Oh. Okay. I'll check it out. It's music. Each song is written for a fan, and their name or pseudonym is listed after the title. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. The bundle consisted of a t-shirt, album, and poster, and a custom song. After realizing their mistake in selling well over 100 bundles, the band removed the bundle to avoid having to write more songs. After delaying the custom songs for a while, the band decided to fulfill the promise to their loyal fans. The project took over 2 years to write and record. The final result was enough content to fill over 5 full-length albums.
That's hilarious.
Each song is written for a fan and their name or pseudonym. Oh, wow. So they wrote 111 songs.
That's crazy.
Well, they were actually 112. That is crazy. Wow. Well, good on them. Good on them. I'm not familiar with that band. I'll check it out. Okay. Where were we? Aleatory Size for $5 says, hey guys, any plans to go on any Comicsgate streams to promote Supervillains Anonymous or Flashcast, Jack Show? Keep up the great work.
I've never got an invite onto Jack's show. So, but I have been on Flashcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure once the comic comes out, Adam will be everywhere promoting that shit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably go on EFAP and promote. Mahler seems to want us on. I mean, I could reach out to Flash. I'm sure Flash would have me on again. I don't know that Nick is going to have us on again, but I know a lot of Comicsgate people go on Nick's streams. So I thought about reaching out to Gary. Gary runs a little show called Friday Night Tights, which is, I mean, that's probably the biggest show in the space. So
yeah,
I think Gary would have me on again. Gary follows me on Twitter, and we always have good banter. So, and I've been on Friday Night Tights before. I was actually on with Mahler once.
CT for Canadian says, it's super easy to convince adults they have cancer. Have you ever Googled a symptom? Runny nose, cancer. Headache, cancer. Depression, cancer.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
CT
CT for another...
Yeah.
What?
It's the hint.
Oh, it's the hint, yeah.
CT
for another 2 Canadian says, the worst part is I thought that one would be easy. Yes, I thought everyone was going to get the Vaporeon, too.
I thought I made it easy.
Yep, so did I. But you never know. You never know.
Crazy.
I think it's because the first one, if you had said like bat-faced baby fish, maybe then people would like the combination of fish and bat. Maybe would have got it.
Mm-hmm.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says copy pasta is wrong. It's ditto. The daycare knows. Well, there you go. True.
I don't know what that means, but sounds cool.
That's good. That's because you're innocent. Elis the Aquanaut for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Elis.
Welcome new members.
Red 473
Gentlemen
for $20 says, gentlemen, I'm curious about your opinions on Napoleon. His rise ultimately spread liberal concepts across a monarchist Europe, though also showed him how those ideals can lead to his own kind of authoritarianism. I know very little about Napoleon. I know I've seen the what's that name of that history series? The little cartoon characters.
Time Bandits?
No, it's on YouTube.
Oh. Yeah, there's some stories in the 48 Laws of Power.
I've seen Napoleon oversimplified. I think that's about my knowledge of Napoleon. So, what were you saying?
I've read some stories in 48 Laws of Power about Napoleon, but that's about all I know. I've never really read a book on him or anything.
Right. Yeah, so I don't have enough knowledge on Napoles, on big Napples to give you a good argument. I thought that, you know what? I liked Napoleon until I saw him in Bill and Ted. I thought he was very rude in Bill and Ted. I didn't like that he kept cutting to the top of the line for the water slide. I thought that was very inappropriate.
I liked him in Time Bandits. When he just wanted to see the little puppets. He's like, bring back the little puppets hitting each other.
Oh, I do remember that now. I feel like whenever Napoleon is portrayed in like a movie, he's always an idiot.
Of course, yeah.
Wasn't he supposed to be some like great general? I don't know why everyone portrays him as a moron.
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably because there are all these left-wingers and he's perceived as an authoritarian.
Okay. But as Red said, I think he did. I mean, he was technically more to the left, I think, than the previous systems, wasn't he?
He spread liberalism.
Yeah.
At the point of his bayonet.
Sammy G. Hey, Sammy G. Thank you so much for being Order of the Enlightened for 16 months. Look at that.
That's amazing.
Look at that. Our very own Sammy G. 16 months Order of the Enlightenment. Says, meant to say this earlier, but I wanted to say good job on the Sam stream. As a fan since episode 1, I love seeing the channel grow and you guys getting different guests. Thanks for the entertainment. Keep up the good work. Happy face, thumbs up, chopsticks emoji.
Sammy G, were you really? I just recently listened back to our first episode.
Yes.
And it's kind of funny because Sitch and I really don't know each other at all. So, but were you in that audience, Sammy G? Is that
probably?
Were you listening in?
Probably.
That's kind of crazy.
Sammy's one of the OGs.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The OG. Sammy G told me a funny story. I don't know if I should show the picture that's related to it.
Really? Is it private? Maybe you shouldn't.
She said I could show the picture. I thought it was a funny
Okay.
picture. I'll send it to you.
It's you. It's you after your genital transplant.
I get the bacon.
When you get the bacon.
The bacon penis? No.
Somebody pointed out in the comments that we brought a whole new context to the word porking.
Ow! How do we miss that?
I know.
That was so obvious. How did we miss it?
I know.
It was right in front of our faces. Oh my God. How did we miss that?
We were delirious at that point. I can't believe that conversation went on as long as it did. So bad.
Soldos for $5 says, I missed the Sam stream, so here's my ignorant feedback. Sitch needs more Kenergy. Next time someone interrupts you, rack a Benelli in the background. There you go.
Yeah.
That's good. Twitter Socks for $10 says, thank you, Twitter Socks. Says, neat bit of info. The longest filibuster ever recorded was against the Civil Rights Act, and it was held by a Democrat. I did know that. Wasn't it Strom Thurmond? I think it was Strom Thurmond, right?
Ouch.
Strom Thurmond Civil Rights filibuster, I believe. Let's see. Yep, 24 hours and 18 minutes. The longest single-person filibuster in U.S. Senate history.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah, it was really funny. There was a very surreal experience where I was at a Boy Scout camp one year. And it was a summer camp. I think I don't know, we were probably in South Carolina or North Carolina. One of these southern states.
One of these Carolinas.
Yeah, because when you're in Florida, when you're in South Florida, you go north to go south, if that makes sense. But so anyway, we're in one of these places. And, they would do the thing where you'd line up every day beginning of camp at the flagpole. And you do the little scout salute and a little scout oath and all that, stuff. And when we showed up, the flag was flying at half mast.
Wow.
It was probably South Carolina because he was governor of South Carolina. And the flag's flying at half mast. And they said, we're honoring the death of a public official today.
Oh.
And I looked at that and I said, wait a minute. I remember, because even back then I knew political things. Even as a little boy, I was like, I remembered before going to summer camp hearing that Strom Thurmond was dying.
Right.
And I was like, and we're in South Carolina. And I was like, what the fuck? I ain't saluting to no Strom Thurmond filibustering the Civil Rights Act, motherfucker. Fuck you, Boy Scouts.
Did you tell him that?
I did. I looked at the guy. It was funny because this is what happened. Well, here's interesting. They didn't say who. They didn't say who died. They just said a public official died.
Yeah, because they didn't want to say, oh, this racist.
Well, that's the thing, because there's a bunch of Boy Scout troops not from the state there. So they didn't say
all
who.
These California Boy Scouts.
Yes, they often were. And so they didn't say who died. And so everyone else is saluting. I'm the only person there that figured out what was happening. And it's funny because the guy in charge of the camp, he looked directly at me and he saw that I wasn't saluting. I looked directly at him and I shook my head. I said, no.
That's hilarious.
No, motherfucker.
That's hilarious.
I know what's happening here. No. And he looked very angry.
Oh, really? He got mad at you?
He did. He got mad. And I was wondering, I was like, is he going to come up to me? I want him to come up to me because I wanted to yell. I'm going to be like, bitch, you making a salute for Strom Thurmond's racist ass? I was going to say it just like that. Say it just like that. Because that's how we all talk to Boy Scouts for some reason at that time period.
Well, you got this info from your mom or your dad, right?
No. Before I went to camp, it was like public news that he was dying.
Yeah, but your mom and dad were talking.
Oh yeah, they were talking. They're like, well, I knew why. I knew that he was the person that, you know, I knew back then that he was the guy that filibustered the Civil Rights Act.
You
like I knew
that?
the reason. It wasn't just like a part of me from the ether. So
when did you learn that?
I don't know.
I mean, I just learned it just now.
Okay, well, good for you. I was educated.
Okay.
No, my parents were like, or my father really. My father's like super political.
Well, that's what I thought. Your dad was complaining about Strom Thurmond when he was dying. You were like, your dad is like, that piece of shit.
Yes, that's right. My dad, not even Southern at all, but he got a Southern accent. He said, boy, Strom Thurmond
I tell you.
My dad
tell you, boy.
He sounds exactly like, what's his name? I can't think of his name. My favorite Looney Tunes character.
Looney Tunes. Foghorn.
Foghorn Leghorn, yes. He sounds exactly like Foghorn Leghorn.
Boy, I tell you.
I'll tell you what. I tell you, boy. Sit down, boy. Let me tell you a story about the big old racist Strom Thurmond. You going off to your Boy Scout camp. Let me tell you something, boy. This racist is dying. He's dying. And even though we're Jewish, and I don't believe in hell, he's going to hell. Because he filibustered. He had the longest filibuster in history of the Civil Rights Act.
If they tell you to salute that racist piece of shit in the Boy Scouts, you give him the middle finger.
Now, my boy Sitch. My father does call me Sitch, by the way. That is my official given name. He says, my boy Sitch, you're going to a Boy Scout summer camp in South Carolina.
They're going to try to make you do racist shit.
That those South Carolinians are racist. They're all a bunch of racists in South Carolina. And so when this Strom Thurmond character dies, you better believe they're going to make you try to salute the flag for him. And you don't do it. You don't do it. You instead drop your pants and you pee. You pee right on the flagpole and you say, fuck you. And you give a middle finger to the camp leader and you defecate right in front of him. You drop a big deuce. And then you moonwalk away, giving him the middle finger. And if you do that, boy, you won't get in trouble with me. I will give you a medal.
You'll probably be in jail for indecent exposure, but...
Now, to be fair to myself, I didn't do any of that. I just didn't salute, and I just nodded and said, or shook my head and said no. And the guy looked at me. I didn't actually drop a deuce in front of him.
But you survived the evil eye, Sitch.
I felt like, you know, one of my greatest regrets in life is I could never have lived up to the approval of my father by shitting in front of the Boy Scouts camp leader in South Carolina. So I'll just have to live with that.
Surviving the evil eye, I think, is enough.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. I'm glad you appreciate that. It makes me feel better.
I appreciate your sacrifice.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Where the fuck were we?
I don't know.
Lloyd Christmas for $20. Thank you so much, Lloyd Christmas says, I got worms.
Yeah, what's that about?
There you go.
That sucks.
It's unfortunate.
I hope you get some worm medicine quick.
I know. Okay, so this is the picture. Do you like this picture?
I do, yeah. What's going on in this picture? Explain it to me.
If you guys recall, when Sammy G was on the show once, she talked about how she spent time in Japan. It's one of these schools where the Americans go, the American weebs go to be Japanesey, okay? And so she told me the story where she was assigned a project on the word purity.
Right.
She had to do a project in front of her Japanese class on what the word purity meant.
Right. Interesting.
And so that's why it says topic on, you can see it says topic purity. And when they're up there doing the purity test or their presentation on the word purity, the teacher asks them, what's the opposite of purity? Okay. And when they're trying to explain this, there's another American kid in the back of the class.
Right.
And he yells, you mean like furries? And he says furries are the opposite of purity. And no one, apparently in Japan, people don't know what furries are.
Wow.
So the Japanese teacher and all the Japanese students are like, what's a furry, Sammy? So everyone, all these Japanese people and these Japanese kids look up at little Sammy G right now.
Right.
And they're saying, Sammy, can you please explain to us what a furry is?
What the furry?
What's a furry? Though they say it in Japanese, Nani? Right?
Okay.
And so they're all looking at her. They're all looking at her with their innocent Japanese eyes, saying, please, Sammy, explain to us what is a furry. And as Sammy's trying to explain it in some nice PG-rated way, she's trying to compare it to like mascots, people wearing mascot costumes and stuff. The same guy.
Well, it says in the comic, well, these furries are really nice people who just
right. So she was trying. So in Japan, there's like little prefects. Each prefect has a mascot. And the mascot wears some ridiculous mascot costume like you'd see at a sporting event. Okay.
Right.
So Sam was trying to relate it to that.
Oh, okay. Good. That's a good way to do it.
Okay. He's trying to relate to that. But before she can finish, the same guy yells at the back of the class as loud as he can, they fuck animals. And so there's Sammy at the front of the class, mortified, horrified, terrified, as everyone slowly turns to look at her after this guy screams that these group of people in America that fucks animals.
Right.
No, Sammy said that she said that the teacher was so embarrassed that they ended class 20 minutes early.
No way. No way.
Because no one knew how to react to this information.
The Americans fuck animals.
These degenerate Americans.
How terrible.
And I was saying, wait a minute. I don't think this is fair.
That isn't fair.
I don't think this is true. Because we all know that the Japanese are way more perverted than Americans. Come on. That's no shot. Okay. Japanese are way more perverted than Americans.
You think that's why they were embarrassed? Because they were like, they fuck animals too?
That's not what I thought, but I like the way you're thinking.
He knows our secret in class immediately.
There you go. You know what? That must have been it. They're like, oh my God. He said the thing that we were all keeping secret. We didn't know. We didn't want anyone to know about. You're right, Adam.
I figured it out.
That brings a whole new See, Sammy, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Okay. He was just exposing the truth.
He found out you guys knew the secret and they were like, oh shit.
Oh shit. The Americans know.
Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
They figured it out.
There you go. Japanese guy saying shut it down.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Is this actually a picture from the class?
I don't know. I assume that she just grabbed a picture of like some stock image of a Japanese class and like drew over it. But yeah, is this actually a picture from your class, Sammy? I mean, it's great. It's a great doodle. It's a great picture. I love it.
I mean, the teacher does look pretty pissed off here.
Right.
Let's see.
Well, like you can't really tell. It's like a tiny.
What do you mean?
Face.
Look, I have Zoom, just like CSI. What are you talking about?
Sammy says no dog pill in Japan.
Sure.
Yes, the class looks like that. I found the classroom of my school. Oh, wow. Okay. Incredible. Miss Sparkle says, I've read studies on the Japanese sex weirdness for a debate I was having. Yeah, listen, I've seen those Japanese cartoons, okay? You can't tell me for a second that they're less perverted than Americans. Right? You can't tell me that.
Look, they ended class 20 minutes early. I think it's obvious what happened here.
Right. Yeah. The guy, as Twitter, oh no, someone in the chat said, who was it that said that? Someone in the chat said, the guys you know, shut it down.
Yeah.
True.
This just looks like a face of someone who's been outed.
Yes.
Their secret has been discovered.
Tyler Dunkirken for $5 says, I think he looks like Mark Maron.
Oh, yeah, he does look a little like Mark Maron.
A little bit. I mean, let's see where you're coming from. Critically Chibi for $20. Thank you, Critically Chibi. Says, either of you gents see EFAP has a mini up of Mahler talking to Destiny about unethical reacts. Felt like Destiny was unable to pick on the obvious fairness cheating foundation. That boy read height or what? Later days. I don't think he has read height.
No.
I don't think he has read height, no.
I don't think Destiny really reads much other than Wikipedia.
Right.
Or studies for debates and stuff.
Mm-hmm. But no, I haven't seen it yet, but I am curious to watch it. Christian Baller for $5 says, when will you guys bring a gold standard advocate onto debate? Haven't heard economic talk in a while. Want someone that wants someone that doesn't just agree with Adam. Well, I feel like most people are bored by our economic conversations.
Well, I've been trying to entice Sitch to put some arguments together that will destroy some gold standard person.
I don't even care.
I know. See, he's like, that's the answer I always get when
care.
This is the answer I always get.
The gold standard?
Yeah.
Really? Really?
See?
Really?
Sitch doesn't want to do it.
Don't even.
Look, you think I want to dig into that stuff?
No.
Look, if I can
You're the economics reader guy.
If I can trick Sitch into doing it.
Okay.
Then we're having a conversation. If I don't.
You can trick me into doing it. What am I, Briar Rabbit over here?
No, it's Huckleberry Finn.
Oh, you're gonna Huckle Finn me. Oh, it's so fun.
Look
to
how
do all
much
this research
fun
on
I
the
am.
gold standard.
Look how much fun I'm
is.
having
Yeah,
researching.
geez. Okay.
This horribly uninteresting economic theory from the Bretton Woods era.
Right. Ostracy for 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Ostracy.
Woo!
Non-Servium for 5 Aussies says, as a living god of the Dunmer, Vivek is obviously correct, my Nawaz. Well, there you go. Assuming that's some kind of 40 or some Warhammer reference.
Nice.
Miss Sparkles, thanks so much for the $5. Says, Big Joel had a recent video out, and I swear, but I could be wrong, that he was talking about you two at the end. Much love, gentlemen.
Well, we will have to investigate that. That's one of the things we don't really do a good job of. I notice Destiny, anytime anyone on the internet talks about him, he always reacts.
Right,
Yeah.
but he streams like every day, so that makes sense.
Like we don't have time to react to when people talk about us. People react. People do streams and videos on us all the time, and we never even mention them.
Usually bad videos.
Yeah, but this is the same with Destiny. Destiny argues against it, and you get a little back and forth going. People like that drama.
All right. Oh, okay.
Corncob Jake has responded to us a bunch of times.
That's true.
We haven't even beaten up on that guy in a while.
He wouldn't come on the stream.
Yeah. Well, we could watch his stupid video and be like, oh, look at this guy.
That's true. Is the video you're talking about, the last video he did was on the Minneapolis Police Department. Is that the video you're talking about? I don't know why we'd have anything to do with that. But
she says, I know weird shit. I don't know.
I'll check it out, though.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello for 2 Canadians says, will you post on your other channel ever again?
Yes.
I actually was pretty motivated. And we'll see. I was actually very motivated to do a Barbie video, but it all got sidetracked because of this conversation.
Because of the Sam Sedar thing, yeah.
Yeah. So, but now I can actually do it, and I'm sure it'll get a lot less views because I'll be doing it slow. I also want to make a Spider-Man video. I'm wondering with the Spider-Man video, I'm probably gonna make it and then sit on it to whenever Spider-Man comes out on streaming.
If you do a main channel video on Barbie, it will get a lot of views.
Okay.
Even though
I'll do the Barbie one.
It's kind of been passed because everyone wants to see Sitch's take.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, it's that one, says Sparkles. Okay, I'll check it out.
Nice. Which one is it? The cop one? You're all
It's
looking
the
at
Minneapolis cop one.
Is it on his second channel or?
It's on his main channel.
On his main channel, really? Oh, okay.
Right.
Really vague posting about us. Wow.
Yes.
I don't follow Big Joel. I know Doomer. That's one of his favorite YouTubers. So
true.
I usually rely on Doomer to send us stuff. So
Doomer's always like, "Look at what Joel said, guys. He's my favorite YouTuber." That's what he said. I don't know if you know, that's how Doomer sounds in the DMs. He has that kind of voice. Speaking of Doomer, Majin sent us a picture related to Doomer.
Did he?
He did, yeah.
Why would he do such a thing?
Hello for 5 Canadians says, also going to delude myself into believing that Sitch's Twitter is messed up in order to handle the rejection. Oh, did you send me something and I didn't answer you? Hello?
He never answers that.
Hey everybody, so today's video is...
Was it...
I know you love that voice, don't you?
I hate it. Was it a DM or was it a notification, like a normal tweet? And what's your Twitter name?
He's probably complaining about Anna Kasparian's new take on crime.
You're right. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. That's probably
these guys went on. Anna Kasparian went on the podcast with these losers.
Right. Twitter Sucks for $10 says, thank you, Twitter Sucks. Says Florida Mega Millions is at 1.1 billion. Give me numbers to play. Wow. 1.1 billion. Oh my God. I don't even know, I'll be honest, I don't even know what like the number range is for the lottery. Let's see. The Florida Lottery. Let's do this, guys.
I tried to get Renegade Cut on the show just because I would super love to talk to that guy. But he blocked me on Twitter, so.
Yeah. Okay.
And his did you see his last video, Renegade Cut?
No, what was it?
He was talking about destroying Republican DeSantis signs or something like that, burning them. He's like, I can't tell you what I would do, because it's YouTube, but then he just goes ahead and tells you. But then he tells you anyway.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. The guy's just, such a sad sack. I feel bad for him.
Okay, here's the rule. Me and Adam, we're going to come up with numbers for you for your Florida Mega Millions lottery.
21.
Wait, stop. Calm down.
I thought we were coming up with numbers.
We will, but you got to be smart here.
Okay.
If you win, you got to three-way split it with us, all right? That's the rule.
And I already, and 21 has already been put in the pool.
Okay. Okay, so the numbers are from 1 to 7. Okay.
So I can't even pick 21?
I'm sorry. I'm going to need 1 to 70.
Yes, that's
1
more
to
like
70.
It. Can you imagine?
Yeah, 1 to 7. 1 to 7.
Pick 9 numbers. Yeah. The numbers are 1 to 7.
Okay, so first number, 21. Okay, second number, 33.
33? Okay. I was going to pick 33.
Well, now you don't. Third number, Adam. What's your third number?
My third number is 69.
I fucking knew that you were going to say that. I knew it, Chad. I said, when I asked it, I said, he's going to fucking pick 69. I just knew it.
Look, you left it wide open.
I know. I knew it. Oh my God.
Uh-huh.
Left it wide open.
What now?
For 69.
What now?
Okay. Fourth number. 42.
42. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
66.
Fifth number.
66.
66.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't know how to play the lottery because I've never done it my entire life. There's some mega ball number. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I don't know what any of that means. What's the mega ball number?
They pick your balls out. They do the power jackpot ball grab.
Okay, what's it say? It says select 5 numbers from 1 through 70 in the upper play mark. Select the mega ball numbers from 1 through 25 in the lower play mark. Jesus, how many numbers? You have to pick all these fucking... Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? You have to pick 10 different numbers correctly? No wonder it's getting to like $1 billion. Who the fuck's gonna get 10 billion numbers correctly? I mean, 10 numbers correctly. Okay, so we need 1 through 25, Adam.
1 through 20. We already picked the numbers.
No. There's underneath that, there's mega ball numbers you have to fucking pick too.
6.
6, first number. Second number.
7.
I'm gonna say no. Stop. I'm gonna say 24. 24. Third number.
21.
21. Okay. Fourth number. 10. Fifth number.
7.
3.
13.
Well, Adam says 7. I say 3. There you go.
Okay.
There it is. Well, there's your number. There's your Powerball numbers, everybody.
All right.
Anyone who wins with this has to split the money with us. Okay.
Oh, this is great.
That's
I
the
don't see
rule.
why they wouldn't want to split the money with us. We picked all the numbers.
That's true. That's true. And we have evidence. This is recorded.
Yeah, we'll sue you.
There you go. Balls or no balls? That's the real question.
We'll point to this live stream. We'll say, look. Although you could just tell us you don't listen to the show.
I don't know how to play the lottery. I've never played the lottery in my life. That's funny. I had a math teacher in college, and he had one goal, and he said this on the first day of class. He says the last day of class. He said, it's funny. He was like a Haitian guy, so he had a very thick accent, and he was like, "I have one goal in this class, one and one goal alone, that you will never play the lottery after leaving this class."
Oh, really? This was statistics?
Yes, it was statistics. And so, yeah, he spent a lot of time about how like the statistical odds of winning the lottery are so awful. So
I don't understand. Like, it's up to $1 billion. That's 1,000 million.
Mega Ball is one number. Oh, we're only supposed to pick one number for the Mega Ball?
Too late.
Too late. Just choose one of the 6 we gave you, all right? But anyway.
Why don't they just do smaller jackpots and give it to more people? Like, they could do 500 $2 million winners.
Well, there's like a million, not a million. There's a bunch of different lottos, so some of them probably do that.
Oh, okay.
Like, there's literally a pick 2 lotto. I don't know what the fuck you win from that.
Yeah, but I would never let it get up to $1 billion.
What do you mean? I don't know what that means. If no one chose the numbers, no one chose the numbers.
Cap it at a certain point. And continue to draw numbers until 500 people win.
Oh, you're saying keep drawing numbers until someone wins?
I'm saying do smaller jackpots. They got $1 billion to disperse, right?
Yeah.
They could do 500 $2 million payouts. And I understand that it gets bigger and bigger because they draw balls, but nobody picks the balls.
If 2 people get the same number, you split it. So that could happen, theoretically.
Right. But I'm saying continue to draw balls until somebody wins.
Why? What's the point of doing it that way?
Maybe I'm not making myself clear.
You are making. I just what is the difference? Why is it better to do it that way?
I am saying, if you do a $1 billion payout,
yes,
you're going to affect one person's life. If you do 500 $2 million payouts, you're going to affect 500 people.
I see.
And their families. And I mean, $2 million is respectable. You can buy a house with that.
You're thinking about this wrong. The reason they want the number to become gigantic. They want that bizarrely high $1 billion number.
Right. The idea is that more people will play, but I wonder if more people...
Exactly.
Yes, but will more people play if there are more winners? If your chance of winning goes up astronomically because they're literally going to pick 500 people.
So I would guess... So
I mean, $2 million is nothing to scoff at.
the entire point of the state lotto is just to raise tax revenue. That's the only point of it.
Of course it is, because the state makes half all the payouts. They make half in income tax.
Right. So I would guess that they've studied this thing that you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
And they've probably
come on.
This would be my guess.
Come
they probably
on.
studied this.
No.
And they found out that even though what you're saying is logically true, and if people were smart and listening to the writers, they'd say, I'm going to play the lotto that has like 500 payouts instead of the one that has one. But in reality, people aren't smart, and they listen to their elephant and they look at that big $1 billion number and they say, that's the lotto I'm playing.
They could just go for whichever is the biggest one. Right?
Yeah, but under your model, it would be for less, right? So
yeah.
You're splitting it 500 ways. So it doesn't just start at $1 billion either. It starts at, something. I don't know what it starts at, but it starts as less, obviously, and works its way up. So
I don't know, do 10 million and do 100 payouts.
Okay.
It's just insane. $1 billion to one person. That's like that person's going to die of a cocaine overdose.
I mean, more than one person can win. So.
Okay.
Okay.
You can't okay back at me. Look,
I invented the okay. All right, I can do it whenever I fucking please.
Why am I off camera? What happened? Turn your camera on, Sitch.
I don't have a camera.
People want you to do your face reveal today. Guys, we got a big secret for you.
What's that?
Today's the day.
Today's the day. Oh, that's right. Today's the day. After streaming for 8 hours, that's when I'm going to turn on the cam, right?
You need to DoorDash a camera over to your house, Sitch.
People overwhelmingly...
Shoe DoorDash headphones. You can
want me to
DoorDash
pull?
a camera.
I could pull the ring off the wall and hold it up. Is that what you want me to say?
Yes.
There you go.
That's a great idea.
Sure, that'd be a very flattering camera.
Get the ring camera out.
People who win overwhelmingly choose the lump sum, and the taxes on that go to Florida scholarship programs.
That's the one thing that my mom convinced me about the lottery.
That you should choose a lump sum?
She said, son, if you ever win the lottery, you got to go the payments. You pay way less taxes.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, technically, don't you pay the same eventually?
No, you don't, because if you do it the lump sum, it puts you in like a 50% tax bracket, but you can pick the payment schedule. So if you pick... You can basically pick your tax bracket by picking the payment schedule. So you're like, I'll be in the $200,000 a year.
Oh, I see where you're. Gotcha. Yeah, right.
So they pay you out $200,000 a year, and then you. Yes.
Well, I think here's the counter thing. Usually people say you should pick the lump sum because even though you get less over time, I mean less than you would obviously over time, you could still invest it and beat whatever the amount would be at the end of the day.
I mean, what difference does it make? You basically got
when you have these
$200,000 a year for doing nothing. So,
well, I mean, if you were to get that $1 billion, you'd probably get more than $200,000 a year. I mean, if you did $200,000 a year, you would die way before you got that money. So,
I mean, you could lose it all.
Sure, but I'm saying you'd be getting millions. Like, if the question is,
I'm buying Dogecoin.
What is the lump sum? What is the lump sum amount?
I'm buying me some Dogecoin.
What is the lump sum amount for Florida lottery? Like, what's the percentage? Let's see. Doesn't say. I'm assuming it's just a flat percentage, right? What?
I don't know.
Okay, that's not good when you go to the Florida Lottery website and you get hit to a pop-up place and then my Norton pops up and says, this is shady.
Of course. Look, the lottery's always shady, man.
whatever. I don't know what the amount is, but anyway, when you get to these massive numbers, who gives a shit, right? If you're getting some lump sum of like $500 million, or you're getting, $3 million a year, like, I mean, I would think I would. This would be my thought process. I think I would want to take the yearly installments just because it'd be easier to like manage. Like $3 million a year, as opposed to getting $500 million at once. Like, what the? I don't even know what you're supposed to like. What do you do with that?
You put it in your bank account.
How?
You're
not going to be FDIC'd for that shit. Like, how do you separate that all out?
You put it in Silicon Valley Bank.
Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do with like $500 million check? You're like, oh yeah,
you have to split it up. You have to split it up $200,000 per bank account. You make a big
Kanye.
You make
Kanye,
a big
let me go to Chase America and
you make a big spreadsheet for all of your bank accounts.
Yes, what the fuck? That's like, I mean, you'd have to hire a firm just to manage all your accounts, right?
Hire Hunter Biden.
Okay, like that's a terrible idea.
He will manage your money for you.
You're like, listen, Hunter, I'll give you 200 grand if you can you could split up $500 million in $200,000 quantities. Oh my God. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be easier to just get like a couple million a year. Okay. Twitter sucks for $2. Thank you so much, Twitter sucks. Our surrogate god uncle says, quiet, Doomer. I'll do what I want. Yeah, quiet,
good for
Doomer.
You.
Quiet, Doomer. Twitter sucks for another $5. Thank you, says Sitch Adam. Doomer is bullying me. Doomer, you're not allowed to bully. Twitter sucks.
I feel like we should just give Twitter sucks a wrench so he can bully back.
Twitter sucks doesn't have a wrench?
I don't know. Does he?
I
think he's past the.
Boom. Twitter sucks has a wrench. Our surrogate god uncle has a wrench.
There you go. Use it wisely and specifically to take Doomer's wrench away, so Twitter sucks can Doomer
I don't think
bully
he has
a bit.
Okay. Okay. There you go. I just removed Doomer's wrench and gave it to Twitter sucks.
There you go.
You go.
Let the bullying begin.
Okay, there you go.
Make sure you're nice to Twitter sucks, Doomer.
He has the power. Yes. Twitter sucks for another $10. Says, Doomer, maybe if you streamed, you'd be getting super chats. There you go. True. I have the power. Where's Doomer? Oh, look at that. Look, there's Doomer with no wrench. Look at that. Look at the wrenchless Doomer.
Oh my God. Look, he's so vulnerable.
I know. Remember when I was going to take Doomer's wrench away and Adam was the one defending Doomer? And now Doomer's like, take his wrench away. Take it away.
Well, just because it's funny.
Take it away. Yes.
Look, maybe Doomer became drunk with power a little bit here.
That's true. That's true. Doomer says, unreal. The abuse. I like how Doomer's such a character that every time he talks, you can hear his voice. Unreal. The abuse.
Look, we'll give it back. We're just having fun, okay?
That's true.
Yeah.
Or will we? Dun, dun, dun.
Look, just remind us next stream, so we'll give it back then. We just want to make sure, look, Twitter sucks is our surrogate godfather, okay? We can't have him being bullied by our mods.
Surrogate god uncle.
Surrogate god uncle.
Yes.
I thought it was godfather.
No.
Okay.
He didn't want to be a godfather. He said that was too close.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Twitter sucks. Our surrogate god uncle for $15 says Doomer gaslights chat for the entire Sam debate, then whines when he gets gaslit. Yep, sounds like a leftist with TDS. All right. Cope LC, stay mad, don't care, get wrecked.
Wow.
There you go.
Look at that.
Go.
That's fucking hilarious, man.
Wow, Doomer's popping off in chat. He's very angry.
Right. Yeah, watch out. Be sure to obey the rules of chat now.
That's true. Cody Rev for $5. Thank you. Says, I came in late and I don't know why Doomer is in the chat telling people not to super chat. So here's a super chat.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Doomer is like our official hype man. Doomer is like our unofficial official hype man. Okay.
Yes.
Look at this. Doomer says in all caps, this is all coming to an end. Everyone disliked the stream. No more super chats ever. Right.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what is this? CT, you can't do this to us. CT says you can have your mod roles in the Discord server back when Doomer gets his back. Whatever the mods do to you in the server, you deserve.
Oh my God!
Wow,
look at this!
Look at this CT.
It's just like Selector in Theory, man. All these factions are forming.
Look at this, he's trying to get us. He's trying to force us to give Doomer the wrench back.
We already said we would. Come on.
Wow.
We're just having some fun here.
God.
Jeez.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
We're just sending Doomer's wrench
and on
out
the first of the month, CT, not until.
Oh my God, that's so true.
Oh.
I think we owe you. Don't we owe you money, CT?
We do today.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay. CT has crossed the Rubicon. True. True. She's come after the kings. Okay. We have fun here. Sammy G for $10. Thank you, Sammy G. Says, Doomer says he loves you, Sitch. Oh, just passing the message on. Well, thank you, Doomer, and thank you, Sammy, for passing the message on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doomer, for saying you love me. I appreciate it. I know, Doomer, that you have to send your love through Sammy because you're not bold enough to tell me directly. But I understand. I'm a very intimidating character. Okay. I get it. Doomer's screaming in the chat.
I know, it's great. He's got cap lock on.
Take away your wrench, completely unacceptable. I just in my mind I hear Doomer is like a lemon grab from Adventure Time.
Oh, it's
unacceptable.
So it's so great.
There you go.
Look, we're planning on chill out. We're planning on giving Doomer his wrench back. We just need it.
Are we?
Know. Yeah.
All right.
Someday.
Eventually.
Come on.
Eventually. One day. Yeah. Common Cure for $5 says, as a Destiny follower, I can say a while ago that he's in fact quoted morality, bias, and blinds. Really? Well, that's good.
Really? Yeah. No, that's not. I can't imagine that's such a thing.
I'm glad he did.
Accidentally.
Actually, no.
Well, you might have said it because he heard us say it on a stream, but he's not saying it from height.
Oh, okay. How do you know that?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because I got intuition. I know everything.
Hello for 10 Canadian. Thank you. Says, my name is Annie on X. What an ugly rebrand. Oh, okay. Maybe I can see where your message is then. Name is Annie. I don't remember getting a message from Annie.
Annie?
I don't see an Annie. Oh.
But my message was quite old, so very understandable if left unanswered. Also, Adam, is any of the artwork behind you created by you? Yes, all the artwork behind me was created by me. Yes.
Okay. Listen, Annie. Listen, Annie. You can't put a girl in your avatar. You can't put probably a catfish in your bio. It sent me a random ass message. I'm like, this is not a real person. Okay. But I'm glad to know that you're real, Annie. Tyler Dunkirken for $2 says, here's some money so Doomer will read. There you go. Thank you.
Look at that. I like that.
That's right.
Doomer, we had to take the wrench. It was too valuable.
Bro, this taking Doomer's wrench away was like payday.
This is like the money tree right here.
That's right.
This is the magic money tree. We should have done this forever ago.
Mm-hmm. Fondue for $2 says it's called the stupid people tax for a reason, Adam. Talking about the lottery.
The lottery, yeah.
Hello, from the 5 Canadian. Thank you, hello. / Annie. I love that you can't tax lottery winnings in Canada. I'd definitely become a gambler for that reason alone.
Really?
There you go.
Lottery money is tax-free? What's the purpose of even having the lottery then?
I mean, you still raise tax revenue, I assume, by people buying into it. So.
Oh, you raise taxes selling the lottery tickets.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, you do both. It's like a double win. Doomer says, I'm telling my therapist about this. That's funny. Has for 75 NTs. Interesting. What is that? What is an NT? Oh, new Taiwan dollar. Cool. Says in Taiwan. Oh, I guess I should have just kept reading and I would have had the answer to that question. In Taiwan, every receipt has a lotto number on it. People keep the receipts and the government keeps track of taxes better. Wait, what? Is that true? That's hilarious. Wow. Okay. Twitter sucks. Our surrogate god uncle for another $5. Thank you so much. As if you guys are wondering why there are so many random super chats, Doomer is big mad that people are super chatting. I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. It makes me feel conflicted because I know people are only giving money to watch us bully Doomer. So so I know that Doomer being there and us bullying him gets us money. So it makes me want to not bully him, but then I wouldn't get money. So I want to bully him. It's a very conflicting moral situation.
It is. It's terrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to decide to just continue to bully Doomer.
It's a bad situation. This is where the mortgage excuse comes from, right? Why are you such a bullying piece of shit? Well, got to pay the mortgage.
There you go. There you go.
Doomer says, I need meth.
There you go. Doomer's going to send a message like, you need to give me a cut of all these super chats.
Oh, no.
Critically Chibi for, don't worry, chat, he's not going to get it. Critically Chibi for 5 Canadian says, I can't confirm a Doomer stalked your pay train with hatred. Well played. True. That is true. Old School for $5 says, everyone attack Doomer now while he's powerless.
We'll give that one a heart.
That's good. That's a good one. Twitter sucks for $5 says the highest tax bracket in Florida is 37%. So that's $470 million in taxes with a $693 million lump sum. Wow.
Yeah, that's
wowzers.
That's some cheddar right there, isn't it?
That's still
and that's in the
chunk.
state coffers too. So
yeah. Well, I meant so good chunk for you. 693 million.
You can buy a lot of DeSantis accidents with that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of DeSantis car accidents.
What? What? I don't know what that.
Didn't DeSantis get in some car accident or something, and the state of Florida is paying for it?
Oh, I don't know. Is he?
Yeah, I saw people complaining about it.
PT is sending me messages. Apparently, DOS is going to change my name in the Discord. So apparently, my name is Bad at Uno, and your name is Gold Standard Adam Friend.
Oh no! You bastards! You bastards! God, you know how to hurt a guy. How dare you?
That. Brutal. Wow.
Why would you do such a thing?
I know. Terrible.
I hate the gold standards.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, give Doomer's wrench to Vinny.
Oh my God.
Let's not go crazy. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not lose our minds, Dev. Or the individual that lives in Dev's Walls. Okay. Let's everyone chill. Luke W for $2 says another super chat to piss off Doomer with the murder face emoji.
Yes, yes.
Nice.
Now remember, we picked out that emoji before we knew that Doomer actually looked like that.
We did. Yeah, I don't even know how. What I don't even remember what the context was, but we nailed it.
We've been trying to get Doomer to do the haircut, but he won't do it.
Yes. Doomer says he's done with J-Mac. He says he's done with the Sitch and Adams show.
What?
Done with J-Mac. Done with Sammy G. Done. Are you done with CT too? Done with all of you. Wow. Look at Doomer. Come back. Doomer, we love you.
We're just having some fun here.
Maybe.
Jeez.
What if I give you back your wrench, Doomer? Will you come back then? Do you want your wrenchy? Do you want your wrenchy backy? You want the wrenchy backy? Say I want the wrenchy backy, and maybe I'll give you the wrench back. Where's that picture? We have a picture of Doomer with a wrench.
Oh,
Someone drew an amazing Doomer wrench picture. I don't know where it is. Of me torturing Doomer with a wrench. Here it is. Oh my God. Beautiful. I still have it. Okay. Let me send this to Adam. This is perfect.
Yeah. I don't know. We should be nicer to Doomer.
I mean, our money says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm conflicted because Doomer obviously is I mean, he's the kind of person people love to hate, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a delicate line.
I know.
Okay.
I don't want to push it too far. Oh my God.
Okay.
I forgot about this.
You gotta bring this picture up.
Okay. This picture is actually very perfect.
Yes.
We might have to change the thumbnail. What's going on here?
Get the Sitches bitches Doomer pick. Doomer says, Sammy G, you cannot buy my respect like you buy hot chips and glitter. Wow. Wow. You can. Okay. CT for 2K says, if you want the rolls back, 5K. Those are some expensive Discord rolls. Jeez.
Wow, that is.
Look at that. So this picture was drawn by one Abaddon. One Abaddon drew this picture. Look at that.
Oh, this is perfect.
Look at his little face.
Look at this.
Little sad face.
We even have an illustration for this moment. How cool is that? Look at this.
We were prepared. One Abaddon was ready.
This is like prophetic.
Well, this has been a long-standing thing. Okay. This wasn't prophetic. This has been a long-standing thing. All right. Look at that. Look at how cute look how cute Doomer is. He's like he wants it so bad. He's a little stoat. Look at that. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Look at that. Look at that. Red 473 for $5 says, gentlemen, I believe Doomer is engaging in something called negging. He's our tsundere. True.
Wow.
True. Tsundere. I always say it wrong.
I mean, that negging kind of seems dishonest to me, Sitch. It doesn't really seem like an up and up thing to do.
I mean, if it helps us, I don't care. But Corona Kid for 10 months says, spent the last week helping a friend get over a breakup. It ain't easy being a good person, so keep up your good work fighting against racism. Well, thank you. Thank you, Corona Kid. I'll try. Listen, no one can be good all the time, okay? You need an outlet for your your evil energy, and that's why I have Doomer. That's why we have Doomer, to be our outlet.
Right.
Yes.
You want Sitch to beat his girlfriend? Come on.
Okay, that's a little
Come on.
Too far from me, okay. Solidoj for $2 says, don't give Doomer the wrench till he calls you Baka. Oh, that's a good one.
What does Baka
Doomer,
mean?
call me Baka. It means stupid in Japanese.
Oh, it does?
But it's what the tsunderes say.
Okay.
They say, it's not like I like you, Baka. But they do.
So we need a super chat from Doomer that says...
It doesn't have to be a super chat. It can be a normal chat.
Why?
Could be a normal chat.
Well, what if we miss it though?
Just a normal. I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking. Doomer wants to throw me a baka.
Look at
Wants
that.
to throw me a baka. I think he left. I don't see him in the chat anymore.
Aw.
Yeah, you can clip this. This is good content here.
Oh,
Sitch
no,
and
don't.
Adam torture Doomer.
Well, we do. We already have a thumbnail for it, so.
We do. This is definitely clip worthy. CT for 2 Canadians says they're already fucking with you in the Discord.
Are they?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh. It's worth it, CT. It's worth it.
Ruh-roh.
Doomer says, Doomer finally spoke. He said, I said you can apologize by not super chatting. No, you have to say baka. You have to call me a baka, Doomer, if you want your wrench back. Kubomi for 16 months. Thanks so much for being a 16 months member. Kubomi said, A-Team laser beam reigns supreme. Wow.
A-Team. Come on, Sitch. You can do it. A-Team.
Lucy Lemonbug for $5. Lucy, general of the Chopstick Gang, says, here's some money to a woo-woo Doomer. Well, thank you, Lucy. Thank you.
Oh, very nice.
It's just Abby for 5 Wazzies. Thank you, Abby. Says, well, I think the rebrand of Twitter is dumb. I'm surprised how many people identify as Twitter users. What a weird tribal identity. That is true. It's an interesting point.
Well, that's part of the problem. Our tribe identity has been thrown up into flux, I think. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess none of us are Twitter users anymore. Now you're a dirty X user.
Okay.
Twitter sucks.
Twitter sucks for $10. Our surrogate god uncle. Thank you so much. Twitter sucks been making it rain today and other basketball streams. Thank you so much, Twitter sucks. It says LGHT. I only feel bad because I got the secondhand wrench that has been in questionable places. How much to give this wrench back to Doomer so I can get a brand new one? Listen, Twitter sucks. That is not true. Every wrench that is handed out is completely new, never used, freshly made on the spot. Okay. We take the finest, we cultivate the finest amount of free will.
Oh,
that is ethically harvested, ethically sourced, definitely not from small Asian children kidnapped in a basement somewhere. Okay. We take all this ethically sourced, completely given to us free. We run a charity for free will, and we put it in a big wrench mold. Okay. Like at the, when you go to like the zoo and you have like the little plastic molds of the animals that they make in front of you.
I love
it's like
those.
that. Yeah.
Those are amazing.
It has that smell.
Yeah,
that
with the
plastic
wax.
smell that's like, it's awful, but it also smells good. And you're like, this is giving me cancer, but I still want to smell it. It's like that, but a wrench. And so it's made fresh. Okay. That wrench was made fresh to order.
Yeah, we gave you a brand new wrench before we took Doomer's wrench away. So the wrench you have is never been used. Yeah.
See, like MMT, when we create a wrench, it's created for the first time. And when we take a wrench away, it's destroyed.
We incinerate it, yeah.
Like your tax money, the wrench is destroyed.
Doomer's wrench has officially been incinerated.
Right.
We would have to mint a brand new one at Mount Olympus in order for Doomer to get a wrench back. Of course, I think we've minted 4 or 5 wrenches now for Doomer. They kind of come and go.
CT for 2 Canadians says the Discord uses the gold standard for its role.
Oh no!
Oh no! SB Elite for $5 says, "Hola, my favorite goyams." Well, Adam's the goyam. When are all your favorite sticks? When are y'all having sticks 666 to argue about Trump election stuff? In Joe Bungus to the Burisma scandal. Also, NIG. Oh, okay. I get me to say the N word. Evil. Probably never to both of those things. I'm not really interested in arguing with either of those individuals about those topics. But
Stick said he would come on, but then kind of ghosted me. So,
right.
And I've hit him up occasionally and said, "Hey, well, actually, you know, I think I invited him on, but he was living abroad or something and was at really weird hours. It wouldn't work out for us." So,
right.
And I've hit him up again, asking him if he's back or if he's in America now or whatever. Maybe you guys know if he's here, but he's never responded.
I don't really want to talk about Trump stuff.
Yeah, but we could talk to him about other stuff. We don't have to talk
true.
about Trump stuff.
That's true.
Sitch, live a little, okay?
Yeah, we can talk about other stuff. Does every zoo in America have these mold things? When I said it, I thought no one's gonna know what the fuck I was talking about. I thought it was just like a Florida thing.
No, look, we have them at SeaWorld.
Wow, okay. I didn't know that was just like a thing everyone had everywhere. There you go.
Have you done the penny ones where it smashes a penny and turns it into like a luck charm?
Yeah, that's that. You go to like a national park and they have the penny and you squish it and it has like the imprint of like the national park.
Whatever park it is, yeah.
Yeah.
They got those and the wax, but they're made out of wax, not plastic.
I think the ones here are plastic. They smell like plastic. So
I got those from SeaWorld when I was a kid, and they melted in the car. They were made out of wax.
Oh wow, that was wax. Yeah. It's probably better than being made out of plastic. But...
Yeah, I think they probably changed them up after a while. They're like, everyone's complaining that these things melt in the car.
Right. Old School for $5 says, Doomer's in the chat saying we can apologize with super chats. So here you go, Doomer. Well, thank you, Old School. Twitter Sucks for $5 says, Mung Party brings up a good idea. Put that on a shirt, I'd buy it. Oh, this picture?
Oh, yeah. This would be a good shirt.
Would be.
CT runs the shirt situation, so you got to ask her.
Right. Well, we'd have to go track down one Abaddon.
Oh, I guess you're right.
I feel weird using someone else's art to profit from a shirt.
You're right. You're right.
So
we don't make any money off of the shirts. The money goes straight to CT. So
yes, if CT wants to track him down and ask if he cares, then yeah, go for it.
We're not really like raking in money with the t-shirts anyway.
No,
so
the shirts don't make very much money at all. But they are fun for people that want them.
Of course they are. That's why we do them, because they are fun.
Oh, nice. Parker got the book. That's hilarious. Twitter Sucks for $5 says, oh, speaking of in real life merch, do you guys have any plushies left? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
No, unfortunately, I'm not sure. Unless Sammy has a bunch still lying around.
Yeah, Sammy's the one to ask on that.
But no. Sorry. We might do another plushie thing at some point down the future, but
yes.
Twitter Sucks, our surrogate god uncle for another $20. Thank you so much, Twitter Sucks. Making it rain today. It says, is my free will made using chopsticks or forks? Obviously.
Chopsticks.
Obviously, it's made with okay. Well, first of all, it's made with a mold. Okay. So neither.
It's made with love.
Mold, okay. But it is harvested completely ethically, completely cruelty-free, harvested with forks.
With dishwasher safe bamboo chopsticks.
No, it is the free will is harvested with dishwasher safe forks that happen to be made out of polished bamboo.
Bamboo chopsticks.
Bamboo forks. You can't use a fork. You can't use it, Adam. You can't use a chopstick to harvest free will. It's not sharp enough. Okay, obviously. Okay. Don't you know anything about free will harvesting?
No, I've never had any free will.
Right. Okay. Let's see. It's just Abby for $5 says Twitter users are too addicted to leave, much like Reddit users proved during their strike. True. True.
I do constantly see a lot of complaining about the Twitter rebrand, though, on Twitter.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
And people don't know. I mean, people use the word tweet and retweet, and people don't necessarily know to use those terms anymore. Like, people are still using the name Twitter in tweets. It's just it's this weird situation. Don't you think?
Doomer says, how do I sue React streamers? How do I stop the cyberbullying? Say, listen, Doomer, if you say it's not like I like you or anything, Sitch, Baka. That's how you stop the cyberbullying. Okay. That's how it stops. Just type that out in the chat and you'll get your wrench back and be cyberbullied free.
Is Baka your safe word, Doomer?
Baka is a safe word, yeah. SB Elite, $5 for another $5. Thank you. Says, you will argue. Oh, it's German. You will argue about Trump and Joe Bungus, and you will be happy about it. You're an honorary Goyim Sitch. Well, thank you, I guess. I'll super chat 6 then, and also ER. There you go.
I've exchanged DMs with Sticks on X, so he can DM me on X if he wants to send me a X DM.
X.
If he wants to send me an X direct message,
They'll just tweet it out. Sitch, Adam, I'm listening to your Sam Sedar video from today. My head is probably going to explode. 21 minutes for Sam to understand the concept of biological essentialism.
Did he really say that?
He did, yeah. Thank you, Phil. Love you, Phil.
That feels great.
Feels great. What is this? Okay. Where was I? Let me refresh the Streamlabs. Did Doom ever say the thing that he was supposed to say?
Look, that's why I said to super chat it. I'm not paying attention.
Doomer never said the thing. He never said the thing.
I'm on X right now.
Okay. Yeah, Adam, you're not allowed to talk about that on stream. Okay,
I'm on X.
Right.
It's great.
Stop it. Yap it. Yap it. Okay, where the fuck was I? Oh, here the fuck I was. Arithmas for $2 says, Sitch, you're wrong about the Civil Rights Act. We already talked about that. Republicans vote for Civil Rights Act at a higher percentage than the Democrats in both the House and the Senate. Oh, well, I'm glad I covered it before you corrected me. I corrected myself. But thank you, Arithmas. That is true. I was incorrect about that.
Looks like we missed a Stug super chat. I'm on it.
Did we?
Don't worry. Sitch
I think you missed
often,
my first super chat.
Sitch often misses super chats, but I'm on it, Stug.
No, your first super chat is, what rollbacks of affirmative action happened in the 80s? And then I said, I don't know specifics. I'd have to look it up. Was that your first one? That was the first one I saw. Or are you talking about, was there another one in the previous stream? Which unfortunately I closed that window. Secretary says, no, from the Sam stream. Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
The Sam stream.
Let's bring up the supers.
I'm looking. You do the other things.
There's nothing else. We're done.
Did I condemn murder morally? No. Why would I talk about my morality? I never talk about my morality. Sam Sedar probably. Is that it?
I read that one.
Oh, you
the
did?
first super chat I see from you, Stug, from the Sam Sedar conversation is, I did read it. It said, oh, I didn't read it. You're right, Stug. I totally missed it. How did I miss this? Stug for $5 says, I noticed earlier that Sam related black neighborhoods higher temperature to trees or something. The black population is mostly in the South. Well, there you go.
Are they?
I mean, I'm assuming.
I don't know.
I'm assuming there's probably some studies relating to that compares cities and urban areas to like the suburbs and things of that nature. in the same state, I would imagine. But
that's interesting. I've never really heard that the black neighborhoods don't have any trees in them. Never heard that argument before.
I haven't. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Anderson he was trying to get past the censor. So I don't know if you sent this. I don't know if it charged you 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 times or $10, but if it did, and you want to charge back, do it. Mr. Anderson for $2 says, "Kill the boar, kill the white farmer," which I believe is in reference to Nelson Mandela or something. So,
yeah, that Nelson Mandela speech was pretty crazy. You looked that up?
yeah, well, I just thought it was funny that this guy was like, "You should look this up," and then Sam read it, and I'm like, Sam doesn't know what it is that he's talking about. So I looked it up. And it was funny. I looked up and it was a long speech. And I'm like, what is this speech? And I went to ChatGPT. I said, can you summarize the speech for me?
No way.
And it did. And I was like, oh, is this? But listen, I checked. I was like, oh, crap. And then I went and I read it and I was like, wow, ChatGPT was totally correct. That is what the speech was about.
ChatGPT is the greatest thing ever.
Well, you have to be careful because sometimes ChatGPT can just make shit up. So,
are you sure?
I mean, that's what, yeah, of course. Didn't you know what happened with that lawyer? He tried to use ChatGPT to like write some legal brief or something and just like made a bunch of garbage up.
I do remember that.
Gotta be careful. Gotta always double check. I think a machine learning is going to be kind of like the new search algorithm because it's a lot like it's so much better at searching stuff.
It is, yeah. It's totally going to take over. Google has a big AI thing going because they don't want AI to displace them as a.
Well, they better but here's the thing, and they better fix this. The Google algorithm, the Google search algorithm has become shittier and shittier every month, every year. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
It is. I know. It's terrible.
It's like
can't
maddening.
find jack shit.
Yes, I feel like I can't find anything nowadays on Google. So it's like I'm so glad it's like just in time for machine learning to take over because Google's become like garbage.
Yeah, because of all of the spam SEO stuff.
I guess. I mean, I don't know what happened. Pages. They used to be pretty good at like combating that stuff. And now it's just like, oh God. Like you look up any question, you'll get like 10 websites that all say the same thing, same garbage answer. But like these like obviously like BS websites. Yeah, I gotta start trying to use Bing more and DuckDuckGo and all Brave and all this other stuff. Okay.
ChatGPT only goes to 2021.
Yeah, I know. Angry Bell Sprout for $5 says, Sam says worst case scenario is underway, but that no action should be taken because who cares? Can you get more dishonest? I mean, there you go. I don't think it's dishonest. I'm not sure he's thought out the full length of his position here in this avenue. But
the ramifications of it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe he'll think about it more now that you gave him something to think about.
I hope so. Let's see. The Doomer, you never said Baka.
Yeah, what's going on, Doomer?
I guess he doesn't want his wrench back.
No, I think he really wants his wrench back, but I think he really doesn't want to say Baka.
I mean, I told him what he had to say to get his wrench back, and he didn't say it. So I don't think he wants his wrench back.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't it like? Have you ever heard of the term psychological reactance?
Okay.
You're basically telling him what to say. Isn't this compelled speech?
Yes.
Remember how pissed off Jordan Peterson got about the compelled speech stuff?
It's true.
Yeah. I will not use your goddamn pronouns.
There you go. Doomer's pronouns are sussy Baka. I like it.
Oh, yeah. We'll give it to him next week. It's okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's see.
Oh, look
Well,
at
but
you.
here's what we'll do. Here's what we should do. We should put up a poll. How about we put up a poll right now?
Okay.
We're gonna put up a poll right now. Should we give Doomer his wrench back now? Okay.
Up yours, woke moralist. That's right. That's exactly right.
There you go.
I'm voting yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, I accidentally clicked on the no.
No, 100%.
Can I take it back?
There you go. Wow, look at Sammy. No, he has to say it. Sammy's coming out hard.
Oh wow. It really?
Look at this. Ooh, 70% no. Wow, look at this. Doing in all caps. Why would you even poll them? Why ask chat? Because it's fun.
Look,
These
Doomer, I
people
meant
support Trump. This is Banana Republic.
Doomer, I meant to hit yes.
Mm-hmm.
If it won't let me take it back, so
Mm-hmm.
it was just moving so fast.
Okay. Sure. Sashman for 8 months. Thank you so much, Sashman. Says, "Sup, boys? Thoughts on the South African white genocide discourse? Possibly South Africa is where the U.S. is headed by the rhetoric of CRT advocates? Question mark. Thanks, boys. I mean, I don't think there's any fucking remote possible chance of America becoming South Africa at all. Just like literally no chance of that ever happening.
Serpentine,
Right.
one of my favorite YouTubers, does the China show.
Right.
He is from South Africa.
Oh, wow.
And he's done many streams on how bad South Africa is and how racist South Africa is and how corrupt South Africa is. And just the level of corruption he's laid out in those videos, like we're not even close to. Not by a million miles. And he did one stream that was super cool. I even thought about covering it on our show just to give him a shout out. But he talks in that stream about how people talk about the racism level in America being close to that of South Africa. And it just drives him fucking crazy because he's like, I moved to America to get away from that bullshit. And to say that America is the same way as South Africa is just like
I assume
retarded.
I'm assuming he means that the racism is bi-directional too, right?
In South Africa?
Yeah, it's white people being racist against black people being racist against white people.
Yes,
Like,
yes, totally.
Right.
Yeah. And he lived in China for 10 years, and he's like, the racism in China is just off the charts too. The Chinese hate the Indians. The Chinese hate all foreigners. All they do, like a lot of advertising in China has just racist tropes about everyone. It's pretty disgusting. So
the fuck, Doomer?
What's Doomer doing now?
I don't even know if I should just read that on stream or not.
What is he? Is he getting mad? This is the worst day
Making
ever.
some scurrilous accusations. Okay.
What's he saying?
Doomer's on a cope spiral. That is true. He's on a massive cope spiral. That's mostly black to everybody. Yeah. Well, in South Africa, blacks are the majority, right? So, it's a majority group versus minority group situation, I assume.
Yeah, but they have a completely corrupt government.
Of course. Of
Yeah.
course. But see, that's what annoys me, kind of what the guy was talking about, where all these people who live in America or some like other first world country, but especially America, they complain about America's so racist, and it's like, bitch, have you been in like anywhere else in the whole fucking world?
Yes.
You obviously haven't. If you think America is like the super racist country, I think America is like literally one of the least racist countries on the planet.
It's so bizarre too, because all of that is just headcanon for people who want to gain political power. It's a completely corrupt narrative. It's not even close to true.
Right.
Yeah, it sucks.
But we have 111 votes so far. 65% say no. 35% say yes. I'm shocked.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's much higher than I would have thought, dude.
Yeah.
35% yes. Wow.
I think this is good.
Yeah.
Because I really I like Doomer, and I think Doomer is a good addition to the show. But I do think Doomer is a little too contrarian just to spite the chat.
Right.
And I wish he would make friends with the chat.
There you go.
Look, these are our fans and friends. So I mean, we want them to like you. So this is great.
Doomer doesn't like our audience.
Once
so
it's up to like, yeah, it comes off as a little like elitist though.
I mean, sure.
A lot of the comments on the Barbie video were saying that Doomer is kind of elitist.
Sure.
It's not good. It's not good. Look. Sitch is like, maybe.
I'm the good kind of elitist. Okay, Doomer's the bad guy. All right.
What is the good kind?
The kind that I.
Okay.
Anyway,
so what do you want to do? Are we wrapping up?
Yeah, we're wrapping up.
Are we not going to give Doomer his wrench back, or are we going to give Doomer his wrench back?
I mean, the chat. Well, wait a minute. It's going up. It's 37%. Listen, okay. Here's the thing. If you can get, it's 38%. If you can get to yes to 40%, I'll give Doomer his wrench back. How about that?
Look at that.
You can get two. Oh, it dropped 1%.
Oh, shit. That, as soon as you said that, it went down.
You can get that 3%. Oh, 38. If you can get to 40, if you can get that to 40, back to 37. If you can get to 40%,
on the edge.
You can get that to 40%. Doomer will get his wrench back. Okay.
Well, I'm worried that we're going to get like some message saying,
oh, 36%. It's going the wrong direction. Oh, back to 37. Come on. 37. You get 3%. You got to get that 3%. Okay. Doomer's making sock puppet accounts. Democracy is failing. Can you change? I don't think you can change your vote now.
Yeah.
Doomer's the correct opinion on movie opinion. Oh, did you watch Shoes Barbie video?
Shoes?
Yeah.
Not
basically
yet, no.
agreed, I think, with my take entirely.
Did she really? Nice.
I think so, yeah. That's funny because from the title, I didn't think she would. She basically agreed with my point, but she was just saying that anyone can re-envision it to be whatever the fuck they want. So.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Right.
Yeah.
CT says it's fine. There just means no Discord rules for you for the week. Have fun with your new names.
Ouch.
Twitter Sucks for $2. Thank you so much. Twitter Sucks says, I'm keeping track, Doomer. 9 more super chats. Wow. Look at this. Twitter Sucks really rubbing it in. I went back down to
I know.
Grendel Vat for $2 says,
it's getting
one
worse.
more for the road, Doomer. Look at that. Oh, the poll's going down. Thank you, Grendel.
It's
going
getting
down.
Worse. It's getting worse.
36%. Oh, back to 37.
Oh, nice.
Keeps vacillating. I saw that Carefree Wandering did a Barbie video. I opened it in a tab because I was curious to check it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's
We should have
something
him
like,
back on.
We should. It's titled something like "Don't Watch the Barbie Movie."
Oh, really?
And I was actually, when I saw, I'm like, oh, I bet he has an interesting take because the Barbie movie would be interesting from an authenticity, profilicity perspective. If that's what he talks about. So, okay, so I don't think Doomer's gonna get to that 40% mark. Can't quite break 37%.
Yeah, that's sad.
So wow, sorry, Doomer.
Well, that's okay. We'll get it back to him next time. We got to mint a new one anyway. We want to make sure we have a very special wrench for Doomer. We want Doomer. Doomer needs extra free will in his wrench because obviously, if somebody has an opinion, he's going to take the opposite opinion reflexively, and we need to kind of get him to fight against that. So we'll give him.
I was gonna mint his wrench today, and I was gonna leave it out in like nature for a week and see what happens. Maybe it gets rained on, maybe a dog pees on it, maybe it gets overgrown a little bit.
Really?
Dirty,
okay.
And then I'll hand him like a dirty wrench that's been out, outside for a bit.
Okay.
So
you're gonna season his wrench.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking of it. Season it, right?
Age
he doesn't want a new wrench. He wants an aged experience wrench. Okay.
That's great.
It's not an old wrench, Doomer. It's a Gilf wrench. Think about it that way.
Look, I search Carefree Wandering and our stream comes up. How cool is that? We talked to him 1 year ago? Wow.
I know.
Where's the time go?
Where does it go?
Barbie, a subversive review. Wow. Yes, I will watch that. All right, I guess we're wrapping up, Doomer. This is your last chance.
38%. Wow. Not good enough. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Sam, for coming on. It was an interesting and fun conversation. Thank you. Thank you for all your amazing artwork. All of you out there. Even your sexy ducks that make Adam question his sexuality.
And there was no questioning going on.
And one Abaddon for your amazing picture that will never get old. A Doomer wine the wrench. And thank you for all your incredibly generous donations today, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened individuals. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye!
37%. Not getting it back this week. Ah! Okay.